Aaliyah and the Billionaire's Lamp, a clean billionaire fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire, Book 6. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Chapter 1. Aaliyah stared with nervous anticipation at the designs on her desk. She'd spent weeks learning AutoCAD to bring her ideas to life, to prove to Papa she was more than just a pretty face or the business degree she'd never been allowed to use. The architectural sketches evolved in her mind every time she glanced at them. She'd been able to picture each facility fully landscaped and thriving with vitality. But now, in the heat of the moment, doubt began creeping in. She wasn't sure they were anywhere near good enough to impress her father. Papa's long-standing partner and chief executive officer was retiring, which left the position wide open. Upper management would shuffle spots. Partners would be vying for a chance, and she knew if she wanted a shot at the job, it had to be now. While uncertainty made a racetrack of her pulse, she wanted to prove she was competent to handle her father's billion-dollar resort line. Would these designs convince him the position should belong to her? She needed only 3 years' experience in a full-time managerial role, and she would be eligible to apply for a distance learning MBA. Surely, overseeing a project like this would qualify her. CEO was, granted, a long shot, but this was a family company. Her parents started it, and it should continue on with an Aaliyah at the helm. However, Papa had never taken her seriously. Not really. Still, all she could do was try. Nerves zinging straight through to her fingertips, Aaliyah exhaled and skimmed over her suggested marketing plan once again. She was tired of being a tag-along. She'd gotten her degree just for this reason, for this moment. Not as father and daughter, but as potential business associates. The idea filled her with fireflies, making her glow 1 minute with determination and want to hide in the shadows the next. It wasn't that she was scared of her father. He was as gentle and kind as they came, but tradition was his lifeblood. He'd ignored her many attempts to convince him she was qualified to be more than his heir. She could handle the many facets of the company he oversaw. She was a woman, yes, but she could be a businesswoman, and a successful one at that. In an attempt to set the correct tone, Aaliyah opted to use one of the resort's conference rooms for this meeting instead of gathering in her suite or his. She wore her favorite suit, white with gold pinstripes, and a coral pink shirt with the collar out over the jacket's lapels. She smoothed the hand over her stomach, wishing there was some way to iron out the nerves rattling inside of her as easily. A knock sounded, and a woman with fiery red hair in a dark pantsuit entered without being invited in. Aaliyah was relieved at the sight of Papa's assistant, Lily. She hugged a clipboard under one arm and offered Aaliyah the cup of coffee in her other. "Are you ready?" Lily asked. "Your father is waiting in the hall." Aaliyah took the warm cup with an exhale and an irresolute smile. "Yes, please send him in." Lily crossed to the door, opened it, and Aaliyah's father stepped through. A short man, Ahmed Aaliyah appeared sophisticated and businesslike in his black suit. His graying hair was combed behind his ears. His dark eyes glinted with delight the instant his gaze landed on her. She recognized the gleaming expression of pride, a look he always cast on her whenever she entered a room. If her father ever lost the ability to speak, she would always know just how much he loved her because of that look. "Good morning, my beautiful daughter." He spoke with his native Arabic accent, a sound which had both reprimanded and soothed her on many occasions. Like his expression, that voice was a healing balm. He'd always been so kind, so good, and yet so exacting as well. She strode to kiss him on the cheek but thought better of it. While that was their usual greeting, this was a business meeting. She remained standing by the table instead. "Good morning, sir. Thanks for coming. Please have a seat. Can Lily get you a drink of something?" "Coffee, please, Lily," Papa said, nodding in the other woman's direction. Ignoring Aaliyah's reticence, her father strode to her side and kissed her temple anyway. Aaliyah supposed, even in family business meetings, intimate greetings could be allowed. She smiled at him as Lily placed a fresh cup of coffee at Papa's place on the table. Tendrils of steam rose from it. "I see you are well prepared. Show me what you have." Papa gestured to the table before him, but he didn't sit. It was a courtesy, plain and simple, to not sit until she did. Aaliyah attempted to slow her galloping pulse and drifted with slow, controlled movements into her chair across from him. Her father took his seat as well. Air conditioning usually did a superb job of keeping the humid Florida heat outside where it belonged, but Aaliyah was steaming inside like a sauna. "You know that many of the older Aaliyah Resort hotels lack the amenities that are built into its newer buildings," she said. "We have always held onto a sleek modern design. You know I love our Clearwater Resort here in Florida, and it does hold itself to its own standard, apart from the other locations lining the beach. But I wonder if it's time we consider standing out from other resorts just a little bit more. With this new line, we have the opportunity to make a statement, to call ourselves out as the most exquisite, exotic destination any vacationer could possibly take." Several of the original Aaliyah Resort buildings were less than satisfactory. They contained outdated features that didn't exactly offer the upscale paradise Aaliyah Resorts boasted of. Promises to pamper guests like royalty, lobbies that seemed more like a fairy tale than an actual location. Couple that with individual guest rooms which were less than modern, and these older resorts' money intake was far below that of their newer establishments. Her parents had created an impeccable reputation over the years, and the renovations she was suggesting would only add to the resort line's quality. Papa had built an international hotel chain brick by brick, determined to establish an Aaliyah resort wherever people decided to travel. He'd set out to become a household name, and with several different brands hosted all across the world over the past 30 years, he'd done it. Aaliyah doubted there was a city on a map without an Aaliyah name on one of its hotels. Taking a quick breath to steady her uneasiness, Aaliyah presented the first of her designs. It highlighted their Middle Eastern heritage, using bubbled turrets in the Arabian style found in palaces spreading from Dubai to Bangalore. "People want to feel as though they're traveling to a new place, to somewhere otherworldly, to somewhere they can escape and enjoy themselves," she said. "This new line of resorts will feel exotic no matter where they're located." Papa removed his glasses from his inner jacket pocket and settled them onto his nose, then took a few moments to analyze her digital sketches, tracing the details with a ridged finger. He flipped from one page to the next, inspecting the setup of lobbies, rooms, and restaurants, along with the exteriors. Her insides tied themselves into tiny little knots with every passing second. Finally, he lowered the papers to the table. "This is very well done," he said, "but our resorts always fit in with the locale. If you were to put a resort like this in a rustic setting, say the Western United States for example, it would stand out like a sore thumb." Aaliyah soldiered on. "That might be true, or it might be worth taking the chance to build an exotic jewel, something that will show our consistency, that Aaliyah resorts are the Taj Mahal of hotels. Guests will find quintessential luxury, relaxation, and breathtaking views with every visit, no matter where they are, even for the older destinations." "And how do you suppose we incorporate this consistent new look?" he asked. She slid a different set of papers forward. "I did a budget on the repairs of some of our older establishments. I've contacted the hotel managers and even traveled to several myself to see what needs to be done in each location. There are currently 4 hotels which are in the most need of attention, so I thought we could start there. Take the San Diego location. With this plan in mind, we could move the current guests into another building while the repairs on the main building are being made. The investment would be worth it because many of the rooms currently not in use would be fixed. In the interim, we could expand the lobby to include the restaurant and dining area, with the addition of a coffee shop for busy customers who don't have time for a sit-down meal. There, she'd done it. She'd said everything she intended to say. Now she waited with bated breath while he examined her proposal. "I'm impressed," Papa said while lowering his glasses. "You've obviously done a lot of work on this." She beamed. Now for the real reason she'd made this proposal. It took a conscious effort to keep her hands where they were, to maintain her current semi-confident posture instead of wiping her clammy palms on her suit pants. "I would like to be the front runner carrying this out, sir." His brows drew together. The edges of his eyes thinned. For several agonizing seconds he said nothing, leaving Aaliyah a bundle of nerves and pulsing heartbeats. Finally he shuffled the papers on his desk. "Sit down, Aaliyah, please." She was standing again? When did that happen? Their age-old argument began to echo in her mind. Requests she'd made to branch out, start her own business, or even just live on her own. His insistence she had everything she already needed right where she was. He'd continually claimed she knew nothing about business in the first place. In an effort to prove herself, and with her mother's encouragement, she'd gone to business school, only to be put off by him yet again once she finished. Mama had died while she was away, making Aaliyah's requests to move, to do things for herself moot, because her father claimed he needed her with him. When she asked if she could work on his staff, he claimed she wasn't familiar enough with the behind-the-scenes running of a corporation as expansive as theirs. Only recently she'd convinced him to allow her to travel from resort to resort, to familiarize herself with each one's needs. She'd put in the time, hoping just this once he might hear what she had to say. He might take her seriously. Clearly nothing had changed. Head bowed, she dropped into her seat at the table. Papa tented his fingers. "Lift your head, my daughter. I know you have wanted this for quite a while. It is human nature to dream, and you've been brought up living in the finest hotels the world has to offer. Of course you would want to make it your future." She swallowed. This wasn't his usual response. "I want it to be your future too, but I already have a thriving line that offers a paradise to all who visit each destination. True, it will need to be properly looked after, and I can see you are putting yourself to the task." Aaliyah's heart began pumping. Was he saying what she thought he was? "So you approve of my presentation? You wish to have me manage your resorts?" "I do. I know you received top marks in your education. I know you are capable, my daughter. The Aaliyah Resort line has dotted the entire world, and with a company this size, it would therefore be more manageable with someone at your side." She stiffened. She was asking for a chance at the CEO position, for any position for that matter. What did that have to do with having someone at her side? It sounded more like a relationship reference than a business venture. "What are you saying?" she asked. Papa pulled his iPad from his briefcase and set it on top of her papers. He swiped and brought up a website, pinching with his fingers until the image of a handsome man took up the screen. Why was he showing her a picture of this man? This appeared to be a law firm's website. Hassan and Stillman Law. Was he the owner? Was her father working with him and wanted her to present her marketing plan to him? "I'm afraid I don't understand," she said. "You are my heir, Aaliyah." Aaliyah fisted her hands at her sides. "I want to be more than your heir. I don't want to only inherit your fortune, Papa. I want to make sure I do it justice, the way you have." His smile was of the twinkle-eyed variety, but instead of calming her, it rattled her. "You will, my angel. You will. But you know I'm battling cancer." The thought pricked her. He'd talked about his impending death too many times for her liking. "You've been battling cancer for years, Papa. The doctor said it's in remission. It's cleared from your body." She suspected it was one reason Papa kept his hair longer. After he'd lost it and it had grown back, he hadn't cropped it short like he used to. He probably wanted to remind himself he still had it. He still had his life. Nothing is forever, Aaliyah. Should something happen to me, I want to know your future is secure. Was he kidding? He would be leaving her a fortune of an inheritance. I'll be fine, she assured him. Money is not the only security there is. His hand was resting on the iPad, on the handsome stranger's face. For a few years, I've been getting to know the owner of Hassan and Stillman law firm as he has handled my affairs. As you know, they're a very prestigious law firm, Papa went on. His name is Zayn Hassan, and I have found him to have many admirable traits. He is kind and thoughtful with his employees. He is easy to talk to, and although I am no judge, I believe women also find him to be good-looking. I still don't get what you're saying, Father. You want me to go into business with Zayn Hassan? Was he saying he wanted to merge their businesses? How in the world would a law firm merger with a line of luxurious resorts be beneficial? And what did this man's looks have to do with that? I'm saying he would make a good husband for you. Chapter 2. The floor dropped from beneath her. You want me to marry someone? She glanced toward Lily for either confirmation or commiseration, but Papa's assistant had left them. I have worked my entire life to build this company. Aaliyah Resorts are the highest quality hotel people can visit, and that reputation must be maintained. It's also a large amount of responsibility to suddenly bequeath to you when I die and expect you to handle everything on your own. Suddenly bequeath it to her? It would be sudden if she hadn't known he was sick, but she'd known for years. She'd been preparing for just as long. I can hire consultants, Papa. I can hire accountants to help with finances. I got my degree, and once I get managerial experience, I can apply for my MBA. I know what to do. He smiled with sympathy and something like pity in his eyes. She hated that look. It made her feel like a kitten pleading before a snarling bear. Learning things on paper is far different from real-life application. The stress can be much harder than you imagine. Having someone at your side will make things easier. Zayn will make the perfect CEO for this company. You... Her mouth went dry. She swallowed before continuing. You want to offer Robert's position to him? Papa, I'm trying to tell you. Fear clenched her voice, holding her from speaking. She couldn't get the words out. She reached for the coffee Lily had brought her and took a long drink. It cooled during their discussion and held a gross tang instead of the soothing warmth she'd been hoping for. Aaliyah took a moment before speaking. Papa, I don't need to marry to have someone help me. I thought you might consider me as your CEO. There it was again, the kitten look. But you are always alone here, Papa said. You need to get out more. You need to experience life a little more before settling into such a demanding position. The idea was so ironic, she nearly laughed. Experience life? Sure. How could he think she would experience more of life by getting married? That sounded like the opposite. Wasn't marriage jokingly referred to as a ball and chain? There had to be some truth to that, as there was with any cliché. Besides, what did he think she was trying to do here? How could she experience life when he wouldn't let her leave his side? Sure, she'd just returned from visiting hotel sites, but he'd only allowed that because it was already his territory. I don't want you to pick a man for me, Papa. She wasn't sure she wanted to get married, period. I came to the U.S. young and poor. I met your mother here and fell in love with her before I knew she was an heiress to a great fortune. Together, she and I built this company, but it would have been better for her if she'd married someone with an iota of business sense. That is what I wish for you, to fall in love with someone who is deserving and accomplished, someone I think can be the best match for you. He gestured to the room at large. Though this era is more modern, it doesn't mean love in an arranged marriage can't happen for you. Disbelief struck her like a brick to the head. She never thought her father would do this to her. She wanted to fill Robert's position, not marry someone who would take that position from her. She had her own plans, her own ideas, and certainly didn't need any man to hold her hand in the process. There was no use arguing. Her father was old-fashioned, and he always had been. The resort line was evidence of his tendency to cling to his heritage, and that was one reason it was so appealing in Aaliyah's opinion. No other hotel line she knew of had such impeccable Middle Eastern touches in a handful of its locations. She wanted that to be the company's brand across the board. Zayn is familiar with the workings of a billion-dollar business. He knows how to handle that much money, and he can help you keep the lifestyle you've been accustomed to. Lifestyle? She wanted to scream. This wasn't about money. It was about maintaining her father's legacy, about making sure an Aaliyah was at the helm of the business he and her mother had started together. She would rather live on the streets than marry someone she didn't know. Didn't her father have a clue what this would mean for her? What if Zayn Hassan was controlling, a drunk, a womanizer? What if he didn't love her? How could he? He didn't know her. "Please give me a chance to prove myself," she said. "Give me a year to show you I can handle your empire on my own." Her father's lips pressed into a thin line. "I'm afraid I don't have a year. My cancer is back." "What?" He fiddled with his coffee cup. He'd barely touched it since Lily set it down. "The doctors recently confirmed it. I want to make sure everything in my life is properly situated so that when the time comes, I know you'll be in good hands." Aaliyah couldn't allow herself to accept the news. They'd had several close scrapes in the past. The cancer eating his pancreas had all but vanished. But if his claim was true and it had resurfaced, how could she deny her father's wishes now? She pushed away from the desk. Simultaneously, Papa rose and made his way to her. Aaliyah tumbled into her father's embrace. Here she'd tried so hard to keep it together, to be professional about this. Was there any way to be professional when her father, and only remaining family, was dying? "I'm sorry you received such awful news, Papa," she said, listening to his heartbeat. She fought away tears. He petted her hair. "You know me, my princess. You know I won't go down without a fight." She pulled away and wiped at her tears. Papa's smile returned, a sympathetic, understanding smile. She did her best to reflect it. He'd been so optimistic through his chemotherapy and radiation treatments in the past. How could he keep such a positive outlook through something she knew caused him so much misery? "You don't have to agree right away," he said, pinching her chin between his finger and thumb. "Meet Zayn, get to know him, see if you two might be a good match." A tear trickled down her cheek. Her father was dying, and his last wish was for her to marry a stranger. She straightened her back, keeping her head high. "Okay, I'll meet him, but I can't promise anything, Papa." He stroked her cheek. "Thank you. Who knows? You might thank me for this one day." Aaliyah doubted that. She gritted her teeth to keep from trembling. "When will I meet him?" Though Papa's suit fit him perfectly, he tugged at it as though it needed an adjustment and blinked away the moisture in his own eyes. "Now that you've agreed, I'll contact his assistant. Depending on his schedule, I can have him come this afternoon or first thing tomorrow." Her hand flew to her chest. "That soon?" Papa stroked her cheek. "It's for the best, my angel." Aaliyah retreated. This was not how their meeting was supposed to go. She'd envisioned strolling from this room one step closer to CEO. Instead, this afternoon she would meet the man her father wanted her to marry. Her thoughts turned fuzzy. A flush of adrenaline tingled through her body. Yet she heard herself mutter exactly what she knew her father wanted to hear. All right then. Cell phone in hand, River Yevon sauntered across Madison Avenue, weaving in and out of the bustling crowds on the New York City street. Traffic jostled along, horns honked, and a pair of women called to one another from one end of the sidewalk to the other. He barely noticed, caught up as he was in the day's emails. His feet tread the path as if they knew exactly where to go. Veering through a break in the crowded sidewalk, he headed for the rotating glass doors of Hassan and Stillman. Air conditioning instantly cooled the summer's heat that had settled onto his skin. The chic lobby quieted the heady bustle outside. He made his way past the reception desk, stopping for a stack of memos and pinching them in his free hand. The elevator dinged almost the instant River pushed the buttons, and he stepped in, casting smiles at the exiting passengers before returning his attention to his phone. No new messages from Zayn yet. That was a good sign at least. In the elevator's privacy, he pulled up his own schedule. Taking a minute to rub the lamp in his pocket, he said a silent prayer it would give him the luck he needed for the numbers he was hoping for and checked the day's stocks. River had never done much investing before, but he didn't want to be Zayn's go-to forever. He'd heard from Zayn himself that investing was the way to go to build a strong retirement, and while River was decades away from facing that, he wanted to be prepared, like his grandfather had been. His maternal grandfather, Quinn Alejos, had done some investing as well. He'd been able to help River's mom when his dad's bad money management skills ended up forcing her into bankruptcy after their divorce. His family had survived thanks to food stamps and government assistance, but River wanted to be self-reliant, to not depend on anyone else to support him. Working with Zayn, seeing the way he lived, had given him that much more of an incentive. He'd been researching low-risk investments with high returns. Without a college education, River couldn't see any other way to get his feet on the ground and stay that way, to support himself and his mom, and most of all, to avoid being like his father, who had no money sense or any other sense at all. The percentages were lower today than the day before. Not good. He was doing what he could to learn the ropes, but clearly his lucky charm wasn't up to its usual snuff. He'd relied on that lamp more than he could count. During tests at school, working on cars to make a living, securing the job he currently had as Zayn Hassan's personal assistant. He pulled the lamp from his pocket. Its brassy finish was scuffed in a few places. "Don't want to work today?" he asked the rock-sized charm. The elevator dinged, and he stuffed it back into his pocket with an exhale. "You're not the only one." His Mustang had been sitting in his garage too long. He'd been restoring the 1964 model, piece by piece as he could afford to do so. Still, work was work, and for the most part, he enjoyed it. Zayn paid remarkably well, and the job definitely had its perks. Fine suits, a nice office, the occasional last-minute trip to Zayn's house in southern France or his beach house in Fiji. It also gave him extra for investments. River greeted the pretty receptionist on the 7th floor and went to his office. Zayn hadn't yet arrived. His first meeting with a client wasn't until 10, so River took the opportunity to check a few things Zayn had asked of him. He set Zayn's messages on the desk and opened the blinds, spilling the light onto the posh desk and black leather couch. It provided the same cold view of another tall building's windows as always. River sighed. He knew he had no right to complain, but a view of the sky instead of harsh steel might be nice. His cell phone rang, cutting into his thoughts. "Hello, this is River," he answered. An elderly male voice with a slight accent responded. "Good morning, River. This is Ahmed Aaliyah." The resort owner? While Zayn had been Mr. Aaliyah's attorney for several years, River had been arranging phone calls and the occasional visit recently between Ahmed and Zayn. It wasn't always his business to know the nature of Zayn's associations with businessmen and women, but River had to admit he was curious, considering how much communication had taken place between the two lately. Good to hear from you, Mr. Aaliyah. What can I do for you today? River said. I've been speaking with Zayn and would like him to come to my resort in Florida for a visit today or tomorrow, for a few days. Can that be arranged? To the ordinary person, dropping everything and flying hundreds of miles away on the spur of the moment seemed crazy, not to mention expensive. For someone like Zayn, it was more normal than sliced bread. River pulled up Zayn's schedule. The jet was available, and a flight could be arranged without any snags. It is, sir. I'm happy to put that into motion for you after I've spoken with Mr. Hassan. Wonderful. I look forward to seeing him again and would like to meet you as well. A rock cracked the window of River's mind. Me, sir? You have been invaluable these past months as I've been in contact with your boss. I would love to offer you a complimentary stay at our resort while Zayn and I discuss things. River loved this part of his job, but usually Zayn offered these kind of perks, either when he wanted to discuss business on the flight or when he needed River's hands-on assistance in organizing dinners or events. He wasn't sure about accepting from someone else, someone who wasn't paying his salary. Thank you for the offer, sir, but I couldn't possibly accept. You have other plans? Not exactly. River hedged, as the idea of an afternoon spent in his garage began to slip away. I insist you come, River. Zayn won't mind. We have a room already available to you, and the beaches and pools here in Clearwater are worth the trip alone. River laughed, allowing his defenses to settle. His Mustang had waited this long. It could wait a little longer. He could do with some beaches and pools. Very well then, sir. I would love to meet you as well. Thank you for thinking of me. Of course. Let me know if Zayn can make it. I will. Have a good day, sir. River ended the call, puzzled but pleased. He'd somehow made an impression with the resort owner without realizing. A complimentary stay at one of the Aaliyah resorts in Clearwater Beach? He gripped the lamp in his pocket once more. Maybe this thing had more luck for today than he'd thought. Chapter 3. Aaliyah stared at the contents of her closet. She'd waited for the right outfit to jump out at her, to proclaim, "Pick me, pick me!" There was no jumping, no proclamations, no insight whatsoever about what a woman with a business degree, who should be out job hunting but was instead meeting her affianced, should wear. For a brief moment, she considered wearing one of the stylish hats she'd gotten during her recent trip to Eureka Springs, Arkansas, but the weather was too hot for a hat. There were far too little excuses to wear any of the elaborate pieces of headwear she'd selected before returning home, which was unfortunate because Aaliyah had fallen in love with a floppy-brimmed organza piece that was a gorgeous shade of red. It was the only hat she hadn't yet worn, but meeting her future husband wasn't exactly the right occasion for it. She considered going as she was. Yoga pants, periwinkle blue hoodie bearing a hibiscus flower, and the words Clearwater Beach in a thick beachy font with her hair tied on top of her head. This is the real me, she thought, casual daughter of a business tycoon. Up for the highest bidder, she added aloud with reluctant acceptance. She knew she shouldn't see it like that, but it was how she felt. Preparing for a bride auction where she was the only participant? She considered calling Lily for her opinion. Not only was the woman a fabulous assistant for Papa, but she'd become the closest thing to a friend Aaliyah had had in years. No, she could handle this herself. She settled on a mustard yellow, three-quarter sleeve jacket over a striped shirt and jeans. Dressy enough to make an impression, but casual enough to not scream desperate. Petty as it seemed, Aaliyah worried about what kind of impression she would give off. What kind of grown woman needed her dad to arrange a marriage for her? On that note, what did Zayn Hassan think of this whole scenario? He must be on board if he was willing to travel from New York to Florida. She'd looked up his law firm in the city, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to view his picture again. That would make this all too real. Aaliyah's blood sprinted in her veins. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it hit her sternum with every thump. She would meet him. She would consider a proposal if that was what this meeting entailed, and she would do it for her father. Her phone pinged with a text from Lily. "They're ready for you. He asked me to let you know, in your dad's business suite." Aaliyah's lungs pumped. They were ready for her? Did that mean Zayn was already here? "Thanks," she texted back, though her fingers shook so hard it took a few tries just to type the single word. "How are you feeling?" Lily asked. "Like cattle." Aaliyah winced at being so blunt. Maybe she should have been a little vaguer, a little more positive. She couldn't form any other response, though, not even a sarcastic one, and that was saying something. "You should tell your dad you don't want this," Lily said in that way she had. Her ability to unashamedly point out the obvious made Lily invaluable. Usually, Aaliyah quipped back and forth with her, grateful for someone to talk to about her problems, but not today. Aaliyah didn't reply. Telling her father would be about as effective as using a Band-Aid to cure the flu. He was a loving father. He doted on her as long as she did exactly as she was told. Sharing her feelings hadn't worked when she'd requested to find a job and gain experience for her MBA, or when she'd wanted to take her new car on a road trip across the country to see sites she'd studied about for years, or when she'd mentioned moving into her own place instead of living at the resort a door down from him. "A dutiful daughter does as she's asked," Aaliyah recited as ho-hum as she could, exhaling through a small part in her lips. She knew her father adored her. He wanted to protect her, to provide for her. He just had no idea how akin it was to suffocation. Aaliyah stood before the full-length mirror, put on her brave face, ignored her galloping pulse, and made her way to the door. She traipsed down the hall, keeping her attention on her feet. The toes of her shoes appeared and disappeared, into view and out of it. She drew nearer to Papa's door, and a sneaky thought crept in. What if she didn't stop? She didn't have to, not really. She could keep going. Take the elevator at the end of the hall down to the underground private lot where her car was parked, and drive. Just drive. She could escape somewhere, to a place where what she wanted mattered. She could... Before Aaliyah could finish the thought, she collided with another pair of shoes. Her glance lifted to take in broad shoulders, dark hair, and a mesmerizing but abashed grin. Oh wow, but his eyes were a gorgeous caramel shade. They melted whatever thoughts were trying to sift through her mind. "Hey there," he said. "I'm so sorry." She gaped at him and then chided herself. Stop being so obvious. So what if he's completely gorgeous? "I'm totally distracted this morning. I should have been watching where I was going." "It's no problem," the man said, quirking a grin that tugged at the corner of his mouth. She took in the thick watch on his wrist, his blue shirt, jeans, and dark shoes with light stitching. He had great style. She reminded herself to breathe. "It's easy to be distracted when there's such an amazing view," he added. Her brows shot upward. He couldn't possibly have made such a cheesy play at her, could he? Fortunately, his attention was directed to the window beside her. She turned toward it, feeling 10 shades of foolish. The ocean played with the shore below, offset by lazy palm trees and fluffy clouds. "It is breathtaking," she said, hugging her arm to her side. "I wish it was the view distracting me." "Something on your mind, I take it?" She couldn't understand why he was still there, talking to her. Ordinarily, people bumped into one another by accident and then moved on. Yet here he was, a 6-foot dish of distraction with the inherent ability to scatter every single one of her nerves and send them flailing. Something big, actually. His attention pegged right on her. Her body temperature cranked higher and she fiddled with her hair, fighting the urge to wipe her palms on her legs. What was going on? She'd never met a man who affected her so instantly before. "Good luck with that," he said, tucking a finger into his pocket. "I'd offer you some of my luck, but it turns out I need it too." "Luck?" You say that like you have a stash of it somewhere. He inclined his head. His eyes were filled with secrets. Maybe I do. Have a good day. With a wink, he attempted to make his way past her. The only problem was, she shifted to avoid him as well, and they smash-boarded once more. Aaliyah giggled, and he released a nervous chuckle. His fingers brushed against the bare skin near her wrist. The impact sizzled all the way to her eyelids. Sorry, he said this time. So am I, she offered a shrug. I'm guessing we're headed to the same place. He brushed a hand behind his neck. Yeah, Mr. Aaliyah invited me to his suite. Since you're here on this level, I'm guessing you're... She held out her hand. His daughter, Aaliyah, pleased to meet you. It's a pleasure. His hand slid into hers, and she was gratified to feel his firm grasp. Too often, men who shook her hand never really shook her hand. She disliked being babied or thought of as fragile just because she was female. He gripped and shook, and she had the craziest urge not to let go. He had the same urge, apparently. He held her hand milliseconds longer than was customary. Aaliyah couldn't say she minded. She was momentarily captured in the burnished gold of his eyes. She'd never seen eyes that color. All at once, pieces began to connect in her mind. She managed to pull her hand free before her functions froze. You're him, aren't you? Her voice was barely audible. Him? If this was Zayn Hassan, the man vying for her CEO position, she couldn't feel this pull of attraction for him. She couldn't. He was supposed to be pompous, wasn't he? A cutthroat entrepreneur who only cared about money and the position he was stealing from her. He wasn't supposed to wrap her around his finger at the first meeting. But this man was in jeans and a regular shirt. He was down to earth. Even his dark hair was rebellious as it fell into his eyes instead of staying where it had been slicked back. I'm River, he said. Your dad invited me to his suite this morning. His name sounded mysterious. It made her instantly more interested. Regardless, her anticipation took a nosedive. My father did? Why would Papa do that? He couldn't possibly have forgotten the nature of this particular meeting, unless he was adding another man into the mix, someone for her to choose between. Aaliyah shuddered. Papa couldn't be doing that. This was medieval enough. She didn't realize she'd asked why out loud until River answered her. I've been wondering that myself, he said. Aaliyah took a steadying breath. Still, her heart hammered. Guess we'd better get in there. He's expecting me too. Ladies first. River gestured to the door. Aaliyah stepped forward, sensing the heat of him beside her. She tapped 3 short knocks and Lily answered. She wore a light blue pantsuit this morning. Her lips lifted into a smile that managed to calm Aaliyah's nerves, if only briefly. Lily was her friend, Aaliyah reminded herself. She wasn't alone in this. Aaliyah, you're here, Lily said. And Mr. Yevon, good morning. Any sign of your boss? The clouds in Aaliyah's mind parted. His boss? River must work for Zayn. That made sense, she supposed, to have her father invite his assistant as well. A wedding implied scheduling and plans, the very same reason Lily had been invited. The suite had been transformed from being like others in the building for a comfortable temporary stay, with a living room and a sleeping area in a separate but connected room, to a pleasant office and waiting area, where couches were arranged in front of a television and other similar suites in the resort. Here, they were settled in the center of the room around a coffee table. Papa entered through the door separating this seating area from his personal office. He wore a cream button-up shirt with dark slacks and offered his hands in a wide, cordial invitation. Aaliyah, you're here, perfect. She stepped toward him and kissed him on the cheek. He beamed at her before returning to River and offering a hand. You must be River. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. And you, sir, River said with a charming grin. Her nerves were addled enough around him as it was. He didn't need to go around smiling and making things worse. The air around him was already supercharged and sizzling with energy. "Zayn will be here any minute," River added, answering the question in her father's glance. "Thanks again for inviting me here. Your resort is stunning." "It was my pleasure," Papa replied. "I wasn't sure I had the right room," River went on. "Luckily, I bumped into your daughter outside." "There you go with luck again," Aaliyah said, tucking her hair behind her ear. Ugh, was she flirting? She was flirting. River shrugged, tweaking that grin again. "I told you, I have it in spades." Papa frowned at the two of them. He checked his watch, then flicked a glance at River. "You said he was coming? I have to say, I dislike being kept waiting." Aaliyah's unease increased. River fidgeted. He claimed not to know why he and Zayn were here, but was that true? She decided conversation was the best course. Distraction was the key to easing tension. "So you work for Zayn Hassan?" she asked. "I do. I keep his schedule and tag along with him on the occasional business trip." In spite of herself, Aaliyah stung at the implication. "Is this a business trip?" Nice to be considered business. He spoke with hesitation. "I don't actually know the nature of this trip. I came at your father's invitation. This resort is awesome. It's probably one of the best I've been in." The words from the description she'd written for the website peeled in her mind. Fine food unrivaled, quintessential luxury unsurpassed. Guests can expect the epitome of peace and tranquility in any Aaliyah resort. His admission relaxed the clench in her ribs, if only slightly. "Thank you. My father and I take great pride in making our establishments as comfortable as possible." "So you work with him quite a bit, I take it." "I do." She lifted her chin, not as much as she was hoping to. She wasn't sure her father understood or realized how much she worked on the sidelines in his company. If he did, she probably wouldn't be in this situation. She tried learning what she could, that was all. Too bad it didn't total 3 years in a managerial position. The night before, sleep wouldn't let her settle in. She'd been too agitated, too hurt by her father's mistrust and lack of belief that she could manage his company. Wasn't that his expectation all along? An unspoken agreement existed between them. She would one day inherit his company, or so she thought. It was why she'd chosen to go to business school instead of studying architecture the way she'd wanted. Now they were here to meet Papa's actual chosen CEO candidate. That would be one thing, but add nuptials into the mix, and she was set like a racehorse waiting in the gate. She had to prove herself in whatever way she could. Aaliyah shot a discreet glance toward Papa and straightened her shoulders. "In fact, I just returned from a tour of our North American hotels. I checked the management and upkeep of several locations. It's important to keep close surveillance so each individual resort's needs are being met." "Very impressive," River said without hesitation and question in his tone. Papa laughed and clapped River's shoulder before reaching for her hand. Now, daughter, this isn't the man we're trying to impress." Heat pooled in her cheeks. How she wished he was in that moment. Too bad her father again missed the real target for her boasting. A knock sounded, interrupting them. Aaliyah recognized the frustrated knit of her father's brow. Here he'd been hoping for whoever this Zayn was to make an impression on her, and the man had the gall to show up late. She couldn't say she minded. She fluffed her hair and put her game face on. Though she hadn't been permitted to enter the business world as planned, she'd wrangled conversationally with a few hard-headed students while getting her degree. She could do this. She could. She had to. Lily again got the door and another man walked in. He wasn't quite as tall as River, but he wore a dress shirt and tie with black slacks. His black hair was cut in a military style. Aaliyah recognized his face after all. Wide-set eyes, thick brows, ridged jawline, and tan skin. He wore the severe no-nonsense suit as well. Unlike River, he didn't grin at her father's approach. "You're late, Hassan," said Papa. Hassan. That meant this was Zayn. This was the man her dad wanted her to marry. "My apologies. The elevator was jammed and I couldn't make my way up." The resort had 20 floors, true, but what was that when he had an appointment to keep? Aaliyah herself didn't mind as much as she knew her father did, and she knew Papa well enough that his thoughts were somewhere along those lines. If you make an appointment at 10 a.m., you were there at 9:55. "Don't go blaming the elevator now," River said, smirking. "River." Zayn's tone was relieved. He clasped hands with his assistant. "You made it." "Yeah, no thanks to you." They both laughed as if at some inside joke. The knot in Aaliyah's chest loosened a single thread. At least Zayn finally proved he knew how to smile. She couldn't help the way her attention was drawn to River. He seemed the exact opposite of his boss. Cool and relaxed, not only in his jeans and tee, but in his very demeanor. She supposed Zayn did need to look the part, and for all she knew, he was as nervous as she was. If the situation was reversed, and she was meeting with a client or potential employer, she would have dressed to the nines too. She probably would have been apprehensive and on edge, more so than he seemed to be. Papa opened his mouth ready to retort when River went on, turning to Mr. Aaliyah. "All joking aside, my boss here is as punctual as they come in every other circumstance. If he's late, trust me, it's not habitual." "Glad to hear it," Papa said, visibly relaxing. "We have worked together for many years, but this is our first meeting in person." He clapped River on the back before taking Zayn by the arm and leading him away from the suite's entryway. If only River hadn't spoken up in Zayn's defense. Then maybe Papa would dismiss them all and forget this had ever happened. Wishful thinking. Instead, she waited for the minute her father would drop the proverbial bomb. Chapter 4. Aaliyah wasn't sure what to do. Standing there while the men were essentially presented to her was the epitome of embarrassing. "Come here where we can all sit a little more comfortably," her father said, gesturing to her near the gathered white couches around a single coffee table. Each seat was speckled with silver throw pillows. "I'm sure you're wondering why I've invited you here." River waited for Zayn to sit first before taking the single padded chair across from him and right next to Aaliyah. His proximity was like a live wire on full charge. It raised the hair on her arms and sent discreet signals to a previously dormant pit in her stomach. She clenched, instantly self-conscious. How she sat, how she held her hands in her lap, the way her foot couldn't seem to stop jiggling. "We've spoken of visiting your resort for a while now," said Zayn. "I'm only sorry we didn't make it here sooner." "Yes, well, now is the perfect time," Papa said. "I'd like you to meet my daughter Aaliyah." Zayn smiled at her. "Hey there." He inclined his head. Papa went on. "Aaliyah and I have a proposition to make with you." The fidget in her foot increased its pace. Why did he have to make it sound like this was her idea? Lily wove between her father and Zayn with the silver tray in her hands. Gingerly, she bent and placed the tray on the coffee table between them. Appetizing smells of pastries and bowls of freshly assembled fruit added color to the scene, making Aaliyah's mouth water. Zayn reached for one of the crystal-clear glasses of what appeared to be lemonade. A desert was in Aaliyah's mouth, but she didn't dare reach for a glass of her own. She doubted she could keep it steady. "I wouldn't be a man if I didn't believe in tradition," her father said. "And as others in our family line have had an arranged marriage, it wouldn't be in keeping with tradition if I didn't do the same for my daughter's future happiness." Zayn coughed into his glass, nearly spitting the contents from his lips. River's brow furrowed, and while Zayn was staring at her father as though he was growing horns, she distinctly felt River's gaze cemented to her. It was calculating, confused, and oozing with the question he didn't voice. Did she really want this? She wished she could stand up, dismiss both men, and tell her father exactly how she felt and what her plans were. She wished she could answer the question in River's scrutiny with the truth. She wished she were anywhere but here. Her father flattened his palms together and continued speaking. I will not be around forever, and I need to ensure my company and resorts are in good hands. Many thousands of employees' livelihoods are in my hands, and thus will fall into the hands of whoever takes control of my company. Aaliyah is my heir, but I don't wish for her to tackle such a burden alone. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but my CEO is retiring. I need someone capable of filling his position, someone I can trust, someone who knows how to handle opinionated partners, obnoxious executives, and picky financial officers. Papa chuckled at some personal bit of humor. Zayn cleared his throat. Just so we're clear, it sounds like you're offering me the CEO position. Papa leaned in Zayn's direction and rested his forearms on his thighs. That isn't all I'm offering, Zayn. Family is the most important thing young people can have. Family and marriage. My Aaliyah needs to be as secure as she can be. She needs someone who can help her as she oversees my company. And you think I'm the man for the job? Zayn said, continuing to stare, dumbstruck. The job? The implication was a puncture. Marriage to her was nothing more than that, apparently. She hated this entire situation. Her cheeks were flaming. She wanted to melt and seep under the rug, to dissolve then and there and cease to exist. River continued to frown at her as though he could sense her discomfort. Papa straightened. I think that is what you and Aaliyah need to determine. After the time you and I've spent working together, as you've helped me settle my affairs, seeing how you keep your cool under pressure, how composed you are, I think you are a good man, Zayn. I think she could be happy with you. We have invited you here today to determine if yours and Aaliyah's mutual happiness might be possible. Her father's pitch had all the bells and whistles of a business proposition, and if he'd been talking about anything else, Aaliyah might have been impressed. But the same uncomfortable quicksand she'd been sinking in since River and Zayn arrived seemed to be spreading. From the expression on each of the men's faces, she wasn't the only one hoping someone would throw a rope. Zayn returned his glass to the tray. With all due respect, sir, I have my own billion-dollar business and my hands are quite full with it. Maybe you should consider River instead. He cast out a smirk as though waiting for the room at large to laugh. River didn't laugh. Neither did Ahmed Elir. If anything, the crease between his brow deepened. I wouldn't have offered such a thing if I didn't think it was a good idea. My daughter is a lovely person. She is kind and considerate of others. She is a hard worker. She has a beautiful spirit, a remarkable soul, and I want to make sure she is married to a good man who can match her in character. Are you not up to the task? Patches of red blotted Zayn's cheek. No, of course. I'm sure she's a great person. Aaliyah couldn't take this a moment longer. She stood. Her father rose in response, ever the gentleman, and after skewering the other two men with a glance so obvious it was almost pitiful, River and Zayn stood as well. Excuse me, but I dislike sitting here while you discuss me as though I'm not in the room, Aaliyah said. My father thinks it's a good idea, Mr. Hassan, and I have told him I'm willing to give it a try and at least see if we're compatible. If you aren't, then you don't have any more business being here. There, rope thrown. Hopefully Zayn would take her invitation and leave. Then this whole nightmare could end. Her father's eyes twinkled at her. He offered his hands to the two men. I'll leave the two of you to discuss this, shall I? Aaliyah will tell me what you've decided. Papa gave her an adoring smile that she couldn't return. Then he bent for one of the glasses and exited the room. A certain amount of tension seeped out with him. The air thinned, becoming easier to breathe. Aaliyah drew in a long, cleansing breath, letting it expand her lungs more than they had all morning. River rested a hand on his hip. "I think I'll leave as well, Miss Aaliyah. I apologize. I received a direct invitation from your father to come to your resort. If I'd had any idea what he had in mind, I never would have imposed." Aaliyah inclined her head. This was embarrassing enough for her. She could only imagine what it must be like for him to sit in on what was essentially a bride-winning meeting. "It's okay. I'm sorry you were caught in the middle of all of this. I thought my father would have clued you both into his intentions before arranging this." "I understand. It's hard for me to think of everything, too," Rivers said, in a conciliatory sort of way. He was trying to comfort her. That meant a lot. "Thanks, River," Zayn said. He took a step and then seemed to think better of it. Chances were he wanted to leave as well. She couldn't say she blamed him, but she had given him an opening to do just that. Why hadn't he taken it? "I'll catch up with you later." River began making his way across the carpet. Fear struck her in the most irrational way with every step he took. Her ribcage shrank. She couldn't breathe. All at once, she was 5 years old and being left with a new sitter. She did not want to be left alone with her future husband. Lily was there, true, but there was something calming about River, something that put her at ease, and she needed that right now. Aaliyah would get her opinion on things later. "Wait." River paused, peering over his shoulder. She took a tentative step, stopping at the coffee table's edge. "Please don't go." River's regard flashed from her to Zayn and back again. He tucked his hand all the way into his pocket and it bulged as though his hand fisted around something within. "Okay, is that all right with you, boss?" "Please," Zayn said. River pointed to the gray armchair beside the door. I'll be over here." He swiped the magazine sitting on the stand beside it and plunked down, making it clear he would take no more part in the conversation. That was fine with her. With her father gone, she really needed to lay things out for Zayn. Aaliyah sat again and forced her torso to relax. It didn't listen. "I know my father offered the CEO position to you," she began, "but I think it's only fair to tell you I'd like it for myself." Zayn lowered into his seat and folded his arms. If he was surprised, he didn't show it. "I appreciate your candor. Honestly, I haven't been thinking about that, not as much as his other offer." Her spine turned into a wooden plank. "You mean marrying me?" Zayn ran a hand through his hair. "Miss Aaliyah, I'm sorry if I'm not expressing myself very well. I'm afraid this has come out of nowhere. I'll be frank. I would have appreciated some kind of forewarning." "You're telling me," she thought. "I know it's sudden," she said, reaching for a strawberry and staring at it. "It was for me, too." "So this wasn't your idea?" Zayn said. "No." She didn't want to go into details about her father's health condition or elaborate any further. She placed the strawberry on her small plate. "But I do see where he is coming from. I'm willing to get to know you, and I told him we could start there." He was sitting too still, too calmly. Her father had praised him for his composure under pressure, and she was witnessing it firsthand. Did he always have it together? Was he the type to let things bottle and stew? He would be a good match for her if she needed help as CEO. That was a big if, though. She was still confident she could manage it on her own, but how could she deny her father his dying wish? To marry someone so seemingly stoic. She was surrounded by put together. She wanted a man who was real, who sang in the shower and stopped to help someone if they dropped something. A man who could kick back and be himself while she did the same. For some reason, nice as he was, she couldn't picture Zayn being that way. "I'd be happy to start there," Zayn said. I have a lot of respect for your father. We've worked together for a long while, and he's mentioned you before with high praise. I'm sure you're a good person, Aaliyah. Marriage? Wow, that's a big commitment. She refused to lower her chin, though irritation and the smallest trickle of hurt washed over her. It was a hasty decision, and in any other circumstance she never would have considered it. She couldn't figure out why she should be hurt by his words. Rejection was rejection, she supposed. For me too, she said. The two of them sat across from one another. She took a bite of the strawberry. He reached for his glass of lemonade. Resolutely, she broke the silence. How about a date, Mr. Hassan? A date? Yes, you take me on a date. To dinner or somewhere else where we can talk. We can see about getting to know one another, and then we can decide from there. He narrowed his eyes. Why are you doing this? He asked. You said you want the CEO position, and that I believe. But something tells me you don't want this. He waved his hand between the two of them. The ready answer came to her lips without question. Because I love my father. Zayn ran his finger along the rim of his glass. That's admirable. I love my father too, but I wouldn't marry someone because he said so. Whether he meant them to be or not, his words were insulting. She wasn't sure what to say. How very fortunate for you. Zayn winced. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at marriage arrangements. Aaliyah pushed back into her seat and folded her arms, pinning him with her most purposeful stare. What is it you want, Mr. Hassan? Me? You have a billion-dollar business, a jet to take you across the country at the last minute, an assistant to handle all of your scheduling. Is there anything you're lacking? He smirked. Are you asking if I have a girlfriend? She couldn't smile. Maybe she was being too serious, but he didn't seem to be taking this seriously at all. Not necessarily, though that would be helpful information to know, considering the deal my dad is trying to arrange. Zayn looked right at her. His eyes were brown like coffee grinds. No, Miss Aaliyah, I don't have a girlfriend. And do you have any interest in... She almost said me, but changed her mind at the last second. The CEO position my father is offering you? He cleared his throat. I'll have to give the answer some thought. It's an advantageous offer. I've built my law firm in conjunction with my partner, and while it's been extremely successful, it's not a thriving resort line. I'm sure... Trapped halfway between disgust and disbelief, she tuned out his train of thought. Unable to hear the rest. Was he serious? Any decent person would have declined. Rather, she should say any decent person in league to marry her would have declined. She told him she wanted the position, but either he hadn't heard her or he didn't care. In any case, it told her all she needed to know. Well, she said when he finished, I can tell you don't want to do this, so I'll thank you for your time and say goodbye. Aaliyah stood, wove through the space between the coffee table and chairs, and headed for the door. She was ready to be rid of him, of her father, of this entire debacle. She felt stupid, so stupid. Miss Aaliyah, wait. Her eyes closed. He wasn't supposed to call after her. He was supposed to let her walk away and leave shortly thereafter. Slowly she turned. Zayn was standing by the seating area, one hand on the back of the chair he vacated. Vulnerability streaked across his face. Here she thought she was the only one who was nervous. Zayn offered her a smile. Her father had been right. He was good-looking. Forgive me for being so thrown off by all of this. Of course, I'd like to get to know you better. I'd be happy to take you to dinner. How does 7 o'clock tonight sound? The sound of a magazine's pages crinkled. River kept his face ridiculously focused on the magazine he'd discovered. She'd almost forgotten he was there. She couldn't displace the instant effect River had on her. That connection was non-existent with Zayn. Was that lack of connection some kind of karma because she was fighting so hard against the union her dad was trying to arrange? She supposed human nature led her to want what she couldn't have. Her mind was a circus. Thoughts flipped from one trapeze to the next. She should just say no, thank him for coming, wish him well, and tell her father it wasn't going to work. Yet, something inside of her held her back. Would it really be so bad to get to know him a little better? To give this a try? No, an arranged marriage wasn't what she would have wanted, but how could she really know? It was only dinner. 7 o'clock sounds great, she said, astounded she was even agreeing to this. She inhaled a long breath. I'll meet you at the Crystal Sands restaurant below. Zayn's cheeks relaxed in a relieved smile. At least she thought it was relief. Sounds good. River lowered the magazine enough to peer over its edge. Jitters spiraled all down her arms as she made her way past him to the exit. She didn't stop until she returned to her room and planted her back against the door as though she needed the support. I don't believe it, she muttered to her empty suite. The entire appalling conversation replayed in her mind with stark clarity, from the coursing blaze of meeting River in the hallway to the calloused consultation with Zayn, to being left painfully alone to discuss things with him. She'd warmed to the thought of River when she thought he was her intended. If only it was River. Aaliyah berated herself for the thought. This was what her father wanted. She had to face it. This was really happening. She was going to give Zayn a chance to be her husband, for Papa's sake. Aaliyah only hoped she wouldn't come to regret it. Chapter 5. River waited for Aaliyah to close the door behind her before lowering the Outdoors magazine completely. He hadn't read a single word, backpacking, biking, or otherwise. Everything had blurred under the scalding heat of Zayn and Aaliyah's conversation. A conversation he would much rather have avoided. The look Aaliyah had given him, the desperation in her voice as she'd asked him to stay, he couldn't have denied her. She had to have known what was coming, but from the way Zayn stood and stared out the window in a daze now, it was apparent his boss hadn't. Would you ever have guessed that was why he requested we come here? Zayn's voice was colorless, stunned. Come on, River said. They were still in Mr. Aaliyah's suite. Zayn would probably want the privacy of speaking freely without worrying about the owner overhearing. Mr. Aaliyah had stepped out into the hall, but who was to say he hadn't remained within listening distance? River led the way and Zayn followed him out. They made it as far as the elevator, and River managed to push the down button before Zayn started again. CEO, I can understand. His voice betrayed how unsettled he was. But marriage? Are you seriously going to consider it? River asked. They entered the elevator and he pushed the button for the lobby. Zayn shrugged. It sounds like I already am. I wanted to say no, but did you see her? River was about to agree. Aaliyah had appeared completely thrown by the whole situation, like a hostess trying to remedy a grave misunderstanding among her guests. He hardly knew her, but he suspected she'd been trying not to fall apart in there. Zayn jabbed River and fought against a smirk. She's a fox. Seriously? River was taken aback. He thought Zayn was being sympathetic, not psychopathic. Come on, Zayn said. You know I'm just trying to make light of a really heavy situation. That comment, light as he clearly meant it to be, didn't completely assuage the lump in River's chest. For some reason, he didn't like Zayn talking about Aaliyah that way, like she wasn't a person. She is gorgeous, River agreed as the elevator dinged and opened to a lavish lobby with a towering ceiling. Its gilded decor was like antique frames and set off by marble columns. Planted palm trees stood as sentinels along curved couches and elegant tables. But that can't be the only reason for doing this, and you know it. Zayn tugged at his collar and stepped onto the mosaic-style carpet. Sounds like the old man is making one offer, not two. If I don't marry his daughter, I don't stand a chance at the position. You actually want CEO? Why do you sound so shocked? You said yourself you already have a rocking businessman. Look around you, Zayn said, fanning out his arms in reference to the impeccable, multi-layered fountain in the lobby's center, the silver pillows with tassels, the mirrors above glossy, polished tables. I could have the position, travel to places like this, and it would be my job. You can travel to places like this anytime you want. I'm qualified, Zayn argued, and this seems so much more exotic than a stuffy courtroom. He inhaled with satisfaction. So satiating. River's mind whirled. Maybe Zayn was missing the seriousness here. It wasn't as though he wasted energy worrying over his own schedule the way River did. Did Zayn really think he could just walk away from Hassan and Stillman? What about your firm, your clients? Plenty of lawyers would kill to take my place, Zayn said without a blink. River scoffed, thinking of Zayn's most demanding client. Norris will love that. That's just it. If I do this, I'll never have to wrangle a complicated case like his ever again. I'd let people deal with their own problems while I deal with this. He plunged into a colorful, armless seat and spread-eagled his arms across its back, cocky and confident. You don't have the spot yet, River cautioned. He didn't like this behavior. Zayn wasn't usually one to let things get to his head, but he was acting so possessive, so entitled and careless. He was about to call him out on his inflating head when Zayn lifted his phone to his ear and held a finger to halt River. River stewed in his thoughts, thinking back to the situation they'd just left. Uncomfortable didn't quite seem strong enough of a word. He could only imagine how distressing it was for Aaliyah. Though he couldn't understand it, he was glad when she'd spoken up for herself. Why was she going along with this whole thing? She'd claimed to love her father, but he couldn't buy that. Not that she didn't love him, but that she'd do all of this, give her life away, just to please her dad. Something else had to be going on. This was the 21st century. Arranged marriages were things from King Arthur and Fiddler on the Roof. He wished he could help Aaliyah somehow, to help her realize she didn't have to do this. Surely she had to be dreaming of something other than marrying a total stranger. She'd asked Zayn about having a girlfriend and what he wanted. What about her? Wasn't there anyone she loved? What did she really want in her heart of hearts? Why was he thinking about this at all? River was Zayn's assistant, nothing more. He was on vacation in one of the most amazing resorts in the world. He couldn't take this situation on himself. He shouldn't. The problem was, he was Zayn's assistant. His job entailed tracking Zayn's problems. It was why the man had hired him, and he was used to dealing with the tedious demands his boss didn't want to handle. River sank onto a chair in the lobby and took the lamp from his pocket. Rubbing the trinket he'd found in Arizona with his grandpa when he was a kid had become a habit. When he was younger, he believed the lamp gave him good luck. It'd been with him on every test, at every job interview. He'd even wished on it when he'd applied for the position with Zayn. He wondered dismissively about giving it to Aaliyah. If anyone needed luck right now, she probably did. While he liked Zayn, he wasn't sure he was the best person to arrange a marriage with anyone. Zayn tended to think selfishly, as evidenced by his initial reaction to Mr. Aaliyah's offer. Though River had to admit, having that bone thrown would choke any dog right at first. Aaliyah was beautiful. She held herself with confidence, and the angle of her head was similar to a swan's. Her dark hair, her lovely temperament. She'd kept her cool much better than Zayn had. Then again, she'd known what was coming. What would River have done if he'd been presented with such an offer? Not bumble like an idiot, that was for sure. But really, what would he have done if it'd been him? He rubbed his lamp charm again, out of habit more than anything else, and tucked it into his pocket. Zayn was still on his cell, laughing heartily and receiving several glances from other hotel residents. His gaze shifted and he turned his back, making River wonder who he was talking to. River considered poking into the high-end gift shop adjacent to the reception desk while he waited for Zayn to finish his call when his own phone buzzed. Jason Norris's name filled the screen. Norris was one of Zayn's biggest clients. Though many other attorneys worked at his firm, Zayn still took on the more difficult, often international cases. And Norris's case in Fiji happened to fall into that category. While River wasn't privy to the details of circumstances Zayn handled, he did know his client was dealing with a rather nasty divorce. This client was also needy and often demanded Zayn to fly out in person rather than dealing with things over the phone. "Hello, Mr. Norris," River said. "This is deplorable," Norris said in his scruffy voice. "They're asking for a financial disclosure, as though I have some hidden assets. Those offshore accounts are none of her business. Should never have married without a prenup. I need Mr. Hassan here, and I need him tonight." River hurried to placate him. His divorce had been dragged out for a year now, consequences of substantial debt and significant assets between the two of them. Yeah, River knew more about it than he probably should. It was Norris's doing more than Zayn's. Zayn kept the appropriate level of confidentiality as he should, but Norris spewed everything like a leaky pipe. "Just one moment, please, Mr. Norris," River said, watching Zayn bend backward with more laughter. Who was he talking to? "I'm afraid Zayn is already out of town on business. He'll have to schedule something with you perhaps for tomorrow or the next day." "That won't do. I'm paying him insane amounts of money, and he needs to get here as soon as possible. I can't handle this without him." Zayn pocketed his phone and swaggered to the marble column where River stood. "I understand," River said. "Do you mind if I call you back, sir? I'll need to check a few things in Mr. Hassan's schedule." "Clear his schedule or we're finding new representation." The dial tone sounded. "What was that all about?" Zayn asked. River sighed as Norris's threat resonated in his ears. He knew Zayn had a date with Aaliyah that night. She'd already seemed skeptical of him enough as it was, and how aloof he'd been about the arranged marriage. She'd probably rescind the arrangement altogether if Zayn didn't show up to their date. Still, the decision belonged to Zayn, not him. River slumped against the column. He opened his mouth to speak when several people congregated at the store's entrance not more than 5 feet away. This wasn't something for listening ears. River gestured, and Zayn accompanied him through the resort's automatic revolving glass doors. The Florida heat was stifling. Humidity made an instant sticky trap of River's skin. Sounds of distant traffic provided white noise, and the lack of people on the sidewalk offered the privacy he was hoping for. Or the sense of privacy, anyway. "He wants you to fly out to Fiji tonight, man," River said. "He demands your immediate personal intervention." Zayn exhaled. "Tonight? I can't. What about Aaliyah?" River slipped his phone into his back pocket and shrugged. "You know Norris. He was really insistent. He said you needed to be there or he would find different representation." Zayn wiped the sweat beating at his temple. "He's one of my biggest clients." "I know." A pause lingered between them. Zayn crooked his head back to take in the resort's full height. It towered over them, the windows staring out at the parking lot and the ocean beyond like hundreds of eyes. "What should I do?" River gripped the lamp in his pocket. "Explain everything to Aaliyah. She'll understand." Zayn nudged a nearby palm tree with his designer toe. "Will she?" She seemed inclined to find other representation, too. River laughed. He gazed out at the traffic crawling beyond the parking lot, then panoramically past the spearing palm trees toward the visible snatch of ocean. This really was an amazing vacation spot. Any other time, he would have been eager to unwind in a swimsuit and improve his tan. He could never relax, though, not really. His phone still rang on vacation. He still had Zayn's problems to sort out. Zayn broke the silence. "I've got an idea. You could go in my place." "What? Not a chance." Zayn rapped him on the arm. "Come on. All you have to do is keep her company, talk about me, tell her how amazing I am." River couldn't believe he was hearing this. Eavesdropping earlier had been bad enough. Standing in on dates? That's the epitome of awkward, Zayn. "I can't cancel on her, and I can't bring her to Fiji with me," Zayn argued. "I can't send you to Fiji in my place, and I can't make it to the dinner if I have to fly to Fiji. Just meet her for dinner, River. Please." River rubbed his forehead. This was insane, completely ludicrous. He voiced his thoughts aloud. "This is not in my job description." "Fine then, I'll pay you a little extra." "Perfect. What if she found out I was paid to take her on a date?" That sounded awful, too. Zayn flinched at the insinuation. He paced a few feet away and then turned back. Sweat started to drip down River's spine. "Come on, man," Zayn said. "Just dinner. Help me out. I'm not CEO here yet, and if it doesn't work out, I've got to maintain my own clientele." River stated the obvious. "She may not go for it." "If anyone can convince her to give me a chance, it's you, Riv." River gritted his teeth. As any good lawyer would, Zayn was deflecting every single one of his arguments. "You know you're nuts, right?" "You know I'm right," Zayn said. "I'm stuck. Just do it, man, please." It was all River could do not to roll his eyes. "Fine, I'll meet with her, but she'll form her own opinion, sir. And a no-show on a first date isn't going to look good for you." "She'll get over it when she knows it's for work," Zayn said, shrugging it off. "You're the best." River fought against his irritation. This wasn't fair to Aaliyah, but he would do it. His personal assistant brain clicked in, jumped onto the next to-do. "I'll schedule your flight. Your pilot should still be in town." "Good deal. I'll go get my bag. Have a car ready, would you?" Zayn was already inside and halfway to the elevator before River managed an answer. "Will do." River allowed the July heat to bake him for a few seconds longer. He tried to think of a different solution, but his mind was coming up blank. There was no other option now, not when Zayn had made up his mind. River followed through with the arrangement for the car and Zayn's pilot while concerns continued to unsettle him. He glanced at the clock. A few more hours before dinner, before he had to break the news to Aaliyah. Chapter 6. Aaliyah had difficulty concentrating on anything but her upcoming, nerve-wracking date with Zayn. So when Lily bustled into the room looking radiant but exhausted from a day organizing and helping her father, Aaliyah was glad for the chance to sit down with her friend. "What am I doing?" Aaliyah asked, resting her head against the back of the hotel armchair and staring up at the ceiling. "It's just a date," Lily said. She'd kicked off her shoes and stretched her nylon feet with a relieved sigh. Aaliyah knew Papa was fairly easy to work for, but he also relied on Lily quite a lot to help manage meetings and keep tabs on the various needs of all the different hotels he owned. Some days were more exhausting than others. "Just a date, sure," Aaliyah said, "with the man my dad wants me to marry." She rubbed her fingers along her temples, exhaling at the minute amount of relief the action brought with it. "Could be worse." Lily's tone held too much caution in it to just be a casual remark. Aaliyah lifted her head to find Lily watching her. She'd never gotten anything personal from Lily before, not like this. Though she'd always considered them to be friends, she realized how much she didn't know about Papa's assistant. Whenever they talked, it was always about Aaliyah's problems. Chagrined, Aaliyah wanted to change that fact. "Why? Are you dating anyone?" she asked. Lily ducked her head too quickly. Her red hair was pulled into a ponytail, and a portion of it splashed down her shoulder. She didn't reply, but instead straightened both her back and her legs. The action was a return to her professional position, not the casual relief they'd both been soaking in moments before. Had Aaliyah said something wrong? Something to offend her? "I'm sorry," she said. "I overstepped." Lily's cheeks blotched with pink so bright it almost matched the red of her vibrant hair. She blinked rapidly and hurried to slip her feet back into the navy blue pumps. "It's okay. I should probably go." Please don't go. I didn't mean to pry into your personal life." Lily's shoulders slumped. She paused and stared at her hand resting on the table beside her legs. Seconds ticked by, so many that Aaliyah wondered what she could say to lighten the mood between them. Here she was complaining about having to marry a wealthy, successful, good-looking lawyer, and who knew what difficulties Lily was dealing with at the moment. She made a mental note to be more considerate next time. Shoes on her feet once more, Lily stood. She smoothed the hand down her skirt to straighten it and then paused. "It's okay," she said. I know we don't talk about personal stuff very often, but I'm dealing with a pretty rough breakup right now, and it's hard for me to talk about." "I'm so sorry," Aaliyah said. Risking being too personal again, she couldn't help asking, "Rough how?" Lily hugged her arms around herself and stared at a spot on the carpet. "He's not who I thought he was." She lifted her head to give a pitiful, sad smile. Aaliyah was dying to ask more, but she reminded herself of the resolution she'd made a few minutes ago to be considerate and not pry. Lily's phone saved her the trouble. It pinged and stole the room's attention for the briefest of moments. "Sorry, I'd better reply to this," Lily said. "Good luck on your date. You look stunning." "Thanks," Aaliyah said. She pressed her lips together, wishing she could come up with something to say that would make this particular parting a little smoother. Lily stepped out and Aaliyah exhaled a long, slow breath. She was in the middle of a bad breakup? From the way Lily had acted about it, things had been really rough. She'd been almost defensive when Aaliyah had asked if she was dating someone. What had her so on edge? Aaliyah glanced at the clock beside her bed and her entire body jolted. 10 minutes. She was meeting Zayn downstairs in 10 minutes. She brushed her teeth, checked her hair, and slid a long silver chain over her head. It set off her olive maxi dress perfectly. Whenever she went out, cameras seemed to tail her. She wanted to make a good impression tonight, but that was hard to do when her insides were doing loop-de-loops. She tried to find the most comfortable yet stylish thing she could. A soft flowy dress with pockets? Yes, please. She slipped into her sandals and headed out to the elevator, determined to catch up with Lily for an update later. She had to get her head in the game. Zayn had one chance to prove himself to her. Maybe deep inside he was considerate and kind, as good at handling his personal life as he claimed to be professionally. The lobby hosted what appeared to be a newly arrived crew of surfers. Dozens of men with washboard abs and swim shorts of various colors propped surfboards along the tile and exchanged peals of laughter. Aaliyah lowered her head and scampered past the central fountain and seating area to the crystal sands. She rarely ate here, opting for more private places like her suite or her father's. Neither of those were options tonight. She had considered the rooftop, but she wanted something more public. Somewhere she and Zayn could talk and yet not be completely alone. She didn't want a repeat of the emotions that swept over her earlier. It wasn't Zayn waiting at the entrance, however. It was River. looking fierce in a gray suit and black shirt set off by tan shoes. Clean cut, razor sharp, and oh, so brutal. River's caramel eyes met hers, and the corners of his lips kinked. Her pulse kicked. His tractor beam locked in, luring her straight to him. River? She glanced around, wondering if Zayn was with him. You meeting someone for dinner? Yeah, he said. You. Her confusion contrasted his statement. I'm sorry, she said, gripping her golden clutch. Maybe you didn't hear, but I'm actually meeting Zayn tonight. I heard, he said, lowering his head. Believe me. She grimaced. Yeah, sorry about that. I know it probably wasn't appropriate to have you there for all that this morning. It's okay. He flashed a smile and a shrug. I mean, it was awkward, don't get me wrong, but I think I understand why you asked me to stay. Her insides perked up. You do? A couple passed them and entered the restaurant. The receptionist greeted them as they requested a table for two. She directed them to follow the waitress and then paused to gauge whether or not Aaliyah and River were going in. Aaliyah shook her head in a silent answer. Yeah, River said. You're in a tough situation right now. She released a chuckle. That's putting it mildly. River licked his bottom lip. I'm sorry to say it's about to get tougher. Oh? How so? Zayn had to leave town on business. Looks like you're stuck with me as your date. This time his grin was forced, as he wasn't sure how she'd take the news. The anticipation inside her burst. He left? It was a pressing matter. He wouldn't have missed being with you if it weren't. Unbelievable, she said with a twist of emotions. Her father's returned cancer, losing any fleeting hopes of CEO. She'd even been talking herself into accepting this marriage only to be confronted by a no-show? Aaliyah scratched the back of her neck, casting her gaze away from River. She steeled herself, tossing her hair from her shoulders and doing her best to remain impassive. Thanks for telling me. Would you please inform Mr. Hassan that his services are no longer required? His services? She probably shouldn't have worded it like that. Meaning, I can see that he has no interest in my father's offer. He's obviously too busy to undertake another company or to devote any time to getting to know me. Believe me, he is still interested, River said. Her lower lip began to tremble. She gritted her teeth to ward away emotion. Why was this affecting her so much? If he was interested, he would be here. What should she do? Wait for him to return? Sorry you had to come all the way down here for nothing. Have a good evening, Mr. Yevon. She whirled, ready to make a distinct departure, to not let him see her cry. His voice, wafting from behind her, had a gravitational effect. Are you sure? I mean, why call it a night? She halted, allowing herself to be lured in. Blinking a few times, she turned on her sandal's heel. I'm still here, he added. He was definitely there, tall and suave and lifting his brows in anticipation of her answer. How could he be so relaxed about this? I can see that, she said. He shrugged. You're here too. Why not just go to dinner? The idea of spending time with River had been teasing her since she'd mistaken him for Zayn that morning. The prospect of dinner with him now made her insides flutter in an entirely new way. Her palms grew clammy. It wasn't him she was angry with. He wasn't the one discarding her from the start. The least she could do was go to dinner with him. He had, after all, been decent enough to tell her the news. Okay, she said, if you're sure you want to. He took a few steps toward her. Of course I do. Do you? His question had the impact of emerging from being underwater, gasping and refreshing. This wasn't expected of her. This wasn't required. He was asking her the way any normal guy would. When had that last happened? Aaliyah took a steadying breath and smiled. Sure, she said. Why not? Great. He jetted a thumb toward the restaurant. I'll let them know we're ready. Aaliyah gripped her clutch and held it toward him. Actually, do you mind if we go somewhere else? I'm not really a fan of being out in public here. I get a lot of attention and… She wasn't sure how to say this. What if someone took a picture of her on a date with River when her father wanted her to marry his boss? How would that look? With that thought, she knew she wasn't ready to write Zayn off the way she'd threatened. She couldn't, not until she spoke with Papa. The Aaliyah Resort owner's daughter's wedding was sure to make a splash in the news, which made this situation all the worse. She'd been fine meeting here if it would have been with the man she was actually supposed to marry. If the connection she was already feeling with River turned out to be anything else, she wasn't sure she'd be able to hide it. Where would you like? How about the roof? She suggested. I'll have the area cleared and order some room service to be delivered. The roof? You can clear it just like that? I didn't know that was an option. She smirked. Most people don't. That's the idea. He shifted his weight. The force of his attention quivered in her stomach. His calming presence earlier completely juxtaposed the way he now sent her inner charge to high voltage in 1.2 seconds. It didn't mean she didn't like it. She led him to the reception desk. Tammy smiled at her. She had dark skin and thin braids woven with colorful strands. Hi, Aaliyah. No matter which resort she was at, Aaliyah always did her best to get to know as many of the staff as she could. It was how she knew Tammy, the woman on duty, worked nights so she could be with her kids when they got home from school during the day. Hey, Tammy, Aaliyah said. We need to order some room service to be delivered to the rooftop garden. Can you also have Riker clear the area? We'd like it to ourselves. Tell him to announce it's closing for the evening. Tammy's attention turned to the screen in front of her. If she was curious about Aaliyah's date with River, she didn't show it. You got it. And what would you like brought up? The usual? The usual? River asked, resting a hand on the marble countertop. I take it you go up there a lot? To the roof? Not really, but I do order in almost every night. And you always get the same thing. Occasionally I change it up. I know what I like, she said with a shrug. How do you feel about kebabs? Sounds delicious, he said. Aaliyah nodded at him before turning back to Tammy. The usual, she said, but Tammy was already clacking at the computer again with long pink fingernails. She lifted the receiver on the desk phone, gave a few instructions to the person on the other end, and lowered it again. You're good to go, Tammy said, hanging up the receiver. Riker just made the announcement, so I'd give it a few minutes. Thanks, Tammy. Aaliyah stepped away only to find River's lips pursed in admiration. I can't believe you can clear an entire space just like that, he said. I have to have some perks. She slid him a wicked smile and led the way to the elevators. She pushed the button, hearing a ding in response. Seriously, though, I hardly ever do it unless it's an emergency. And this is an emergency? I'd say it's more like an opportunity. I'd like to keep a low profile, Mr. Yevon. Please, call me River. River. She liked the feel of his name on her lips. It was unusual and intriguing, just like he was. I don't go out a lot because I don't like all the cameras. I usually stick to my rooms unless I'm on business, which doesn't happen as often as I'd like, or there's a special occasion. This is definitely a special occasion. I take it you don't get asked out on too many dates, he said as the elevator opened. They entered and she held a finger to the door close button, hoping no one would insert a hand and reopen the doors. She removed her keys from her clutch, scanned her card against the reader in the center of the other buttons, and then pressed a special button that would take them one level higher. She didn't usually do this around other people. Tourists had to have special access to reach the rooftop pools. No, I don't, she said, eager for a topic change. Where are you from? I grew up in a little town in New Hampshire, but I moved to New York after high school. Did you go to law school too? She asked. No, I was going to trade school, but I needed work, and a position like mine with someone like Zayn pays the bills and feeds my addiction. What addiction is that? She asked as the elevator opened to a blast of heat and sunlight. While she was inside the air-conditioned building, it was easy to forget July's tendency to imitate an Amazonian jungle. The roof at this resort was one of her favorite places. Not every Aaliyah location had rooftop pools, but when they did, she took advantage of it. The rooftop was set up to accommodate dozens of guests, with white cushioned benches facing panels of glass serving as guardrails along the roof's edge. The transparent design was specific, to provide a glimpse of the sea below. Palm trees were potted every few feet, and bamboo set off the white finishing, giving everything a sleek edge. Two rectangular pools lay like parallel lovers in the center of the white benches. Aaliyah took it all in, staring up at the pink and orange, frozen yogurt-esque swirl in the sky. The color in the clouds, combined with the compression of hot air, released the rigidity inside of her like a breath. She forgot her question for River, and he apparently forgot to give her an answer. He was struck by the view, and she was struck by his enjoyment of it. "It's incredible up here," River said. "I feel like I keep saying that since I arrived, but it's true. It's like paradise." Not all of them have this, but that's why I love this one. I always feel so small beneath the immensity up here. It's like whatever I'm dealing with doesn't matter as much as I think it does. "I can see why," River said, removing his jacket. He unbuttoned his sleeves and rolled them to his elbows. Behind them, the elevator dinged again, and a man wearing the hotel's trademark teal uniform exited, pushing a cart laden with 2 trays. River hurried to help the worker place them on one of the bamboo tables. "This smells delicious," he said. Aaliyah set her clutch on a nearby cushioned lounger. "Thanks, Tim." Tim dipped his head. "Sure thing, you two enjoy yourselves." He made his way back to the elevator. Aaliyah turned to find River passing one of the dome trays to her. She took it and sank onto the white cushions. He did the same, holding his tray and settling diagonally across from her. She placed a cloth napkin that matched the teal color used in all the Aaliyah resorts in her lap, lifted the lid, and smiled at the serving of steak kebabs. They were colorful and mouth-watering, alternating with chunks of steak, red bell peppers, mushrooms, pineapple, and onions in no particular pattern, and drizzled with tantalizing teriyaki sauce. "I hope you don't mind me ordering for you," Aaliyah said, chagrined. "I probably should have asked you what you would like to eat." "It's okay. This looks amazing." He used his fork to slide the contents of his kebab onto a plate. "So what about you?" he asked. "Where did you grow up?" "These resorts?" "Wow, that's awesome." He popped a pepper into his mouth. "We traveled a lot," she said. "Whenever Papa was working on a new location, he insisted on being there for its construction. He thrived off of the new life, off the way it got people to work together and the jobs it created. He had tutors join us wherever we went to make sure I got the best education he could provide." "Your dad sounds like a great guy." There was a pause. Her skin was beginning to moisten under the humidity, but it wasn't the heat that kept drawing her eyes to River's. They were in a tug-of-war of attention, as though neither could look away first without letting the other win. Finally, River cleared his throat, cracking the connection, and peered down at his plate. "Is there anything about Zayn you'd like to know?" Awkwardness ebbed its way between them. Aaliyah bit her lip, unsure of what to say. It felt strange talking about Zayn to River. She was still reeling. She supposed Zayn's desire to keep up with his clients was admirable, but that didn't make his sudden departure feel less like a snub. Her father would not have approved either. He would have wanted Zayn to keep his appointment with her. Still, She couldn't manage to repeat her earlier claim that she would no longer go through with this arrangement. Until further notice, it was still on. Aaliyah ate a savory pineapple and asked the first question on her mind. Does Zayn often travel like this? Is he gone a lot? She attempted to sound indifferent, but if this marriage worked out, she didn't want to marry a shadow. River peered toward the outlook and stared out over the city. She wished the air would cool, even a dozen degrees. Clearwater was piping hot during the day. Evenings were a bit cooler, but even so, the nighttime temperatures were as sizzling as other places experienced at noonday. She'd been in Florida for months now, but she still hadn't quite adjusted to the heat and humidity, especially not since summer had kicked into full swing. He travels when his clients require, I suppose, River said without looking at her. Do they require it a lot then? He worked the steak on his plate with a knife and fork. If they do, it would be an opportunity for you to travel with him, see the world. River smiled at her in an appealing way before inserting the steak into his mouth. I've seen the world, she said. I grew up on this chain of hotels, hopping from one place to another. I want stability. My dream is to marry someone who can keep me in one place. She admitted it with urgency and feeling. For some reason, she needed him to understand. As CEO, would that require you to travel? He spoke as though the position was hers. Aaliyah pushed a stray mushroom in a circle on her plate. Not as much as I did growing up, hopefully. Then you wouldn't be traveling with the resort's future construction like your dad did? I have ideas for maintaining the buildings we have. With over 500 hotels, I'm not sure how much more expansion we need to do. I think our focus needs to be maintaining the momentum my dad has going with what already exists. River chewed, all while his expression implied he was mulling over her words. That sounds smart. I may eventually return to expansion, she finished, noncommittal. I can tell you're ready, River said, swallowing with a nod. Not that I'm an expert or anything. I wouldn't know the first thing about being a CEO of a company like yours or Zayn's. But it sounds to me like you're thinking about what's best for the company, and that's what it needs. Aaliyah's heart thundered. No one, not her father, not anyone, had ever verbally confirmed such faith in her before. She spoke without thinking. I've wanted it for so long. It should be yours, River said. As I said, I'm no expert, but I know a position like CEO needs qualifications, and it sounds like you have them. Her mouth parted. She wanted to drop her plate, to lunge at him and throw her arms around him. Instead, she remained where she was in a total daze and tried to sift through the incredulity startling her thoughts. No one has ever said that to me. She was surprised how quiet her voice was. Well, they should. There it was again, that amplified connection between their gazes, a gripping tension in the air that somehow reached across particles and tied her to him, if only for a moment. Do you want to swim? She asked. It's a shame to leave these perfectly good pools to themselves. Ugh, what was she thinking? She wasn't dressed for it, and neither was he. It wouldn't take long to change, though, and she suddenly wanted to prolong the night in whatever way possible. Swimming seemed like a good way to do that. River set aside his empty plate. Yes was in his eyes, in the desire pulsing between them, but a different message slipped from his lips. I should probably go. Aaliyah dipped her chin, staring at her unfinished kebab. Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't make that kind of offer considering my situation. Though she'd essentially told River to dismiss the offer of marriage to Zayn, she knew it wasn't that simple. She was still practically engaged, and what was more, she was practically engaged to River's boss. Why did she have to feel this pull in his direction instead? Chapter 7. Aaliyah's thoughts were so tangled they refused to let her sleep. She wasn't sure what to do. What was it about River that was like a dose of drugs in her blood? She'd only spent short intervals with him, and yet with each instance he'd managed to leave a part of him with her. Her father said she didn't have to decide right away about Zayn, that she could give him a chance and make her decision after she got to know him. Aaliyah never gave his word lightly, and she took hope in that. It wasn't common practice to oppose her father on important issues, not when he'd given the final say. But this hadn't been final. The least she could do was try. She had to tell her father she didn't want to marry Zayn. She didn't want to deal with planning a wedding to a man who couldn't keep his appointments with her. Dawn crept in slowly. Aaliyah tossed and turned, growing more agitated by the minute. It was pointless. She threw the covers aside and rose to go to her laptop on the desk. She'd been tweaking a new project on AutoCAD. The house was simple and comparatively small, but she found she enjoyed situating new floor plans for families and picturing how they would make the best use of the space. Sleep dragged at her eyes the longer she sat. Eventually, she shuffled to her bed and managed to catch a few hours' rest before room service delivered her breakfast at 8 as usual. Aaliyah ate her fruit and muesli, and then she slipped into a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, and a pair of flip-flops before scurrying her way to her father's suite. Papa wore a t-shirt and jeans as well. His hair was combed back behind his ears as always. Aaliyah was heartened by the casual sight of him. He smiled and kissed her on the cheek. "Good morning, daughter. I can see that something is on your mind. It's Zayn, isn't it?" Her lips parted. She hadn't expected him to get right to the point like this, but she was glad he did. "You may already know this, but he stood me up last night, Papa. I don't think this wedding is a good idea." Her father patted her cheek. "It will be okay. He is a busy man who owes his attention to his clients. I've spoken with him and convinced him to agree. You should be expecting a proposal when he returns." A taser would have shocked her less. What? So soon? Her father had been so agitated by Zayn's tardiness. She thought his disappearing act would have the same effect. But his departure had been for business. She knew her father well enough to know he would find that admirable. "He is interested in the CEO position," her father said. "I told him if he wanted that, he would also need to set the date with you by the end of the month." A month? Her vision blanked. "You said you'd give me time." "I don't have time, Aaliyah. You are my heiress, but only if you obey my wishes. I am your father, and I insist you go through with this." His tone grew more agitated with every word. Aaliyah was astounded at the sudden change in him. She should have expected it. He was always pulling the father card, so struck by tradition and his own upbringing. "What's prompting this?" Aaliyah said. He rested his hands on his low back. "I'm going in for my first set of treatments tomorrow. I need to make sure this marriage happens, and that means I'll do whatever it takes to secure your future." Anger burbled. Sparring with him hurt so much it was like a boxing match inside her. How could she argue with him now? She remembered all too well how the last set of treatments had affected him. He was older now, if only by a few years. What if his body didn't handle it as well as before? "I'm headed for a haircut in an hour," he went on, smoothing a hand over his hair. "It will make things easier when the treatments start." His voice rose in pitch. Her heart went out to him. She was so torn, so conflicted. How could she deny him now? How could she tell him how she really felt? Aaliyah put her arms around him, while a completely foreign sense swept over her. She'd been taller than her father for years now, only by inches, but it was enough. This was the first time she'd ever had the sense that she was the one offering comfort, though, that she was the wiser and her father was relying on her. She would go through with this relationship with Zayn. She had to because her father needed her to. River knocked on Amedelier's door. His pre-planned conversation was sprinting the same course it'd been circling since he awoke. He would thank Ahmed for the invitation, but he had pressing work requiring his attention back in New York. He would say it. He had to say it. He couldn't spend another minute in Aaliyah's company. The attraction threading between them the night before had been nothing short of crazy. She had a way of stringing him to her, of opening his mind and heart to say things he probably shouldn't have been saying, like encouraging her about the CEO position. What did he know about anything like that? The pull between them had been so thick it was tangible. When she'd suggested they swim together, the idea of seeing her in a swimsuit had been dangerously appealing. This girl was trouble. He couldn't risk being a stand-in for Zayn anymore, not if he wanted to keep his distance from her. Mr. Aaliyah opened the door with a tired but optimistic smile. River got the feeling it was some kind of mask, that something harder and darker was pushing the need for a smile like that. What was his sudden rush to find a new CEO? To pawn his own daughter off on a stranger? A more brazen man might have asked, but River kept his thoughts and questions to himself. "Good morning, Mr. Aaliyah." "River, good to see you. Come in, come in." River did so, taking everything in. The light and airy room was similar to his own a few floors down, in layout only. River's suite was more like a living area than this. This reminded him of a waiting room, and in a sense he supposed it was. The chair he'd sat in by the door the day before, the backpacking magazine he'd attempted to hide behind, still right where he'd left it. And Aaliyah, standing near the coffee table where she had been during the completely uncomfortable discussion the previous morning. Today, she rocked a pair of jeans and a simple t-shirt that seemed to hug her in all the right places. A knot tangled in the pit of River's stomach. He should have known she would be here. A patch of pink colored her cheeks. Had her skin flushed because he'd entered? He pushed the thought away. Stupid, prideful notion. "Hi, River," she said. "How are you?" Mr. Aaliyah spoke before he could answer. "I've heard from Zayn. It sounds like he won't be returning from Fiji for a few more days. He sends his apologies." River reminded himself why he came. "That's one reason I stopped by, sir. Thank you for inviting me. It has been completely generous of you. Your resort is impeccable, but I'm afraid Aaliyah rotated for a more direct look at him. The knot cinched tighter. "You aren't leaving, are you?" Mr. Aaliyah said. "With your boss gone and the wedding in full swing and on a tight deadline, it would be wise to get things in motion. You're his assistant, you know his tastes. Spend the day with my daughter. Help her discuss wedding plans. She has many things to keep track of, and I'm sure she would appreciate an assistant's assistance." He chuckled at his own play on words. River was astonished by the man's tendency to make decisions on his daughter's behalf. Did Mr. Aaliyah ever consider her feelings? It also made him question the wedding suddenly having a full swing deadline. Did Aaliyah know her father had spoken with Zayn and set a date? "Would you like River's help in his company today, daughter?" Mr. Aaliyah said, finally referring to Aaliyah for her opinion. The color climbed in her cheeks. She hugged an arm across her torso. "I think he wants to go home, Papa." Expression perplexed, Mr. Aaliyah turned to River for an answer. "Do you?" River glanced from Aaliyah to her father and back again. He wished he could recapture the easiness they had between them the night before. How laid back and open she'd been. How relaxed. Then again, it was probably good she wasn't just now. "You don't want me to stay?" he asked with a smile he hoped would put her at ease. He would stay, but only if she wanted him to. Not her father. Her. She dipped her chin but didn't manage to hide the fleck of a smile. "I'd be happy to have you stay." Alarms clamored in his brain. He knew he shouldn't. He shouldn't spend any more time with her. But this was a dangled carrot and he was a willing rabbit. The truth was, he was intrigued by her vibrant eyes and brilliant mind. She was reserved, smart, and witty, She was magnetic. "In that case, I'm sure I can make things work," River said, "for Zayn's sake." Mr. Aaliyah clapped his hands together. "Marvelous," he said. "I'll leave you to it. The date has been planned. We're shooting for early August. Weddings in August are the most romantic, aren't they?" He added a chuckle. His question was for Aaliyah, who stood with her chin so high she may as well have been royalty. The pain in her eyes belied her too confident stature. Why didn't she say anything? Why was she going along with this? From their conversation last night, River was fairly certain she not only didn't like aspects of Zayn's life, but she wasn't interested in him, period. Now that he was gone, Zayn wasn't doing himself any favors where she was concerned. This should be Zayn standing here, staring at her, feeling his heart pounding from the intensity of her glittering eyes. This should be Zayn wanting to comfort her, to find out her deepest secrets and desires and do everything he could to make them come true. This should be Zayn. But it wasn't. It was him, River Yevon, a boy from Central Harbor, New Hampshire, who'd worked his way up every chance he could. He'd taken every door, every window, and every crevice he could find to pull himself out from the poor situation he'd been raised in. The sky was the limit, and right now, Aaliyah was shining brighter than the stars. River clenched his fists to keep from reaching for the lamp burning in his pocket. This was a window, and he was going to climb through, whether he ought to or not. Chapter 8. "I'll leave you to it," Papa said. He stroked his hair absent-mindedly, then shuffled, not to the connected office, but out of the suite completely, leaving Aaliyah and River alone in the room. Aaliyah couldn't manage to peel her gaze away from River's. His eyes were burnished amber, and they drank her in with such curiosity, such burning intensity, it would take a blast from a fire hydrant to douse that fire. What was he thinking? Had he been as preoccupied with thoughts of her as she had with him since they'd left one another's company the night before? The door to her father's office opened, and Lily bustled in holding a stack of thick magazines to her chest. She slapped them onto the coffee table between River and Aaliyah, redirecting Aaliyah's attention. Bending at the waist, Lily fanned them so the titles were visible as though she was staging the room. Aaliyah peered at the titles and their unmistakable covers. Brides, Bridal Dream, Bridal Beauty, Brides, Brides, Brides. Her mouth went dry. Papa had said early August, a little less than a month away. That meant he had to be worried about his condition. Really worried. What was she doing here? She should be going with him to the hospital, sitting by his side as much as she could. She pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth, confronted by blushing, simpering women in all kinds of incredible gowns on these magazine covers. It made things a little too real for her liking. Did Lily have a hard time looking at these magazines as well? Aaliyah hadn't had the chance to follow up with her since the last time they'd talked. Lily hid her feelings well, but now Aaliyah could see strain around her eyes. Just how rough was the breakup she was going through? "Your father requested I bring these up to help the process along," Lily said apologetically, apparently misreading the dismay in Aaliyah's expression. "I'll be back with some refreshments for the two of you." Aaliyah gritted her teeth. What she wouldn't give to be able to pull Papa's assistant aside and figure out what was going on. She didn't want to plan a wedding to a man who refused to get to know her, not when her father might be dying, or when that man's much more affecting and alluring assistant was turning her head in his direction instead. What was Zayn expecting her to do? Make all the arrangements on her own? She glanced at her phone. The tone was set to silent, so maybe Zayn had tried calling. The least he should do was talk this over with her. He chatted it up with Papa, apparently. He couldn't call her in the meantime? She supposed she could call him, but it felt like she was coming off desperate as it was. This was a move Zayn needed to make, especially since he'd snubbed her from the start. Zayn was probably clueless while her father worked the gears in the background. Clueless, just like she was. Rebellion streaked within her as it never had before. Perhaps it was the hurt at being unashamedly denied the CEO position. Perhaps it was River's drug-like proximity. His presence thrummed with energy, tempting her to touch him. A shoulder, an elbow, a hand. She found herself drawn to him, to the way he carried himself and the way he looked at her when she spoke. No one had ever paid attention to her like River, not even her father. There was always something in her dad's eyes, loving pride, but it was as though her father still saw her as a toddler learning to walk, instead of a capable woman with thoughts of her own. But when she told her plans to River, he'd kept his gaze right on her. He'd asked questions. He'd offered insight and thoughtful comments. He'd listened to her, really listened, and then he'd proclaimed his faith in her. She didn't know how much she'd needed that until she received it from him. She was eager to talk to him today again, about wedding plans, about life, about anything, because she knew no matter what her thoughts were on the subject, he would hear them. She felt important with him. If Papa wanted her to spend time with him, she would do just that. River rested an ankle on the opposite knee and cracked open the first magazine in the stack. This should be interesting. I can't say I've ever looked through one of these before. Aaliyah was tempted to scoot in on the open cushion beside him, but she remained where she was. No wedding plans for you? He flipped a page. Nope, not even a girlfriend to plan one with. Shame. Here I thought one of these magazines would be your selection while waiting at the dentist or something. She rifled through the options. They were each basically the same, lovely women in stunning dresses, words proclaiming ease with designers or flowers, promising tips or ways to avoid brides' biggest mistakes or other false promises. Was this how a girl really went about planning a wedding? By flipping through a few magazines? She'd always wanted something simple and secluded, like on the resort's rooftop. No cameras, no thronging guests only there for the prestige of it, just close family and the man she loved. Remember asking me about my addiction last night? He lowered the magazine. Yeah? Her response sounded like a question. I'm a mechanics magazine kind of guy. Show me pictures of fast, sleek cars and how to fix them, and I'm a happy man. Recently, I got my hands on a 1964 Mustang, and I've been slowly collecting parts to fix it up. It's no high-end sports model, but it's smoking. Her interest piqued. A high-end sports model? I have a car like that, she said, setting down her own magazine. Would you like to see it? Seriously? The most adorable curiosity transformed his face into something boyish. It hooked straight into her. She nibbled her lower lip. We can take it for a spin if you want. What is it? A Lamborghini Hurricane Evo? His jaw dropped, and so did the magazine he was holding. He scrambled to retrieve it. You, what? How did you pick it? A shrug. I've always had a thing for them. The car was a gift from my father. He whistled. I wish my dad would give me that kind of gift. His praise, his admiration, his attention were all giving her butterflies. Do you want to see it? She asked. Are you kidding? She grinned. Come on. Abandoning the bridal magazines, Aaliyah grabbed his hand, guided the way out of her father's suite, and scurried with River to the elevator where she used the same card she had to get to the rooftop. This time, however, she accessed a lower level most guests weren't even aware existed. The elevator's back doors opened instead of the front, throwing River off. Whoa, he said, rotating. I didn't know they did that. The cleaning crew uses these in the middle of the day when most of the guests are out. It gives them access to the laundry facilities and custodial closets. but it also gets me to my favorite parking lot. You guys have your own parking lot? She fought a smile. We own this hotel, Mr. Yevon. He laughed, bobbing his head. Seriously, call me River. I think we're friends now, aren't we? The words and his warmth made her tingle. I'd like that, yes. Then you have to call me Aaliyah. Your name is beautiful. She twirled her keys. Just wait until you meet Roxy. He swallowed a chuckle. You named your car? When the elevator slowed, they stepped directly into an oven, or what felt like one. With the cement ceiling enclosing and trapping in heat and blocking airflow, it was cloying to say the least. Aaliyah shrugged and passed security deeper into the garage. A series of both impressive sports cars and other more standard cars were contained in here. Aaliyah wove her way through, stopping at her lime green Lamborghini. Sitting low to the ground, its angles were carved in ways most other car models left smooth. Gritty and sleek, her car sparked that same sense of rebellion that had ignited earlier. A desire for escape, to explore, to vanquish the ties holding her down and just soar overcame her. She thrilled at its tapering headlights, at its body designed only for speed. River gaped at it. He circled it with so much admiration he was practically drooling. Completely transfixed, he began rattling off details. Lamborghini's notorious craftsmanship, dual-clutch gearbox, electronically controlled four-wheel drive. Look at these titanium wheels and this transparent engine bonnet. Can I touch it? She laughed. Please. He stroked his hands across the lime green paint. Iconic design, he said. Look at these proportions, even these tailpipes. I know. She did love her car. V10 engine with some serious torque. Impressive, he said, and from the way his glance flicked toward her, she got the feeling he wasn't only referring to the sports car. I like to know how things work, she said dismissively, especially something with this much power. It's so seamless, but it's not something my father fully understands. He doesn't like you getting your hands dirty. She dusted her hands as if they actually were. That he doesn't. I was allowed to go to business school as long as I didn't start a business. I was allowed to get my favorite car as long as I let it sit in the garage. I'm allowed to live in the resorts as long as I don't try to help with maintenance or management. Sounds pretty controlling, River said. I'm surprised he even lets you drive this bad boy. She petted the green pearl finish. In his mind, I'm his princess and should be pampered. I shouldn't be the one out working alongside people. And you want a different plan? She peered at the oil-stained cement. It doesn't matter what I want, I guess. River wove around the car, his shoes coming into view before he tipped her face up to his with a single finger. The touch was a firework exploding beneath her skin. I think it does, River said, his gaze flickered to her lips. The air between them thickened, promising a cushion of protection, of comfort, the minute she closed the distance between them. She was tempted to move in, to have him hold her. She couldn't give in. Aaliyah drew a step away. This car, he said with an exhale, it could take you anywhere you wanted to go. And what if I don't want to go anywhere? She asked, her voice soft in the gasoline-infused air. What if what I wanted was right here? What was she doing? The words came all on their own, grabbing hold of the same rebellious streak that had planted itself within her after her conversation with her father. She knew how foolish it was, how impulsive, but just like her car, maybe here with River was exactly where she wanted to be. You promised me a ride, River said. Aaliyah pushed away the impulse to be closer to him and twirled her keys. Then a ride you shall have. The doors floated open, sliding first outward, then scissoring upward like wings. The scent of leather instantly struck her as it always did. She hadn't had the car for very long, It'd been a gift from her father at her recent 26th birthday. She'd suspected it was to convince her to remain at the resort he'd chosen since this was where the car was being kept. She lowered herself into the seat, relishing its leather and high-quality design. River joined her in the passenger side, stroking every surface he possibly could, including the embroidered Lamborghini shield on the headrest behind him. He was flipping down the visor, inspecting the display on the dash. He gestured to the air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror. It was shaped like a flower. "A lily?" he guessed. "My favorite flower," Aaliyah said with a shrug. "Nice. Did you have this customized?" he asked. She'd done her fair share of research and test driving before a purchase like this, though she'd also had some help from the dealership. "Yeah, this body kit increases aerodynamics, or so they told me." River laughed. "She's astounding. I never thought I'd sit in one of these." Aaliyah braced a hand on the shifter between them. It pointed toward the digital screen on the dash. "If you play your cards right, I'll even let you drive her." He stared at her for a few drawn-out seconds. "Your wish is my command," he said. Chapter 9. River's hand rested close to hers. She could feel his energy, sense his breathing. They were seated so intimately together in here, and he seemed to be as affected as she was. Her voice was timid. "I just have to be the one to drive it past security. Then she's all yours." "Fair enough, although—" His hand slid to hers and squeezed. "If I were you, I wouldn't want to share." She swallowed and slipped out of his grasp to press the ignition. The car rumbled to life, purring beneath them and winning a grumbling noise from River. He stroked his seat again. "Like a kitten," he said. "Nah," Aaliyah said, checking her mirrors. "She's fiercer than that." She shifted, gingerly tapping the narrow gas pedal and letting the car roll through the lot and past the security guard station. Miguel tipped 2 fingers to his hat before lifting the gate. "She's a lioness." Once Aaliyah serpentined through the gate's labyrinth to the ground level and out onto Clearwater's streets, she enjoyed weaving in and out through the openings in the traffic. Ahead, the freeway's entrance beckoned her on. She was itching to give this baby some acceleration. "Let's see what this lioness can do," River said. Aaliyah tipped her tongue to her upper lip, shifted, and boarded the overpass. She gave the pedal a harder push and they were off like a shot. The acceleration thrust her back into her seat and she grinned at the thrill of it. The rebellious creature inside her moaned with delight as if being scratched behind the ears. This was escape and freedom, exactly what she'd been craving. River whooped like a bystander at a basketball game. Aaliyah fed off his energy, his enthusiasm, wishing she could really crank it, and knowing she had to be practical and stay slow. Or slower. "It's so hard to keep it in range of the speed limit." "Bummer," River said. "Being limited to a freeway and traffic laws when you have a speed demon like this." "True, but we can still have some fun." Aaliyah pressed the gas, gearing up to take things a little faster. River rested his arm on the window frame. "What I wouldn't give for a car like this. Where are we going? Not that it matters, just curious." "Crazy," she grinned. "It's what my mom always said when I asked where we were going," she said to answer his perplexed question. "Where is she?" River asked. "Your mom." "She passed away 4 years ago, heart failure. She was the one who convinced my dad to let me go to business school and get my MBA. She died right after I finished my undergrad." Speaking of her mom added a lump in her throat as it always did. She could feel River's gaze on her. "I'm sorry to hear that, Aaliyah. I'd be devastated if I lost my mom. She's been the rock of our family for as long as I can remember." Hearing him speak of his mother like that was heartwarming. "Tell me about her," Aaliyah said, gripping the wheel and passing several cars on the right who failed to move aside for her. "She's the hardest working person I know," River said. His voice shifted, taking on a level of adoration and respect. My dad left, and she raised all three of us on her own. She's the reason I'm trying to start my own business, to give her a better life." "She sounds remarkable," Aaliyah said, checking her rearview mirror. "I had no idea you're trying to start a business. A business in what?" "Not necessarily anything that can offer a product. Investments mostly. I'm trying to better my situation." "That's great. Does Zayn know?" River glanced out the window. She heard the scowl in his tone. "To an extent, but he doesn't know everything I'm investing in." "If you're investing in stocks, you should look into Aaliyah's. I don't fully understand it all, but from my understanding, our stock has done really well for investors." "Really? I hadn't thought of that, but I'll definitely look into it." An exit shouted for her attention. On impulse, Aaliyah signaled and took it, veering to the right. The exit crested at an incline, and Aaliyah turned into what appeared to be overlooking parking, meant especially for tourists and sightseers. Clearwater was definitely teeming with sights to see. "These doors take some getting used to, don't they?" River said as he pulled the handle to exit once they'd parked. "That they do." Aaliyah did the same, and her door scissored upward. She closed it again and ambled around the car to stand beside him. A welcome breeze filled with salt and seductive suggestions tantalized through her hair, urging her closer to him. River didn't seem to mind. He didn't move away, but crossed his arms over his chest and stared out at the widespread ocean, at the banks of sand, at the gulls sweeping through the transparent sky. "This really is beautiful," Aaliyah said. "It is," he agreed. "You know, I've always wanted to—" River's phone pinged at him, interrupting his thoughts. With an apologetic glance, he swiped it open and skimmed the screen. "Hang on, I've got to reply to this." "Zayn," she guessed. "Yeah." He took a minute to finish typing before putting his phone back into his pocket. "I don't know how you do it," Aaliyah said, tossing her head, welcoming the continued breeze. "You mean keep up with Zayn? And manage your own life in the process." "Really now, what makes you think I have my own life?" he joked. She rotated, sinking a hip against her car. "Don't you?" River exhaled and squinted out at the ocean beyond. A pair of gulls swooped at something in the sand. "My schedule consists of making sure Zayn's schedule runs smoothly. I fret over his appointments, his laundry, his housekeeping, whether or not his home in southern France is being kept up on the off chance he decides to fly there tomorrow, getting him from point A to point B and then C, D, and E after that." "And yet you still manage to feed yourself, look after your mom, lay down investments for your business, and fill in for him as wedding planner as well? So I ask again, how do you do it?" River shrugged. "Luck, I suppose." Aaliyah exhaled and bent one knee, propping the heel of her shoe against the tire. Luck. With her father's failing condition, her movement away from CEO, and this wedding she wanted nothing to do with, luck was in short supply. I could use some of that right about now. She knew she had no room to complain. From anyone else's point of view, she had it pretty good. Okay, amazing, and she knew that. Living in an expensive resort with impeccable surroundings, a closet full of designer clothes, amenities at her fingertips, and dollars in her bank account. Poor little rich girl. She wondered if River was thinking the same thing after hearing about his family's situation. He stayed silent for several seconds, staring at the horizon. "All right, then," he said, as though making some kind of decision. Reaching into his pocket, he removed a small brass lamp that looked like it might contain a hidden genie inside. "What's that?" she asked. "My good luck charm," he said. "You said you needed luck, so here, take it." "Seriously? He had a good luck charm? How cute was that?" "I can't take this." "I insist. What if you lose all your luck?" The kink of his lips had the most incredible effect on her insides. "I won't." She took the lamp, turning it one way, then another. It was about the size of a miniature candy bar and just as light. The handle curved toward its spout, which jutted like a teapot's, though it was much thinner and longer than a teapot. She flicked her gaze to his. "If I rub this, will it grant me any wishes?" River's voice dropped to a level more suited to secrets. "Rub it all you like. That's how the luck siphons into your fingertips." He touched her fingers. The feel of his skin sparked possibilities like a newborn star inside of her. He couldn't be serious, yet she couldn't help imagining just what kind of luck she was hoping to have. Freedom like this, to go where she wanted, when she wanted, and with whom? Would she have that as CEO? Something told her the position would be more demanding than anything she'd yet dealt with. Her father had implied as much, but she hadn't wanted to hear it. And what about Zayn and River? The wind swept through her hair, guiding her attention to the man standing beside her. Good-looking, warm, with a comfortable presence that was somehow simultaneously the complete opposite of comfort. She sensed she would never be quite complete or fully herself unless she was being held by him, that her soul would sing if she could only kiss him. Aaliyah exhaled. Where had that come from? Silly romantic notions. She peered at the lamp again, thinking how quickly, how suddenly the thought to kiss him had come. What was it with this lamp? Her fingers tingled just holding something that belonged to River. He'd carried this with him. It had to be important to him. "I can't keep this." River's lips curved at the corners. "I never said I was going to give it to you, just letting you borrow it for a while." Her stomach burned. He stood so close to her, and he hadn't yet taken his hand away. She thought of the way he squeezed her hand earlier. She didn't have the excuse of shifting the car to pull free. The truth was she didn't want to. "Where did you get this anyway?" she asked, attempting to keep things casual, even though the energy between them simmered like anything but. "Was it a gift?" "No, I found it." "Found it? Where?" Shifting, he said, "Do you know I'm an adventurer?" "You like fast cars, so I might have guessed," she said. "A fast car is always an adventure." He rested an arm on Roxy. "My grandfather was a Spanish miner down in Arizona. I was visiting him one summer and helping him to extract silver and gold, and while digging in one particular cave, I came across the very lamp you're holding in your hand. Undoubtedly, it was something someone dropped, but I've always found myself lucky since, and I've held on to it." "How do you know it's lucky?" she asked. "Once I was driving on the back roads near Sandwich, back in New Hampshire, when a moose stepped right in front of my car. He rolled over the top of me, shattering the windshield and back window. I veered and rolled again. The car was old, the seatbelts didn't work, yet I somehow walked away with only a scratch on my jaw." Aaliyah placed a hand on her heart. "Oh my goodness, you could have died." He stared as if seeing the memory anew in his mind's eye. "Yeah, it was scary, both for me and the moose. It's not only that, though. This lamp is how I've been able to move on from job to job and get to where I am. I'm using it to help with my investments." "That doesn't sound like luck. You're just driven." He shrugged. "I like to think it's luck, so I carry it around with me just in case." He leaned closer. His arm rested across the top of the car, but it felt like a shrewd way of putting it around her without actually putting his arm around her. He was attracted to her, too. He had to be. Why else would he have agreed to stay today instead of following through with his plans to leave? She sidled in a millimeter closer, holding out the lamp as though she was supporting a butterfly which could flit off at any moment. He adjusted himself, taking a step away in response. Not what she was hoping for. She attempted to disregard the distance he'd added between them. "Most people have a rabbit's foot or something." "How many people have you met who have a rabbit's foot in their pockets?" he said. She quirked a brow. "About as many who carry lucky lamp charms in theirs." Carefully he folded her fingers around the lamp, sending awareness down her arm. She was enthralled in his gaze, unable to look away, just pulses and touch and dark, mesmerizing questions. She shouldn't be feeling this way. She was engaged to his boss. The marriage date was set, yet her heart had never pumped like this around Zayn. He'd never sent any kind of thrill through her. He'd never been around long enough to. Tension high, she again wondered what it would be like to be with River instead. To wear his ring, to feel his kiss, to have private moments like this without any restrictions. She'd probably get swept away, just as his name implied. His jaw ticked. He stepped away, allowing the breeze to swirl between them. "Keep it until you no longer need it," River said, his voice unsteady. Aaliyah supposed he was right to keep his distance. She could only imagine what it would be like to have him lean in, for his mouth to hover dangerously close to hers, for his breath to stroke her skin while his lashes fluttered against her cheek. Her muscles were starting to turn supple. They definitely needed some space. "We should probably head back," she said. She took several breaths to clear her head and tucked his lamp into her pocket. Lucky indeed. Lucky she hadn't lost her senses completely and kissed him like she'd wanted to. What was she thinking? She couldn't get close to him. Kissing him was completely out of the question. "You're driving." She tossed River the keys, and he caught them with precision and fire in his eyes. He beamed with such youthful delight she smirked. "You're on," he said, sliding into the driver's seat. Chapter 10. River didn't stop pacing for 2 full hours. He covered one end of his suite to the other, from the full kitchen, complete with granite countertops, sink, and bar stools, to the seating area in front of the massive flat screen, to the adjacent bedroom with its king-sized bed and walk-in closet, and back out to the door. Over and over and over again. He could blame the speed of his pulse on the rush torquing through him after his ride with Aaliyah. It wasn't just the blitz of her sports car, though, that had been such a high. More so, it was her conversation, her dazzling, irresistible gaze, and the hypnotic way she'd managed to lure him without a single word. "This can't happen," he repeated again. "I work for her fiancé. I'm only supposed to be helping out, not getting in the way." Why? Why did he have to go and give her his lamp? He wasn't kidding when he told her of its luck. He never would have thought he'd part with it for anyone or anything. How wrong he was. How foolish. River wiped his hands over his face. He had to ask for it back, and then he would leave. He would ensure Zayn's return, knock some sense into him, and get things to the way they were supposed to be. River didn't realize how much time had passed until he glimpsed the darkness outside his 12th-story window. Had he even eaten dinner? The tray by the door appeared picked over enough to answer that question, though the food had made about as much of an impression as the rest of the time that had passed. He was surprised he hadn't heard from Zayn yet, considering the text he'd received earlier. Something was bothering Zayn, but he hadn't told River what exactly. He just complained about Norris being as demanding as he usually was, and the date of the wedding being so sudden, as though River could do something about it. His phone rang, displaying Zayn's name. River hurriedly swiped. He was greedy to speak with him. If Zayn had stayed here, River wouldn't be in the situation he was in with Aaliyah to begin with. He needed Zayn to come back, to add some clarity to things, and yet he wanted his boss to stay as far away as he could, for as long as he could. "Hey, Zayn," River said, hoping his voice didn't betray how rattled he was. "I've been waiting to talk to you all day, but I've been stuck in meetings trying to sort things out with Norris. Did you see my text?" "Yeah," I replied to it, remember? "I feel like this situation with Aaliyah is all really rushed. I haven't even been able to spend any time with her." River had been spending plenty of time with her. He'd given her his most prized possession, something he wasn't sure Zayn knew existed. Irrationally, frustration seeped through him. Zayn had the most incredible girl, and he didn't even know how amazing she was. It was jealousy, plain and simple, and yeah, probably a heaping of guilt as well. River had held her hand. He'd nearly kissed her. If he hadn't stepped away when he did, he would have. What was he doing? "How did it go with Norris?" River asked, wanting to change the subject. "Not good," said Zayn. "He didn't like my hesitation to see his needs. He feels like I'm not committed." "But you're in Fiji. You're there because you're committed." "He claims because I own a house here I'm on vacation." "You wouldn't have flown out there if it hadn't been at his request," River argued. "Not with your current offer with Mr. Aaliyah and his daughter." "True, but he also saw me speaking with Celia and—" River stopped pacing. "Hold up. Celia is there? What are you talking to her for?" Norris wouldn't think Zayn was there on vacation unless he was giving Norris a reason to. What was Zayn up to? And with Celia Shepherd, of all people? Celia was the reason Zayn had purchased a home in Fiji in the first place, because it was her favorite vacation spot. Their relationship had turned out to be as fleeting as the wind. What was he doing seeing her now? "She's vacationing and overseeing her accounts all at once. We haven't seen one another in forever, and we just got to talking and hit it off. Norris saw us together and he got the impression I wasn't working as hard as I should be." The frustration River had been battling since his drive with Aaliyah reached its peak. Hit it off? "You're engaged, Zayn. You shouldn't be with another woman." Just like he shouldn't be with Aaliyah, driving her car and holding her hand. The minute their skin touched, it was like shattering the particles of air around them. He'd breathed her rosewater scent in, and she'd settled there, making it impossible for him to think about anything or anyone else. He needed to be thinking about anyone else but her. He needed Zayn to come back here, to focus his energy where it should be, and not on some old fling he had a few years ago. He needed to help Zayn get his head in the game. "Aaliyah loves lilies. Maybe you should bring her some when you head back." "I can't come back now. How would that look to Norris? I'm flirting with Celia and then abandon his case right when he thinks he needs me the most." Zayn said this with sarcasm. "He always thinks he needs me the most. Guess you should have thought about that before you got caught flirting. Was flirting all you were doing?" Zayn cleared his throat. His silence was answer enough. "Tell me you didn't kiss her," River growled. "She caught me off guard." "You can't off guard kiss someone," River argued. He sank against the bar stool, one hand pressed to his temple. He breathed, seeking the ability to keep his voice level. "You agreed to this arrangement with Aaliyah, heir to $1 billion resort line. This could add to your credo in ways you couldn't imagine. Get your head where it belongs. You're engaged." "That's what Norris keeps telling me too." "Then you'd blow this for a woman who may not want anything to do with you once you leave Fiji." He was tempted to remind Zayn what had happened during his last fling with Celia Shepherd. The woman had doted on him and promised him everything, only to ignore every one of his calls once he returned to the U.S. She'd then been seen in gossip magazines with several different men. A woman like that got distracted easily. She was not who Zayn should be devoting himself to. What if they got caught together by a paparazzi and Aaliyah found out? "Who says I have to leave Fiji?" Zayn's tone was all jokes and lightheartedness, but it boiled River's blood. How could Zayn treat Aaliyah so casually? He didn't care about her, not like he should. Zayn answered his silence with a pleading, infuriating tone. "Come on, Riv. I'll be coming back tomorrow, I promise. Clear my schedule and make it evident I'll take no more calls until my business here in Fiji is settled. Then I'll be right back there to pick things up with Aaliyah." Flirting with Celia? Kissing her? Picking things up with Aaliyah? Was this the same man he'd known and respected and worked for the past 2 years? He sounded as though these women were items in a vending machine. If that was how Zayn saw Aaliyah, he didn't deserve her. You have 1 month until the wedding, River reminded him. So Aaliyah told me. I still don't see why he's pushing this so hard. Her father is eager. I can't imagine why. Zayn missed River's sarcasm. Aaliyah agreed? Yeah, she has, River said through clenched teeth. Why? Zayn asked. Why would she agree to this? Again, River was exasperated. Maybe that's something you should ask her. Maybe that's why you should get back here and actually talk to her. She's starting to think you don't want this. Well, don't even. She's amazing. If you'd ever give her a chance to prove it. I guess the good thing is, even if things with Norris don't pan out, I've still got other options. River folded his arms. Don't talk about Aaliyah like that. She's more than just other options. I know, Zayn said, his tone more defensive. I'm just trying to get you to ease up. You're pathetic, man. You don't know how good you have it with her. She's a treasure while you're off messing with fool's gold. River had never talked to Zayn like this before. Then again, while Zayn had confided things about Celia with him in the past, River had never been emotionally involved in Zayn's affairs before either. He was steaming. He could lose his job for speaking to Zayn like this, but he didn't care. His brain had gone berserk ever since he'd given Aaliyah his lamp. You're right. Through the phone, Zayn's voice was humble, remorseful. You're right. I've been an idiot. River inhaled to cool the simmering in his blood. Just a little bit. Aaliyah talked about going to the press with the engagement, Zayn said, his tone finally matching River's in seriousness. Maybe that would convince Norris I'm serious in my intentions, or lack of intentions with Celia. I couldn't be fooling around with her when I'm engaged to someone else, right? I don't know. Are you? Another pause. Like I said, 1 more day. I think I can tie up everything Norris wants in a day. Talk to Aaliyah for me, Riv. Tell her dad to go ahead and inform the press. Why don't you just call her? River said. You should talk to her yourself. It feels too weird. I'll talk to her when I get there. You've been hanging out with her, just tell her for me. Whatever you say, boss. River spat the moniker as acerbically as he could before hanging up. River choked his phone and stared at the kitchen area of his 2-room suite. He was seething. He and Zayn had never clashed like this before. Usually when Zayn made comments about his choices or personal life, River just let them slide, but this was different. He'd never viewed Zayn to be such a womanizer before, and now seeing this side of him disgusted him. He rose from the bar stool, stalked toward the window, and rested his forehead against it. AC had cooled the glass, and he was grateful for the chilling effect on his skin. His job was to carry out Zayn's wishes and follow his commands, but he was coming to care for Aaliyah as a striking woman who deserved to be loved and respected, not used. If Zayn and her father were going to the press about their pathetic engagement, Aaliyah deserved to know. She needed to know what kind of man she was getting. Chapter 11. River had never been to Aaliyah's suite directly, but he knew which one it was. The hall was quiet. He padded his way to the elevator, went up a few floors, and stopped outside her door. Pausing for only a moment, he lifted a knuckle and knocked. Aaliyah opened the door, wearing silky capri pajamas that accentuated her curves and made his ears burn. He worked on keeping his attention on her eyes instead of letting them trail down her body. "You're up late," she said with a teasing smile. "Is it late?" The sky had been dark outside, but he'd forgotten to check the actual time. He'd been distracted. Normally he was more thorough. Aaliyah snickered. "It's only close to midnight." That explained the pajamas. For a moment he wondered if he'd woken her, but from the brightness in her eyes he suspected not. "That means you're up late too." "I like to watch the Hallmark Channel," she said. They have some cute, fluffy movies that help me forget things for a while. Chick flicks? Exactly. She licked her bottom lip before seeming to take courage. Want to see how this last one played out? She seized him by the shirt and tugged him into the room. River nearly stumbled. The way she'd taken command, lured him inside with a fist on his shirt and closed the door behind him, paired with the suggestion of her words, were so tempting it was all he could do not to scoop her in his arms and hold her to him. He realized how it must have appeared for him to come to her room so late. His body temperature went up a few more degrees. Aaliyah's hands were on his shoulders. She tipped her face to his. Her lashes were dark and thick, framing obsidian eyes and dusting across her smooth skin with every blink. He attempted to tell her why he'd actually come. For Zayn, right? Contacting the press to let them know about the wedding date. River intended to mention how this might entice her foolhardy fiancé to get his hind back here, but she was leaning into him the way she had on the overlook, and his thoughts skittered. The man came to the woman's door just like this. Aaliyah began, her tone sultry. She hadn't expected him to, but she'd been thinking about him in the amazing afternoon they'd spent together, and so the surprise at seeing him at her door was like quiet explosives. It took only seconds for him to grasp her reference. This was no movie. He considered backing away, seeing as how he'd just given Zayn grief for kissing a woman he shouldn't have, but River's feet were rooted. Curiosity was taking the wheel. "And the man in the movie you were watching?" River asked. "What did he do?" Her hand slid up his shoulders and to the back of his neck. He put his arms around her. Everything in him warned him not to. She was forbidden, off limits, and promised to his boss. He ignored the warning and let his hand settle on her waist. She was slim beneath his touch, and the feel of her sent tingles through his fingertips. "Like this?" She chewed her lip. "Not quite. A little closer." Oh, but she was agony. River tightened his grip around her, drawing her nearer. "Better," she said. "You know, for some reason, I'm not sure this is how your movie played out," he said softly. She toyed with the hair at the base of his neck. "My version is better, actually." "Oh, yeah? Why is that?" She angled her head. "Because it's you." He couldn't do this. They couldn't do this. It took everything in him to pull away. He lowered his hands, attempting to keep his distance. "You do know it's me, right? River, not Zayn." "I think that lamp of yours is working its luck already. I was daydreaming of you all afternoon since our ride. I was wishing I had the courage to come to your door, and here you are at mine." "Aaliyah." His voice sounded groggy. He cleared it. This was definitely not why he'd come. "I came here to talk to you about Zayn." She inched closer again. Soon he would be sandwiched between her and the door. He breathed her in. She smelled of berries and rose water. "What about him?" she asked. "Does he have a new message for me?" "I think they're planning to present your wedding date to the press. I wanted to tell you before I forgot, but I didn't realize what time it was." She tipped her head to her shoulder. "I know. My father told me." His brow puzzled. "And you're okay with that? It's what you've set out to do, isn't it?" Again her teeth trapped her bottom lip. "No, I'm not okay with it. Not when I want to be with someone else." What was going on with her? Why was she acting this way? Sure, they'd shared an incredible afternoon together, and he'd wanted it to be more than just him filling in for her real fiancé. But it couldn't be. Not if this was what her father had arranged. Not if this was what she'd agreed to, what Zayn had agreed to. Why was he the only one who saw that? "He could call me," Aaliyah went on. "Talk to me. Instead, I'm hearing everything from you and my father. He isn't even trying to get to know me. Why should I want anything to do with him? Where is this coming from? She grinned, exuberant, filled with energy. She drew away just enough for her fingers to find his. I don't know. I've been giddy all afternoon ever since our drive, since you gave me that lamp. Maybe it really is lucky. I'm going to talk to my father, River. I'm going to tell him how I feel about you. I'm going to prove to him I don't need a man by my side in order to run this company. Hope pounded in River's heart. How? By moving forward with the renovations I've been planning, by contacting our financial advisors and doing the kind of thing I know how to do. I've always been obedient to a fault, but I'm tired of conforming to the path he's laid out for me. There's something else, River. Her eyes flashed, darting back and forth between his. Words seemed to escape her. She drew in a breath, peered at his mouth, his eyes again, and then she rushed in, pressing her lips to his. His eyebrows shot up. Gripping her shoulders, he pushed her away. The act was like tearing a strip of duct tape from his skin. Wait. Her eyes widened in confusion. Don't you care about me? The question was so sweet, so innocent, it affected him. He stroked her cheek. I do, Aaliyah. Believe me. I wish it could be different, too. Her tone grew adamant. She placed her hand on his. Why? Why can't it be different? I can't tell you. He couldn't admit the way she'd made him feel the past 2 days, like he was more than just a glorified errand boy, like he mattered and was appreciated, like the future he'd been hoping for could be possible. Don't you like kissing me? Yes. She was fizzling right through his resolve like a tablet in water. Her hand guided him back to her waist. She tiptoed up, pressing against him, trapping him with those obsidian eyes. But that doesn't mean we should, he finished. I think we should. I didn't show you this part of the movie, she said under her breath. Her low voice ignited a dragon inside of him. He fought hard, so hard not to give in. The closer she got, the more sense fled. She was overriding him, replacing his good sense for desire, and she was about to win the battle. River gave in. He released all the thoughts of shouldn't and can't and allowed them to scatter helter-skelter in every direction. He surrendered his hand to where she was leading it. He surrendered his lips to hers. The touch of her mouth was like fire. It lit with a blaze and a kick of heat, igniting flames to brighten up the darkness. She was sweetness and softness and goodness. Her skin was soft, so soft, and he trailed a hand up her spine, angling his head for a new perspective. That, she said breathlessly, holding him, keeping her head tipped upward toward his, was better than any movie. True, he said, but it can't happen again. Her eyes flashed upward. An engagement as false as mine with Zayn is hardly worth counting. River released her, stepping past her farther into her room. He stopped and rested a hand on a pink fur-covered chair. Her suite was similar to his, but it appeared much more lived in. Picture frames on surfaces, vases of lilies, the fluffy chair, a blanket that didn't match the decor on the cushy love seat. Of course, this was her home. Aaliyah mirrored him with confusion and the slightest trace of hurt in her eyes. He wanted to soothe her, to hold her and even kiss her again, but now that he'd added some distance between them, drops of sense began popping back into his mind. I'm sorry, he said. Under different circumstances, I'd love to keep kissing you, but I work for Zayn. He's my friend. Aaliyah stared at her carpet for several moments before returning her gaze to his. You're right, she said. I'm the one who should apologize, but I have no intention of marrying Zayn. River coughed, blinking as though he hadn't heard her correctly. You what? She inched over, close to him but not touching. My father said the date is set, but I can't accept that. Not with a man who isn't even trying to get to know me. Doesn't he want to know who he's marrying? Zayn is busy. He's working with a nightmare of a client right now, and all of his attention. River drifted off, deciding not to finish. He couldn't lie to protect Zayn either. What could he say that would make this easier for both Aaliyah and Zayn? Aaliyah sniffed. He calls you right and sends you texts like the one earlier today. Yes, he does, but I'm his... He's spoken with my father too, but doesn't it seem like I'm the only one who matters in this? I don't mean to sound selfish, but it's kind of true. This whole engagement... She spat the word. It's so empty. So false it's almost painful. Aaliyah, He hasn't even asked me to marry him, she said, her voice dejected. As far as I'm concerned, there's no wedding. From what I hear, they're preparing to announce it to the press, River said. That's the reason I came, to make sure you knew about their intentions. Considering Zayn's behavior lately, River wanted to warn her off, to insist she leave, go anywhere else but where he would be. Why did that feel like a betrayal of his friend? He'd had every intention of informing her as much. It was the whole reason he'd come here, but it sounded like she intended on ending things. Maybe it would be better left alone. Tell me you want to be with me, she said. River's insides plummeted. He meant it when he said Zayn was his friend. How could he be with her, even if things with her and Zayn ended amicably? Besides, he had nothing to offer her, not until the investments he'd made panned out. He was hoping for billionaire status, but then again, wasn't everyone? It wasn't like he was going to get it overnight, or even in the next decade. He stepped nearer. I want to be with you. But... He caressed her cheek, taking in as much of her eager expression as he could. This touch, this caress was all he could ever give her. I can't be what your father wants me to be, or rather the kind of man your father wants you to marry. She brushed it off, arresting his hand again. My father likes you, or he wouldn't have invited you here. River shook his head. That was just a courtesy based on the interactions we've had lately. What with me arranging meetings for him with Zayn, nothing more. There's still time before Papa goes to the press. I'll talk to him. Let me see what I can do. She pressed a kiss to his palm and spoke in a voice meant only for him. I want more afternoons like we had today, River. More kisses, more midnight visits behind closed doors. You're killing me here, he said, drawing his hand free, retreating, determined to keep his self-control where it belonged. Don't you want that? If Zayn wasn't in the picture, she suggested, you and I would never have met. The irony was never clearer than in that moment. She gave him a mischievous smirk. Maybe it's fate for that very reason. Some things are just meant to be. River couldn't deny he liked the way she was talking. He wanted this too, to see if they could be something together. Hope began to swell inside of him. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was possible if she was upfront with her father and with Zayn. He wasn't sure how Zayn would take the news, but he couldn't be that surprised. A worry still nagged him, warning him that a relationship with Aaliyah would forever jeopardize his friendship with Zayn, but he pushed it aside. You keep rubbing that lamp, River said with a give-up grin, and it's going to go to your head. Aaliyah grinned too before folding herself into his embrace. River stiffened before relenting. He wrapped his arms around her petite frame. His pulse surged with the sense of victory that warred with his logic. It told him not to get too attached. There could never be anything between him and Aaliyah. This hug would be his final, sinful indulgence. Apparently, Aaliyah wasn't experiencing the same misgivings he was. I'm going to talk to him tomorrow, River, she said as her cheek rested against his heart. It will work out for us. I can feel it. She fit perfectly against him. He held her, basking in her warmth. Her hope, her determination, each awakened a new horizon in his mind. Could a life with her be possible? Would she be able to convince her father? She seemed so certain. River hoped she was right because he could think of more than a dozen ways things could go wrong. Chapter 12. The lamp sat on Aaliyah's bedroom counter like a mystical thing. Aaliyah crouched before it for a better glimpse of its brassy finish and inlaid detailing. River's account of his adventure with his grandfather played through her mind. He'd found this in a cave? How completely random. Not quite as random as not only spending the afternoon with River, but coming on to him when he'd showed up at her door. Aaliyah had kissed him, had blurted her growing feelings for him without shame. What had she been thinking? She'd acted so drunk, but she didn't drink. She'd been drunk on love and on luck. "You must be doing something for me," she told the lamp, "because I never act the way I did last night." Her own adventure seemed to be kick-starting. She never would have told River how she was feeling for him. She never would have considered standing up to her father a second time. Second times were akin to a death sentence when she'd been growing up. She'd learned early on to obey the first request. But kissing River? Hearing him say he wanted her too? She craved that. She wanted to be more to someone she cared about in return. She never would have pegged herself as being quite so romantic, but in all reality, she was head over heels wild to have someone love her. Someone who was down to earth. Someone she could talk to. This was her father's fault, really. With his focus on marriage, he'd been the one to put the idea into her head. She wanted to run his business. She never thought she wanted to marry, but now that it was happening, she was struck by the thought. Struck by having someone as amazing as River by her side for the rest of her life. She wanted him, and with the lamp's luck, she'd do what it took to get him. After her breakfast tray had been delivered, her usual fruit and muesli devoured, she placed the dishes near the door and headed to her closet. Aaliyah decided not to wear a business suit for this, but jeans and a black and white striped blouse with ruching along the collar and sleeves. The nervous zing she'd fought when she presented her concepts to him not more than a week ago was replaced by bolstered determination. This was her life. It was time she took charge of it. Aaliyah did her makeup and tied her hair into a side braid that hung down one shoulder. She brushed her teeth and gave herself a final once-over before swiping the lamp from the counter. "Come on," she told it. "Let's see just how far your luck goes." Papa was sitting in the adjoining room of his suite, not where she'd met River and Zayn, but connected to it. A desk nestled on a rug in the room's center. The corner wall behind the desk was completely glass, giving the room the impression of being larger than it was. It provided a delicious outlook on the ocean, something Aaliyah didn't always appreciate as much as she should. Papa stood with one hand on the silver beam separating the panels of glass. His hair was buzzed short. It made him appear older and emphasized the weariness wearing on his brow. Remorse riddled Aaliyah. She'd completely forgotten about his haircut. How hard that must have been for him. She hated that she was fretting over men at a time like this. Her father was so fragile, so human, with frailties and good intentions. But she was human too. She was a woman who ached to be recognized, respected, and loved. She was in this situation because of her father, and she needed to talk this out. Papa peered back at her with a wistful smile. "How are things going?" She straightened her posture, calling forward the same courage she discovered the day before. "Not exactly as planned," she said. He faced her, cupping his hands before him. He looked so gaunt, so tired. "No, why not? Didn't you go over wedding plans with Mr. Yevon yesterday?" Her lips thinned. "Do you hear what you're asking, Papa? I shouldn't be going over wedding plans with my fiancé's assistant. I should be doing that with my fiancé. But where is he? He's been gone since the agreement, and he can't manage to spend any time with me. Doesn't that bother you?" Her father's slice of displeasure slipped into a grimace. "I can see it bothers you." She'd open the wound. Might as well clear the infection. "You say you want companionship for me. You want me to have someone who will be my confidant and who can work by my side to help with the business. I can't have that with a man who is always going to be gone, managing his own business. Please, let me show you I can do this. Let me choose the man I want to be with." His lips downturned. "You sound like you already have someone in mind." Her heart chugged, urging her on. She cradled the lamp in her hands. "I like River, Papa. I've gotten to know him while Zayn has been away, and I really like him. I want to choose for myself. Please let me do that." Her voice was raw, pleading, grasping. He had to listen. Right now she needed him to hear her. Papa stared at her. She gripped the lamp in her fist harder than she'd ever clung to anything before. "Please let him give in," she prayed. "Please let him support me, just this once." "River Yevon is your choice?" She lifted her chin. "Yes." "It doesn't sound like he's a very loyal man if he's making advances toward a woman who is promised to someone else." Aaliyah's heart sank. She hurried to clear the disdain in his tone. "He hasn't been doing anything of the kind, Papa. He's been trying to keep distance between us for Zayn's sake. That's why I'm talking to you. He's honorable and good. While Zayn hasn't so much as called me, River treats me like I matter." Papa folded his arms. "You are sounding like a childish, love-struck girl." Fear began rattling between her ribs, but she gripped the lamp. She wouldn't back down. Not this time. "Maybe I am, but I have enough sense to know that I don't want to marry Zayn. I know you're sick, Papa. I want to please you, but I also have to be true to myself. I think I'm qualified to be Aaliyah Resort's CEO, but if you believe Zayn more worthy for the position, at least let me choose who I want to marry." Her father's expression shifted with gradual realization, as though Aaliyah had lifted a mask and revealed someone else beneath her outer shell. She waited for the same adoring, sympathetic pride he usually displayed when she tried talking to him like this. The kitten look. Rather than simper at her and pat her lovingly on the head, his brows set. "I see you're serious about this." She straightened, attempting to stand as tall as she could. At 5'5", that wasn't saying much. "I am, Papa." The clock on his desk ticked ever so softly, a steady, monotone click that somehow made her imagine his thoughts stacking and rearranging in his brain. "Very well." Aaliyah nearly coughed. She squeezed the lamp in her palm. "What?" "Zayn is returning this afternoon, and the two of you can give it one last chance. If it's not going to work out, I suppose it's not going to work out. However, I have difficulty believing he will show no interest in you once he is here." Whether Zayn showed interest in her now or not, it was too late. The damage had been done. She'd been impacted by River, and he wasn't the kind of man she could forget easily, especially not after their conversation last night, after their brief kiss. "Why don't we all go for a swim this afternoon?" Papa suggested. "I will casually watch your interaction together." Monitor dating? Not her idea of ideal, but at least he was listening to her. "Thank you, Lamp," she thought. "I will give it another try with him," she said. "If Zayn pays attention to me today, if he shows that he's willing to get to know me, then I will be too." She regretted the words once they were out. That was a stiff promise to make when she'd requested a choice in the matter. "But I ask that you leave the decision up to me," she amended. "All right," her father said. "I agree. But what of River? He could lose his job if you choose him over his master." "Zayn is his boss, not his master, Papa," she corrected, pushing away the discomfort brought on by Papa's statement. She told herself it would be okay. Zayn wouldn't fire River for this, would he? Why not invite him too? She suggested. You can see how he treats me, Papa. He is so kind, so thoughtful. He gathered his hands behind his back. Does he treat you with respect? He does. Her smile was filled with private thoughts. Last night, River could have pushed her to go so much farther, and yet he'd been the one to keep his distance, to respect her and remind her of her obligations. He'd been the good one, and while part of her felt ashamed for her actions, she couldn't regret her feelings for him, sudden as they were. Nor could she ignore the brief kiss they'd shared. It had imprinted on the underside of her skin, so she relived it every time she closed her eyes. It lit a glow within her, leaving traces of warmth. Very well, River will be invited as well. We'll see who is the better man for you, my princess. Thank you, Papa. She kissed her father on the cheek and scurried from the room before he changed his mind. Part of her wanted to head straight for River's room, but considering their previous encounter, some distance might be best. Instead, she made a few phone calls. Ordinarily, she never would have acted without her father's consent, but she knew what she was doing. She knew exactly the steps to take to help the resorts that were currently struggling, to get their profits back up where they needed to be. Sure, it would take an initial investment to return things where they belonged, but once these resorts were renovated and back on their feet, she estimated the profits from those resorts would double. If that didn't convince Papa she was qualified for CEO, she didn't know what would. It was time to show her father what she was made of, but first, she had to get her swimming suit on. Chapter 13. River checked his accounts on his laptop that morning. Discouragement burbled in his stomach like unsettled sauerkraut. His investments weren't looking good. Absent-mindedly, his hand crept to his pocket, only to find it empty. With dread building, he patted every other pocket before memory struck him. That's right, he'd lent the lamp to Aaliyah. His mom told him he was foolish to credit so much to the small hunk of metal, but he couldn't deny the way his luck began to change after he'd found it. He'd stopped getting fired. He'd gotten the job with Zayn. He'd found books at thrift stores and studied investing while at the public libraries. He'd been able to start putting a little money in different places, stocks, a 401k, money market funds, to have a home in the countryside, to work from that home, to feel secure for the rest of his life. That's all he wanted. Someone to share all of that with was starting to creep into the picture as well. Someone with dark hair, a smile that set off her eyes like stars at midnight, an affinity for business and fast cars, the ability to make conversations seem as easy as breathing. Someone whose kiss made him feel like he had the strength of 100 instead of only one. River shook his head. He had to get Aaliyah out of his mind. He still couldn't believe the trip to her room last night had taken the turn it had. What had he been thinking going there so late? He hadn't been thinking. That was the problem. He'd felt so comfortable with her. He just trotted right over. And then she turned coy, and he'd melted like a puddle of wax, soft enough for her to mold him into whatever she wanted. That's what he was around her, a puddle, yet he wanted to be around her all the more. River exhaled, rubbing a palm to his forehead. He really should go home, but he'd given her his lamp and he'd meant it when he said she couldn't have it for good. He did want it back. Too bad he wanted her with it. His phone rang and he was eager for the distraction. With the white background noise and the time of the call, River figured Zayn was calling from the plane itself. River had been on his jet once or twice. The plane was fancy, to say the least. Good morning, Zayn. How are things faring for you? I'll be there in an hour, Zayn said. I got a call from Aaliyah. He wants us all to spend the afternoon in the pool together. River's gut sank. Aaliyah had said she would speak to her father. Either she hadn't done so yet, or Aaliyah's answer had been no. This is how it should be, River told himself, pushing aside the flaring jealousy at the thought of Zayn with Aaliyah. She was engaged to him. He should spend time with her. He couldn't discount her words from last night and her claimed desire to be with him, with River. He'd based far too much hope on that claim, and now it was clear he needed to prepare himself to let her go. River forced the words. "That will be good for you. You need to get to know Aaliyah." "Aaliyah said he wants you there too, Riv." Against his better judgment, this piqued his interest. "They want both of us there?" River asked. Concern began to seep in. Had Aaliyah told her dad about their midnight encounter in her room last night? She said she would, but with how controlling her father seemed to be, River began to worry he was about to receive a lecture like a scolded child. He needed to tell Zayn the truth, to tell him what was happening. Somehow, he couldn't find the words. "That's what Aaliyah told me," Zayn said. "I wouldn't mind the break. Communicating with Norris is like herding cats. He rarely stays on the same topic without rambling off, not to mention the other random accusations of this or that. It's definitely dampening to my spirit. I need some downtime." River's mind hit a roadblock. "Norris is making accusations? What is he accusing you of?" "I don't know. He's threatening that... Whatever, never mind." Cautiously, River set his laptop aside and stood, scowling in concern. "Zayn, what happened?" If his concern regarded the case he was there to work on, River knew Zayn couldn't tell him. It didn't, however, prevent him from asking. "Nothing. I'm no criminal, so I've been ignoring them." "Is it Norris? Send me the calls from now on," River said. "They should be coming to me anyway. How did he get your number?" The hesitation on the other line was too long for River's liking. He got the feeling there was something Zayn wasn't telling him. The only people who had Zayn's direct number were those whom Zayn had given the number to himself. River certainly hadn't offered his number to whomever this person was, assuming it was Norris. "It's okay, I can deal with it. Looks like I may need some representation of my own. For now, I just need some sunshine. That will get my mind off of everything." This made no sense. If there was any kind of legal claim or threat, it would have come through Zayn's correspondence, wouldn't it? What was going on? Granted, they hadn't been at the firm to receive any summons or whatever the threat entailed. Perhaps that had something to do with it. River was worried. Zayn wasn't usually this closed off or this prone to dealing with things on his own. Zayn almost always referred all of his problems to him. "Sunshine will do you good," River said, trying to cheer him, as though he hadn't gotten enough of it in Fiji. "I just don't know why Mr. Aaliyah wants both of us there if you're with Aaliyah. I've got some business to catch up on, so I think I'll leave you to it." The last time River's presence had been requested by Mr. Aaliyah, it'd been so awkward he'd spent the whole morning hiding behind a magazine. He couldn't imagine how much harder it would be now that he had feelings for Aaliyah. Could he sit by and watch her with Zayn? "Oh, come on, come swimming. I'm sure it's a huge pool. There'll be plenty of space for you to make a splash." He already made plenty of splashes. Ugh, he hated this sneaky, distasteful feeling inside of him. He needed to be upfront about what had happened. River had a nagging suspicion that was why he was being included in the invitation. Had Aaliyah gone to her father after all? He wished he had the sense to get her number so he could call and discuss it with her instead of speaking in person. Going to her room again was not a good idea. Maybe inviting both him and Zayn was her doing. Maybe she wanted him there, and she'd made sure he would be. Again, he considered just heading home and leaving them to it. But he couldn't until the truth came out, and this seemed to be the best time to do it. He would tell Zayn, get his lamp back from Aaliyah, and then he would go home. The water in the dual pools on the rooftop was the definition of blue. Palm trees swayed in the gentle, humid breeze, while the sunlight pounded against Aaliyah's bare shoulders. She relished the feel of the warm cement beneath her bare feet and moved through the cleared pool area with flurrying excitement and trepidation. She would see Zayn today. How could she after that kiss with River? She knew she should feel guilty about it, And while she'd initially agreed to her father's engagement scheme, that guilt didn't seem completely justified. Zayn had never officially asked her to be his wife. There was no ring on her finger. He couldn't even devote an hour to her. Why should she wait for someone who was so disinterested in her? She gripped River's lamp in her palm. Its metal was a cool contrast to the day's moist heat. So much of her future was riding on this get-together. She prayed it would all work out as it was meant to, as she hoped it would. A man in sunglasses and white swim trunks with dark hair and bronze skin sauntered from the hotel's exit toward the pool. Her heart gave a lurch until she realized it wasn't River. It was Zayn. She had to admit he was handsome. While River was too, his looks alone didn't draw her to him. Appearances weren't everything. They didn't matter as much as respect, as listening, as making her feel valued, all of which River had done. He could have looked like a duck and she would have been drawn to him nonetheless. The thought simmered a little inside. Zayn lifted a hand in her direction and gave her a smile. At least he acknowledged her. There was that. Aaliyah bolstered her courage. Tucking away the lamp within her towel on the lounge chair, she met him halfway. "Hey there," he said. "Nice day for a swim." "I guess it is," she said. Who was she kidding? The day was gorgeous. With the sky imitating the pool's blue water, the ocean spreading through the view from the glass barriers along the rooftop's edge, and the palm trees dancing every few feet or so around them. "Do you like to swim?" Zayn asked. She rested a hand on her hip. "I've grown up in resorts all over the world, Mr. Hassan. I almost have to like it." "You can't tell me it doesn't come along with the territory." "Do you like everywhere you go simply because you're there?" She couldn't help the touchiness in her tone. He was probably just trying to initiate conversation, but she was still bitter at coming second for him. They were supposedly engaged. A date was set. She knew very well he'd called River and her father during his travels, but he couldn't bring himself to call her? It just made what she intended to do that much easier. "Fair enough," he said. "What's your favorite resort you've ever lived in?" That was a good question. She was pleasantly surprised and yet thrown off. She didn't want him to talk with her, not really. He was supposed to ignore her, to leave her to be with River. She pressed her lips into a thin line and glanced around. Where was River anyway? And her father, for that matter? As if on cue, the elevator dinged and opened to reveal River standing beside Papa. Her heart chirruped like a clock chiming the hour. River. Glorious and confident, he wore blue swim trunks and nothing else. His chest was chiseled and toned, giving her the impression he was well acquainted with the gym. As he stepped out onto the rooftop with the sun as his backdrop, he made her mouth water. He seemed to be complimenting Papa on his new haircut, with friendly gestures and a winning smile. That was good. Papa needed some positive attention about it. Aaliyah greeted her father, who wore a Hawaiian button-up shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, before receiving the full force of River's attention. His skin glowed in the sunlight. His eyes gleamed as he took in her one piece with its ruffled neckline. Zayn presented himself, shaking hands and greeting her father. "You look fantastic," River said, pulling her aside. She beamed at him. "You don't look so bad yourself." "Look, about last night." He scraped a hand through his hair. Last night was spellbinding. She inched forward, lowering her voice to a whisper, trying and desperately failing not to notice the bare skin of his chest. "I want more last nights, don't you?" It was all she could do not to take his hand or throw herself into his embrace. His jaw ticked. He didn't get the chance to answer before Zayn joined them. He offered River a hand. "Good to see you, man," Zayn said. "You too," River replied, though his tone and wary expression suggested the opposite. Aaliyah chewed her lip and met her father's expectant gaze. This was her chance. "Come on, Lamp." "So, Zayn," she began, "how was your trip?" It was enlightening. That doesn't sound very pleasant, Aaliyah said. Zayn grimaced and exchanged an eyebrow message with River. Had something happened? Papa stepped in. We're glad you're back, Zayn. It's good to go over some details and adjustments. Circumstances change quickly. It's the nature of business and of life, wouldn't you say? Zayn hesitated. There was that uneasy glance again with River. I'm not sure what you're getting at, Zayn said. Papa seemed to find this amusing. That's why I've called you and your assistant here. Aaliyah, I believe, has something she'd like to discuss with you both, and I'm here to support her in any way I can. He gestured toward the nearest white bench located between the protection of a gaping umbrella and covered in cushions. That was good. She knew her father couldn't sit too long in the sunlight, not with the treatments he was undergoing. Zayn and River sat on the bench diagonally from one another. River gave her an encouraging nod while Zayn's gaze darted between them. Aaliyah inhaled, bolstered by her father's faith in her. All right then, she said. Zayn rested his palms on his thighs. Talking is good, he said. I know I've missed out on a lot the past few days, but that doesn't mean you haven't been on my mind, Aaliyah. Oh? She took the bench across from him, and her father settled onto the empty space beside her. Despite the umbrella's shade, heat from the bench's fabric nipped her bare legs. Yes, and Zayn's phone rang, cutting him off mid-sentence. Aaliyah's teeth gritted. He'd brought his phone? Business at the pool? She certainly hadn't brought hers. Zayn held up a finger, removed the phone from a hidden pocket in his swim trunks, and checked the screen before flicking his glance to her. Sorry, I've got to take this. And there it was. This was a foreshadowing pattern for their future relationship. She would always be second to him. There would always be a phone call, a flight, something more important to take his attention. River seemed to read her thoughts. He tweaked his lips in an apologetic smile. Zayn stood from his bench and strode toward the left-hand pool, but the distance didn't keep his voice from carrying. You shouldn't call me, he said impassioned. I'm fine, but it's over. It's done. I have to go. Please don't call me again. The call ended, and Zayn lowered his phone, staring as though he'd never seen one before. That didn't sound good, Aaliyah said, looking to River and then her father for an explanation. Her father had praised Zayn's composure and ability to roll with the punches, but from his shamefaced expression, she assumed this must be a somber issue. River scowled in Zayn's direction. No, it didn't, he said. Did he know something? She wondered. Was that who I think it was? River asked as Zayn resumed his seat as though nothing happened. Zayn's gaze flicked from Aaliyah to her father and to River. He quirked an emotionless grin. I'm pleading the fifth. River inched forward on the bench. Not funny, man. What's going on? Zayn's mouth gaped for a few moments before he slapped his leg with his free hand. I guess it's not within my client-attorney discretion to tell you that Norris isn't happy I left when I did. He insisted I stay there until the matter was settled, but I left. I came here, and now he's threatening to sue me for negligence. River rose to his feet. He's what? I know, right? Zayn said, sinking back. I told him I'd be back in a few days. So you're leaving again? Aaliyah couldn't help the dismay leaking into her voice. Zayn made a defeated noise. I'm not holding up my fiduciary end of our attorney-client relationship. I have to be there at his request. What else am I supposed to do? She didn't have an answer for him. Maybe this was as good a time as any to tell him the reason she'd called him here, though she hesitated. Clearly, Zayn had put his business in jeopardy to make the trip here to be with her. How could she break things off with him now? Chapter 14. Papa's displeased expression deepened, but he remained where he was on the bench. Aaliyah longed to know what he thought of all this. Her gaze trailed to the direction of her towel on the vacant lounge chair several feet away. The lamp couldn't be causing this. Could it? Sure, she'd wanted a way out of this arranged marriage, but she didn't intend for Zayn to be sabotaged in any way. From the sound of things, that's what was happening. She couldn't help but see this from her father's perspective as well. Papa had been so impressed by Zayn from the start. He wouldn't have selected him to be her husband if it had been otherwise. This must be a huge letdown for him. She could practically smell his disapproval. Part of her felt sympathy for Zayn. This wasn't supposed to have jeopardized his business in any way. Then again, a little communication could have saved all of them from the way the situation had turned. She was a tangled yarn ball of emotions as it was. "I suppose you should focus on your client," she said. "My most sincere apologies, Aaliyah," Zayn said. "I know how this must look to you. I know you think I'm insensitive and calloused for not having time to spend with you." The words plucked her heartstrings. This was what she'd wanted from him all along. Why couldn't he have just been upfront with her from the start? "Thank you for saying as much," she said. His candor made what she intended to say that much harder. She wasn't sure how to do it now without sounding completely heartless. "You wanted to speak with me, and as you can see, I have no further distractions at the moment." He tossed his phone onto a nearby lounge chair. "Maybe now isn't the best time," she said. "I can see you're a busy man, Mr. Hassan." She still couldn't bring herself to call him Zayn. He hadn't invited her to, and it felt too intimate calling him that. "How about a swim instead?" River offered. His voice, his suggestion jolted into her like a lightning bolt. For a minute, she'd forgotten he was there. "You two go ahead, I've got some calls to make myself." Aaliyah suspected from the look he and Zayn exchanged it had to do with whatever Zayn's last phone call had been about. This was a good thing, she told herself. It might be easier to get things sorted out with Zayn without River overhearing. Things might have been completely different right now if Zayn had come to her before he left for Fiji, if he told her the nature of his business and asked if she wouldn't mind postponing their date. Instead, he'd left like a coward, brushing her off and sending his assistant in his place. She appreciated people being straightforward. A nudge came from her gut, pushing her. She would be straightforward as well. "That's fine, River. You do what you need to. Zayn and I will go and enjoy the pool." She strutted toward the pool on the left, waving to her father from his position beneath the umbrella. Papa responded to her greeting. He rose and shuffled to where they stood, shielding the sun with his hand. Sweat beaded on his temples and tiredness drooped his brow. "It looks like you have the situation under control, my daughter." "Papa, are you okay?" He shook his head. "I will be fine. I must rest now," he said. "You have a nice afternoon, Aaliyah." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Want me to walk you inside?" "No, no. You stay, see to your guests. You can tell me later how things go. I think I've seen enough." His lips thinned to a weary smile. Aaliyah leaned in for a hug. "See you later, Papa." He patted her cheek before rotating and trundling his way to the elevator. She waited until the doors closed behind him to return her attention to River, to Zayn. "Sorry about all of this," Zayn said again, walking beside her. She joined him on his way to the pool, pausing at the handrail leading into the deep end. The water seemed so blue, so clear and inviting. "You're busy, I get that," she said, trying to be gracious. "Your situation sounds pretty serious." Although she didn't much like the way he'd mentioned it earlier, it had almost sounded as though he was blaming her for it. She'd never forced him to agree to her father's arrangement or told him to leave without telling her. Still, she decided to allow him to defend his case. Zayn shrugged. "If it's all right with you, I'd rather not talk about it." "Fair enough. I wouldn't mind cooling off myself." Without another word, she dove into the pool. The water mushroomed up, spilling out over the pool's edge. Aaliyah plunged, relishing the coolness of the water, and kicked with her feet to bring herself back to the surface. She emerged with a jubilant gasp and pushed her hair away from her face. Zayn stood at the edge, smirking at her. "Aren't you coming in?" she asked.
"I don't know. The view from here seems pretty good."
She splashed water up at him and he laughed.
"That's it,"
he said, stepping feet first into the water. He plunged in. While waiting for him to surface, something gripped around her ankle. Aaliyah squealed before finding herself pulled under as well. She sculled her hands, pushing through the water, making for the surface once more. "That was a rotten trick," she said, swiping wet hair from her face again. Zayn grinned. This was the most relaxed she'd ever seen him.
"You asked for it."
She swam a few feet away from him, loving the silk of the water across her skin and trying to figure out the best way to say what she needed to say. The bitterness she'd felt toward him during the past few days was seeping out, being replaced by something like curiosity. Zayn was pleasant to be around. He seemed kind when he wasn't distracted, arguing on cell phones or blaming her for his problems. Would life with him really be so bad? Was she being hasty in her decision? Ugh, why did her father have to push her like this? Aaliyah propped herself near the pool's tiled edge and glanced to where River sat. He was in a heated conversation with someone on the phone, barely paying attention to her and Zayn. Somehow, it didn't seem fair for him to tackle Zayn's problems while Zayn was enjoying a leisurely swim with her. Sure, it was River's job, but still. She thought of their conversation during the drive. River had stepped up and offered to help Zayn. She hoped he would be all right handling whatever this latest crisis was without his lamp. That same nudge in her lower belly returned, and Aaliyah rotated to face Zayn in the water. "Looks like your assistant needs some assistance," she said.
"Riv's all right. He does this for me all the time."
"So he told me. He seems to be used to cleaning up after you." Her statement wove an awkward strain between them. Aaliyah attempted to disentangle it with a pointed statement. "You know he took me to dinner the night you left?"
I know. I asked him to."
"We had a wonderful night," she said. "We ate right here on this rooftop." Water dripped from Zayn's chin.
"I see."
"It only made sense," she explained, kicking her feet in the water just enough. "I was already dressed and ready to go. You gave me no inclination that you wouldn't make an appearance like you said you would." Zayn stared at the water, nodding his head before returning his gaze to her.
"Aaliyah, that was wrong of me. I should have talked to you. I should have let you know in person instead of leaving it for River to handle."
"You're right," she said. "You know, suddenly I don't want to swim anymore." She pulled herself from the pool and sat at its side, still hearing River's commanding voice waft from the umbrella they'd all sat beneath. Zayn lifted himself from the pool as well and sat beside her. He kept his feet in the water. Aaliyah stiffened and slid away just enough.
"Why do I get the feeling you're trying to tell me something?"
he asked. "Because I am," she said. "That's why my father called you and River both here. You had your chance, Zayn. I was hesitant about it, but I was ready to get to know you. It really stung to think I was heading down for a date with you, only to find you'd left the country and couldn't even bother to tell me."
"I'm truly sorry I did that," he said. "I'm not used to telling anyone else but River what I'm up to."
"I know my father was doing what he thought was best for me. I'm not sure what your motivations were in agreeing to this arrangement, but I wanted you to know I think you're a nice person."
"Nice?"
"Yes, but my father has given me the freedom to choose who I marry, Mr. Hassan, and I'm taking it."
"So you're saying—"
Why couldn't he just read between the lines? He was a lawyer. Weren't they supposed to be good at that? She steeled herself and said it. "I don't think a marriage between us is going to work." Zayn blinked before lowering his head.
"Wow."
"What? What were you expecting?" she asked.
"To spend time with you."
He sounded disappointed enough, but she couldn't tell if it was genuine. If he was, she couldn't allow herself to feel sorry for it. "It's too late for that, I think," she said.
"You sound like you don't believe me."
"I don't know what to believe about you. Aside from essentially blaming me for your current problems with your client, you haven't shown me enough of yourself to even know who you are."
But it's a fact that I wouldn't have had to leave my responsibilities in Fiji if it wasn't for the situation with you and your father.
I didn't force you to agree, she argued, incensed.
My father didn't force you. No, he just twisted the words enough to make me think I wanted this.
She knew all too well Papa's ability to sweet-talk a person into doing what he wanted. He had the ability to make it sound like he had the other's best interest at heart, and she still couldn't tell if he always did or if he was just that clever. I know I'm saying this when you're already dealing with some other frustrations. I just didn't want to lead you on. I figured that would only make things harder later on.
Then why this whole swimming facade? Why not just tell me?
I'm telling you now, she said. He pushed to his feet, slicked his hair back, and began pacing with his hands on his hips. Aaliyah rose as well. She wasn't about to let him stand over her.
You know, Aaliyah, I've got to say, this entire engagement scheme has been completely disconcerting.
Scheme?
First, your dad presents an arranged marriage to me, telling me if I want part of his company, I have to marry you first. Fine. Now you won't even give me a chance.
I gave you a chance, Zayn. I just finished telling you how much it hurt my feelings to have you stand me up for our first date.
What am I supposed to do now? He asked. I would like that CEO position, Aaliyah.
Is that the only reason you were willing to go through with this? She folded her arms. The sun was already warming her wet swimsuit. Doesn't it seem strange for my father to have to bribe you to be with me when River did it because he wanted to?
That's right. Riv told me about all this time you've been spending together, but it wasn't because he wanted to.
What does that mean? She asked. Zayn's expression slipped into a scowl. His voice turned nasty.
River was only there to take you to dinner because I told him to. I wouldn't be so sure of anything between you. River wants money, Aaliyah. He's been asking me about investments for a while now, so I wouldn't go getting any romantic notions about the two of you after such a short time either.
Her mouth gaped. How dare you?
Thanks for the swim, he said, turning his back to her, but I think we're done here.
He headed toward the towel cart, retrieved the topmost towel, and then headed for the elevator. Aaliyah's ears were ringing. It couldn't be true. River wasn't only interested in her for her money, was he? She thought back to their dinner. He'd made it clear he was only there to deliver a message, but then he'd asked her to stay with him. She'd thought he was just being sympathetic and kind, only to find she'd enjoyed his company. She'd thought they'd had an attraction, a connection. Had she been completely wrong about the nature of his intentions toward her? His admiration for her car, for a lifestyle like hers. Most men would chomp at the bit for extravagance like she enjoyed. River had never given her any kind of indication that was the case, but men could be good liars. Had he said something like that to Zayn? The thought struck her like a sucker punch. It tightened in her chest, rendering her a trembling mass as remorse and humiliation settled in. Zayn was right. She'd only known River for a matter of days. Her father's push for marriage had caused her to rush and make hasty decisions. She'd been a complete idiot. Zayn only wanted her for the CEO position, and River only wanted her for her car. River had his back to her, still in conversation. She retrieved her towel from the lounge chair and stormed past him toward the elevator as well. Right now, she didn't want to be around either of them. She inwardly cursed her father for ever getting her into this in the first place. And as for River, he could find his own way down. Chapter 15. River ended the call with Zayn's lawyer and turned toward the pool. He assumed Zayn and Aaliyah were talking where he couldn't overhear, but his gaze swept one direction, then the other. The pool water was settled. Every chair was vacant. Even Aaliyah's towel was gone. Where had Zayn and Aaliyah gone? His head pounded from the heated conversation with Zayn's lawyer. From the sound of things, Zayn's admission was right. He was about to be served for negligence while he'd been in Fiji. Papers would either be mailed here to the Aaliyah Clearwater Beach Resort or would be served in person the minute Zayn returned to New York. Just what had he been up to while he was there? It had something to do with Celia Shepherd as well. Zayn should have kept an ocean's worth of distance from her during his stay. He should have focused on Norris's case and nothing else. But no, he'd gone and stuck his nose where it didn't belong. With the threat of Norris's lawsuit, there was nothing for it. Zayn needed to get back to Fiji as soon as possible. River wanted to text Aaliyah to see where she'd gone. He told himself to get her number at the closest opportunity and made his way down to his suite. Zayn was pacing the hall in front of River's door. His hair was wet, but he was fully dressed in jeans, a Hurley t-shirt, and flip-flops. River jerked his key from his pocket. "There you are. Why did you leave? How did it go with Aaliyah?" He opened the door, waiting for Zayn to enter before following him in and closing it. "Funny you should ask," Zayn said, pausing before the built-in kitchen. "Is there anything you'd like to tell me? About Aaliyah and me?" "So there's an Aaliyah and you?" River's guard closed in. "What happened? What did she say?" Zayn marched back and forth, from one bar stool to the other. "Just how wonderful it's been getting to know you in my place." River felt startled that Zayn was this bothered. He'd known. He'd been the one to tell him to take her to dinner. "What did you expect?" River asked. "You left me here to deal with her." "I can see you've been dealing with her." "What does that mean?" River asked, grimacing. He should probably have worded that a little differently. "You tell me." Zayn folded his arms. River offered his hands as if in surrender. "I ate dinner with her the night you were supposed to. The next day I went to tell her father I was leaving, and he suggested I help her plan your wedding while you were gone." "Wedding plans?" Zayn scoffed. "What a joke." "Aaliyah thought so too," River said, "seeing as how you weren't there." "Tell me then, did you pick out my suit? Her flowers? How should she do her hair?" His derision was dripping. "I can't believe you're this upset by it," River said. "Sorry." Zayn raked his hands through his hair and sat on the love seat in front of the flat screen. "I'm on edge from Norris's accusations, from Celia calling me while I was at the pool, from talking to Aaliyah, from everything." "Then you know it's not a threat. Norris is going to sue you for negligence." Zayn muttered under his breath. "What did you do while you were there?" "Celia kept talking to me all right. I kissed her, hoping it would get her off my back, that it would let me focus on what I was there to do, but she just wouldn't ease up. She ended up meeting me at Norris's house and again while I was with him at his office." River released a groan. "You know better, man." "Come on, Riv. I didn't invite her to either of those places. She practically stalked me." "I'm sure she did," River said. "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. You broke things off with her the last time you were there. She probably wanted to make sure she saw you as much as she could since you were obviously open to it." Zayn covered his face with a pillow. "Unbelievable. I guess there wasn't a better time to know my engagement is also over." "If you call this situation an engagement," River said without thinking. Aaliyah had ended it. No wonder they both left the rooftop in such a rush. River couldn't say he was relieved, which surprised him. The whole situation left him in a confused fog. Zayn lowered the pillow. "You were getting on my grill for Celia, Riv, all while you were hooking up with Aaliyah, in my place?" he said, derisive. "I wasn't hooking up with her," River argued. "I was spending time with her at your and her father's request." "Spending time? Is that all it was?" "At first," River said, hedging. "Though you should know, we kissed." Zayn's frown deepened. Several ticks passed before he released a sigh and shook his head.
I'd fire you if you weren't so reliable. River took the nearest bar stool. And if I didn't handle so much for you, he added. He clenched his fists, hoping he hadn't overstepped. Their relationship had always been more like a couple of old friends instead of boss and employee. As intricate as this mess was, Zayn was still his boss. I suppose I deserve that, Zayn said. I was in Fiji with Celia when I might as well have been here. River's palms tingled. He checked his pockets, but the lamp wasn't there. An odd feeling of hopelessness, of helplessness swept over him. He crossed to where Zayn sat and took the armchair next to him. I wish I could fix this, Zayn said, sliding him a look. Can you do something? Rub that lamp of yours and make it all go away? River exhaled noisily, so Zayn knew about his lamp after all. Sorry, man. If I could grant wishes, I would, but I can't. Zayn waved him off. Aaliyah made it clear I put too much on you anyway. River's brows rose. She said that? Not exactly, but I got the drift. Look, man, I'm sorry. It's all right. He inhaled long and slow before releasing the air. Sounds like I ought to get back to Fiji and see if I can smooth things over with Norris. Can you? I'm already on it, River said. He'd made that call the moment he'd gotten off with Zayn's lawyer. He'd scheduled Zayn's plane for an immediate departure. Unease wriggled within his chest. Zayn wasn't the only one who needed a flight. River felt detached, as though he'd suddenly lost his anchor. He was adrift. The days he'd spent with Aaliyah had been a dream, but with Zayn leaving, clarity began settling over him. This thing with Aaliyah couldn't happen. It'd been a fling between two confused people, nothing more. River needed to step out of his dreams and back into real life. He lived in New York, she lived in Florida. Zayn needed him right now more than he ever had. Aaliyah's father had too much hold over her. It was time for him to get his lamp back from her. It was time for him to go home and do what he could to forget her. Chapter 16. Aaliyah reeled from her conversation with Zayn. She'd been upfront and honest, just as she wanted to be. Why didn't she feel better about the way things ended? She stopped at her room long enough to toss her towel onto the floor and slip a thin woven swim dress over her swimsuit. She hurried to her father's suite. Lily answered the door. He's in there, she said. Aaliyah took a right, going through the seating area and toward his bedroom. Papa? She called softly. The room was too quiet. He said he needed rest, but this silence had an element of suspicion with it. Worry began to worm its way through her stomach. She found her father lying in his bed on top of the covers. He still had his sandals on. One hand rested at his stomach and he gazed out the window. Papa, is everything all right? Fine, he said tiredly. Just fine. I can't endure much sun. I'm sorry, Papa. Gradually, he rotated his head to face her. It was so strange to see him with his hair cut short, trimmed so close to the scalp. Papa offered a hand. Aaliyah's heart lifted. She crossed to the bed and set hers in it. He patted her with too soft skin. It's all right. I've been privy to many uncomfortable situations, my daughter. But I must say my heart goes out to young Zayn. He always seems to have everything in order. This is the first time I've seen him out of sorts. Aaliyah couldn't deny the pity she'd felt for Zayn, too. He sounded truly distraught and completely thrown off guard. She wondered if she'd done the right thing by telling him the truth when she did, considering how the conversation between them had ended. But his distress over his business was no reason for her to fake acceptance of something she didn't feel. She sank onto her father's bedside. It's you I'm worried about. I'll be fine. he said, repeating himself. Tell me, how did your conversation with him go?
She inhaled. We don't have to talk about that now, she said. You look like you need some rest. His eyes drifted closed, his head lolled on his pillow.
I do. Rest would be very nice right about now.
Aaliyah hesitated, wondering if he wanted her to stay with him. His eyes remained closed. After several moments, his chest lifted and fell in a slower rhythm. Yes, her problems could wait. She pressed a kiss to his cheek and headed out into the hall. While she would wait to share her conversation with Zayn with her father for another day, she needed to talk to River. Zayn's insinuations about the reason for River's attention were haunting. They had far too much potential to be true. Why else would River have paid so much attention to her these past few days? Yet they'd had something unmistakable between them from the start. Had it only been on her end? Was River really just taking advantage of an opportunity? She couldn't accept it. There had been moments between them that had been so palpable, so keepable. She couldn't have imagined the way he'd looked at her or the way his attention had seemed so genuine. Aaliyah took the stairs, not wanting to wait for the elevator. Her hair was still a tangle, but the thin woven swim dress did a decent job covering her swimsuit. Descending a few flights of stairs, she approached River's door and knocked. After only a few pulses, River opened the door. His hair was deliciously wet and snarled, and he wore jeans and nothing else. Her gaze flicked to his bronze chest, and she cleared her throat.
Hey,
he said.
Sorry, I thought you'd be Zayn, otherwise I would have put a shirt on.
Are you expecting him? River stepped back, leaving room for her to enter. Turning, he slipped on the t-shirt that was sitting on the edge of an armless chair.
No, I just got out of the shower and thought maybe he needed something. He's had a pretty rough day.
Her stomach squirmed inside of her. Yeah, I guess he has. Did he tell you I've ended our engagement?
River frowned. Yeah, he did.
Aaliyah was all nerves. River was supposed to be relieved. Instead, he seemed upset. What was bothering him? Yeah, she went on anxiously. While we were swimming, we talked it over, and I told him how I was feeling.
That explains a lot,
River said under his breath. He might as well have slapped her. I'm happy about it, River. Why aren't you? He ran a hand through his wet hair.
I wonder if now may not have been the best time for news like that. Zayn is dealing with a lot, and it was just one more thing.
Maybe it would have been if he actually cared about our engagement, Aaliyah argued. Where was this coming from? I didn't think he'd even mind.
He minded,
River said. Aaliyah couldn't understand this at all. She asked if he wanted to be with her. He told her yes. What had changed? She decided to remedy this with an explanation. I thought your lamp was some silly trinket, but I think you were right. I think it really does work. I never would have had the courage to be straightforward with my father, with Zayn, without it. I've also alerted crews to start renovations on our San Diego Bay resort. My father is hearing me out for the first time in my life, River. I know it's because of you, because of your lamp. He closed his eyes and shifted, away from her. I really am sorry for how things are going for Zayn right now, but I also see good things happening. Now that the engagement is over, we can take it slow, get to know each other, and see if this is even going to work. He still said nothing. The air was filled with uncertainty. Finally, he pivoted and spoke.
I don't know, Aaliyah. It's not that I wouldn't like to get to know you better, but I have to check with Zayn.
Her head reared. You have to run your dating life past him? He rested a hand on his side.
I'm just saying it wouldn't feel right to start dating you now, not after you and he ended things. Speaking of which, do you still have my lamp? I kind of need it back.
His words stung with physical, literal strength and left her with a gasp. Yeah, I've got it in my room. Great. I've got to head back to New York and get some things straightened out. I'd really like to take it with me. She waited in pulsing anticipation for him to add that he'd like to take her with him too. But he didn't. There was no additional comments, no flirting, flashing gazes. Zayn was dealing with a lot, so that meant River wanted nothing to do with her anymore. She couldn't believe she'd fallen for it, fallen for him. Zayn had been right. Now that he was back, River had no more need to spend any more time in her company. What a fool she'd been. She'd flung herself at him when he'd come to her room. No wonder he hadn't seemed interested in staying longer. He'd done everything he could to keep his distance from her because he knew she wasn't worth it. Her pulse was shooting in a dozen directions as she made her way into the hall, back to the elevator and to her room. She moved in a disconnected way with distance between her bones, as though someone else was controlling her actions. Lowering herself onto her bed, she stared at the wall. That settled it. At least she no longer had to marry Zayn. River would take his lamp and be gone from her life too. Fine. She would let him. She'd give him his lamp and be finished with them both. With renewed affronted purpose, Aaliyah marched to the bathroom. She rummaged through the wadded towel on the floor where she'd tossed it when she'd returned after swimming. Her fingers groped for the hard lump clustered within the towel's folds, but everywhere she touched, the towel offered no resistance. Aaliyah lifted it, ready to shake the lamp free. Nothing fell to the floor. Panic crept up her throat. She skimmed the floor, searching frantically, patting the carpet as though the lamp would miraculously appear. She checked the hall, the elevator. She scampered around on the rooftop, searching the lounger where she'd placed it when she'd swam earlier. She even went to the rooftop's edge and rested her hands on the rim of the glass wall with flutters of desperation. There was nothing for it. She'd lost his lamp. No wonder her luck seemed to be changing. River was definitely not going to want anything to do with her after this. Chapter 17. Where could the lamp have gone? Aaliyah had made sure it was in her towel before she'd wadded it up and hauled it back to her room, but she'd turned the place upside down, twice. She'd dug through the contents of every drawer, she'd unburied her closet, and even found the missing half to one of her favorite pairs of shoes. But the lamp was nowhere in sight. What am I going to do? She whispered to the room at large. A knock struck and her insides squirmed. River was here, ready to claim what belonged to him. He'd made it clear he was no longer interested in her. She wanted to at least part on good terms, but how could they now that she'd lost something so precious to him? Aaliyah steeled herself and opened the door. Lily stood at the threshold, chewing her lip. Lily never chewed her lip. Lily, what's wrong? Sorry to bother you, but you should know your father collapsed. Sudden coldness washed over her. He what? When? He'd been fine an hour ago. He'd been lying in bed. A few minutes ago, Lily said. He said he was feeling off and called me to bring him a glass of water. He attempted to answer the door, and when I stepped through, he collapsed. Her voice broke. Aaliyah slipped into her sandals while utter fear tumbled through her. Did you call an ambulance? I did. They're on their way. Aaliyah gripped her hands. Thank you, Lily. Let's go. A series of nevers played out. Aaliyah never thought she would ride in the back of an ambulance. She never thought she'd hold her father's hand while paramedics pumped air into his mouth. She never thought she'd wonder if these were her last moments with her father. Aaliyah got to know the waiting room at St. Martin's Hospital, the number of chairs, the stray newspapers, the complimentary bottles of water and cracker packages. She paced the floor, she wrung her hands, She sat and stared mindlessly at her phone. Finally, Lily reappeared in the doorway. She hadn't been able to ride with Aaliyah and said she would follow. "Oh, good, you're here," Aaliyah said. "Sorry it took me so long. I had to make sure my neighbors could feed my animals tonight," Lily said, smiling and slightly frazzled. She'd also changed from her business suit to a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. "Your animals?" Lily shrugged. "I have a thing for picking up strays." Aaliyah was grateful for the distracting topic. She hadn't known this about her and loved being given an invitation into the other woman's life. "And how many strays have you picked up?" Lily sat on the seat across from Aaliyah. "I have 2 cats, 2 dogs, a few birds, a turtle, a chinchilla, and my skunk." Her smile continued as if she knew how outrageous it sounded to have that many pets. Aaliyah startled at the last one. "A skunk?" Lily's smile deepened. "Yeah, his scent glands have been removed. He's actually pretty cuddly." Aaliyah's mouth hung open. "That is actually really cool. I've never heard of anyone having a pet skunk." Lily's eyes glittered for a brief moment before her expression fell into something more serious. "Have you heard how your father is?" Aaliyah felt herself tighten. "Not yet, but I'm glad you're here with me." "You are? Does that surprise you?" Lily shrugged. I don't hear that very often outside of work." Aaliyah examined her for a few moments, needing to make her feelings clear. "Lily, I don't know much about you, but I consider you my friend." You do?" Aaliyah had a hard time connecting with people because of the way her father handled how she lived her life. She'd wanted a connection with Hazel Strickland, now Hazel Bassett, too, and had been delighted to be invited to stay with Hazel at her tower on Beaver Lake. She'd been ecstatic to hear about Hazel and Wesley's recent marriage and their acceptance of Aaliyah's offer to stay at the Aaliyah Resort for their honeymoon. No, she didn't have many friends, but she would consider Lily and Hazel 2 of her closest ones. "I do," Aaliyah went on. "So I hope you know you can trust me if you ever need someone to talk to." Lily released a nervous chuckle and glanced down at her lap. "Seems like you should be the one to need to talk." "I've talked. Give me something else to focus on," she added with a laugh that she hoped would help lighten the mood. Lily swallowed. "All right, then. I've been dating Damon for several months now, and he thinks our relationship should move faster than I want it to. I'm just not sure about taking such a big step as moving in together, not when he's—" "He's what?" Aaliyah prodded, hoping her question would help Lily know she was in a safe space. "He's controlling," Lily admitted. "He's mean and manipulative. So I broke up with him instead of moving in with him, and let me guess, he's not happy about it." Lily's lower lip trembled. "No, he's not. And that's making life really hard right now. I know your father needs me, but I'm so tempted to just move as far away as I can, to hide, change my name if I have to so he can't find me." Whoa. Aaliyah sat a little straighter. "Are you okay? I mean, are you safe? Is he threatening you?" Lily shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. "No. Sorry, I'm just being dramatic and stupid about the whole thing." "It doesn't sound that way to me," Aaliyah assured her. "Lily, if he's threatening you, that's not okay. You should get a restraining order against him." Lily sniffed and lifted her gaze to meet Aaliyah's. This time, her celery green eyes were hopeful. "You think so?" "Yes, I absolutely do. He has to know he can't treat you that way." She opened her mouth to continue, but a nurse appeared in the doorway, silencing their conversation. "He's ready to see you," the nurse said. Aaliyah and Lily exchanged a glance that indicated they both wanted to keep talking, But Aaliyah gave her a nod, and Lily sniffed and rose to her feet with quick, jerky movements. "Thank you," Aaliyah said, but the nurse waited for her to follow. She turned to Lily. "You coming too?" She didn't want Lily to feel like she'd come here for nothing. Lily sniffed again and gave a forced smile. "I don't think so. I'll leave you to it. Thanks for listening." Together they headed out into the hall. Lily turned toward the exit, but Aaliyah stopped her with a gentle hand on her shoulder. "I meant what I said," Aaliyah told her. Lily nodded. "I know." She gestured toward the waiting nurse. "Go see your father. Tell him I'm glad he's okay and I'll see him on Monday, okay?" "You sure?" Aaliyah couldn't quite tell if Lily really was okay or if she was just trying to keep her emotions under control. Lily gave another affirmative nod. "I'm sure. I'll be all right. I need to go check on my animals. You should be with your dad." "Okay," Aaliyah agreed, but only because she didn't want to keep the nurse waiting any longer. "See you later." "Bye." Aaliyah trailed down a wide, cold hallway covered with linoleum and loneliness. While she was worried for Papa, her thoughts couldn't help straining with worry for Lily and her situation, too. Hopefully, she would take Aaliyah's advice and take necessary precautions where this ex of hers was concerned. The nurse stopped and indicated an open door, number 1235. Aaliyah's heart wasn't pounding. It was tearing itself into pieces. This couldn't be the last memory she had with her father. She refused to let it be. A curtain kept Papa from sight. Aaliyah rounded it to find him in a hospital gown beneath a thin blanket. An IV was strapped to his hand with bright pink gauze. Tears of relief sprang to her eyes. He was awake. He was okay. "There's my princess," he said, his voice feeble. The bed was propped to support his head. She suspected he wouldn't be able to hold himself up otherwise. She bent to kiss his cheek. "Papa, what happened?" "I'm not sure yet. Still waiting for the doctor to come. I think it was this last treatment I had," he said. "I've already had 2 rounds of chemo. I think it's this old body's way of saying it's had enough." She pushed back tears and did her best to smile, to stay strong for him. "I don't believe that. You said it yourself, Papa. You're a fighter." He patted her hand, his eyelids fluttering. "You're absolutely right. I am fighting this. I think this time the cancer is winning." Aaliyah sniffed. She couldn't let this happen. She refused to believe he was dying. "I talked to Zayn," she said, trying to lift the mood and take his mind and hers away from the glum subject. "I never got the chance to tell you what happened." His gaze was direct. He pulled her hand closer and she strode toward the bed, resting a hand on the railing. "I don't think you should end things with him, Aaliyah. You need to have someone look after you." "I can look after myself, Papa." "Give Zayn another chance," he pleaded. She shook her head. She couldn't do this now. "No, I'm sorry. I know it's your wish for me, but I have wishes for myself, too, and marrying a stranger isn't one of them. I respect you, Papa. I love you and honor you, but I can't do that." He released her hand. The action was so deliberate it shocked her. "I received a call from Mark in development," Papa said. "He said you've cleared renovations on the San Diego Bay building. Aaliyah, we don't do things behind one another's backs. That shows me you're incapable of handling things. You need Zayn to help you." "I'm proving my capability to you," she said through her teeth. Her emotions were too fresh. She struggled to keep them at bay. "I found a shop to fill our Rio resort. I visited several other resorts in the last few months to check their various needs. I'm qualified for the position. Why can't you see that?
Because I don't, he said.
Maybe if you didn't keep such a tight tether on me, I would have run things past you in the first place. His heart rate on the machine beside him accumulated more bumps. He was growing agitated. Aaliyah inhaled through her nose. She should never have brought it up. She thought he'd changed, but clearly he hadn't. We should talk about this later, she said, when you're feeling better. His voice grew stronger.
We'll talk about it now, Aaliyah. As CEO, you have to run decisions like this past the board. There are certain stones to step on before crossing the pond. You completely surpassed the appropriate steps. You disregarded my opinion, as well as Mark's and a handful of other partners. That doesn't exactly instill confidence in your decisions.
Humiliation welled within her. She thought she was prepared. She thought she was ready for this, and that she had enough sway in the company to have her orders taken seriously. This slice of humble pie was bitter, and it quickly made way for indignation. If she'd been able to branch out, to get a job or start her own business like she wanted to, she could have learned firsthand what to do. She could have had experience and made smaller scale mistakes to build from. Instead, she'd been shut out of every board meeting, every inquiry cast aside. She'd been told to go to the pool, drive her car, enjoy her pampered life.
I feel like I can't trust you, Papa said. I've given you everything a girl could hope for, and it's still not enough.
Years of resentment fought for attention inside of her, threatening to overflow. The emotion was completely unfair, she knew. Her father was in the hospital. Her feelings didn't seem to grasp that. All my life, she said, whenever I wanted to try anything, you constantly pushed me down. Why? What would have been so wrong with me moving into a place of my own? With starting my own hotel line, or even just getting a job so I could get some experience in business, in life? Mama wanted that for me. She didn't care that you didn't have business sense when you two first started this resort line. Look how well you two managed without it.
Aaliyah,
He said wearily.
She went on. You were controlling before Mama died, and since then, your grip has been even tighter. I'm my own person, Papa. I'm not your property. Not only that, but I'm also an adult. You can't tell me where to go, who I can see, even who I should marry. That's not how this works. She'd never known herself to lose it like this before, to spill everything, every thought, every hurt in one swoop. It seemed a different version of herself had emerged, a version she'd been trying to suppress for years. Her father wouldn't stand for this behavior, she knew. Even being in a hospital bed wouldn't keep him from putting her in what he thought was her place. As he'd said, he was a fighter. In that moment, she realized she was a fighter too. She was through with being shut down, tired of being pushed aside and seen as nothing more than a trinket to him. If he really was dying, she couldn't let him without standing up for herself. She couldn't live with the regret that she'd never had the courage to tell him how she actually felt. How long have you felt this way?
His voice was quiet. She couldn't believe he didn't know the answer to that. Then again, she'd never made it this clear before. My whole life.
You think I've been controlling you?
What else would you call it, Papa? Her calm tone matched his.
Love? Protection?
She lifted her hands. You can't protect me from everything.
I have given you everything, and you have only seen me as controlling. You have betrayed me from the start.
He turned away from her. Her throat closed. Don't say that, Papa. He said nothing. She made her way around the bed to be in the direction he was looking. He turned his head the other way. Papa, please don't do this. Tears stung her eyes. This was worse than the thought of him dying. He couldn't see her as being ungrateful. She'd hoped they could be open, that they could find a resolution. She wanted closure before it was too late. She couldn't leave things like this. Papa, I am grateful for everything. I know you've done what you thought was right. I'm just trying to tell you how I feel.
Hey there, Mr. Aaliyah,
Said the nurse, coming in with a clipboard in his hands. He paused, either at Aaliyah's tears or at the stiffness swimming between father and daughter. Aaliyah wasn't sure. How uncomfortable it must be to be a nurse, she thought. How many intimate conversations do they end up interrupting?
Excuse me, the nurse went on, but I've got to check a few things for your father. If you'd like to wait in the hall, we'll be just a minute.
Aaliyah glanced at Papa, waiting for him to alleviate her distress, to smile or placate the situation. He kept his face to the wall. Another tear slid out. I was just leaving, she said. She was heartbroken. She should never have accepted that lamp from River. It had brought her nothing but trouble. It had given her false confidence to fling herself at a man who wanted nothing to do with her. False confidence to make rash, impulsive decisions in the company she apparently knew nothing about running. False confidence to verbally obliterate her father in what could be his final moments with the truth of her feelings. And now that she'd lost the lamp, everything was backfiring. Losing her temper on her father when he was in the hospital of all places. Making a fool of herself with the development team, with the board of trustees. And River. It was completely illogical, but she was crushed by his rejection. It wasn't as though she wanted to drop everything and marry him by the end of the month instead of Zayn. She'd been hoping to date him, just like everyone else. Go to dinner, learn about his Mustang, maybe even help him fix it. Discover his secrets, things he'd held deepest to his chest, foods he loved, places he'd traveled. She wanted to know him, to see if there was something more between them than chemistry. Chemistry only she had felt, apparently. She'd lost his lamp, so there was little chance of that now. Now she had to return to the hotel and tell him. Aaliyah didn't have to go up to River's suite. He was standing in the lobby beside a black suitcase, wearing a black t-shirt that tested the muscles of his arms and torso, tan cargo shorts and flip-flops, with his dark hair casually flipped away from his forehead and the day's stubble shading his jaw. He looked gorgeous, exotic, and completely forbidden. Tiredness swept over her. She was distraught and so weary. Her father despised her. River was leaving. Truth was her best bet now, even though it hadn't done her any favors thus far. River's attention perked as she approached, giving her the same laser-like impression that in a room full of people, he saw only her. She did her best to disregard it. It was all in her head. Hey, he said, I heard about your dad. You never told me he had cancer. Is he okay? Not only was Papa's body failing him, but she'd gone and attacked his soul too. Some daughter she was. She lifted one shoulder. I guess so. His body isn't taking the latest round of treatments well. I'm sorry to hear that. What are they going to do for him? I don't know. She'd been dismissed before she could find out. She should have stayed anyway, she supposed, but she was too hurt to be thinking clearly. Aaliyah blinked, wishing she could run to her room and hide beneath her covers the way she had as a child. But she was no child, and she had to tell him, River, I'm really sorry, but I lost your lamp. His eyes flashed with insight. His smile dropped. You mean? She tossed her hands. A family with small children standing beside the fountain glanced over at the gesture. It's gone. I've looked everywhere for it, but I can't find it anywhere. I'm so sorry. I know how much it meant to you." River gawked, shaking his head in disbelief. That was what he'd been waiting for, after all. Not to say goodbye to her, not to ask about her father. He'd only wanted his lamp. He remained speechless for several agonizing moments before blinking and saying, "What's done is done, right?" She winced. "I really am sorry." His lips strained into a thin line. She wondered if it wasn't an effort at a smile. "It's okay," he said. "I've got to go. Zayn's plane is heading back this afternoon, and I'd better be on it if I want a free ride." This was so different from the friendliness they'd shared the minute they met. This was ice. "I'll keep looking," she said. "If I find it, I'll send it to you." "That would be great." Zayn stepped to his side, nudging his shoulder. He wore a t-shirt and shorts as well and held the handle of his suitcase behind him. "There you are. I was waiting up there thinking you were still in your room. Hey, Aaliyah," he added with a brief, disinterested nod. "No, I came down here." River spoke with his gaze on her before turning to Zayn. "Car's on its way." "Good. We'll need to leave the minute it arrives." He inclined his head at them both before wheeling his suitcase toward the revolving glass doors. "Listen, Aaliyah," River said once Zayn was out of earshot. "I wanted to talk to you. What happened between us?" She couldn't listen. She couldn't handle one more ounce of disappointment. "We were rushing into things because of my father and Zayn. It's fine. Just a good memory, right?" His brow puzzled at her. "I thought—" A black vehicle appeared through the wide glass entrance. In a moment, Zayn was at River's side. "That was fast," Zayn said. He took Aaliyah's hand. "Miss Aaliyah, it was a pleasure to meet you. I'd like to apologize again for how things turned out between us. I'm truly sorry things didn't work out the way they were supposed to." She wished she could say the same where he was concerned, at least. "Sorry about your lawsuit," she said. "Good luck to you, Mr. Hassan." He inclined his head and peered at River. "Coming?" "I'm right behind you," River said. Aaliyah's mouth was dry. She and River faced one another, and while they stood inches apart, there may as well have been a continent between them. She tucked her lips over her teeth. "I'm sorry about earlier," he said. "I am happy at how things turned out for you." Confusion clustered in her mind. She told him she was happy about not having to marry Zayn, but happy was the last thing she felt now. What was he referring to? "You can have what you want now, right?" River said. "With Zayn leaving, CEO can be yours." "I don't know about that." She didn't know how to tell him how thoroughly she'd botched that dream. No wonder her father had always given her the kitten look. How cute that his little girl wanted to build sandcastles in the sky when all she had was a kitty shovel and a ladder. "Aaliyah?" Their gazes locked. Anticipation built block by block between them. She wanted him to ask for her number, to mention how he'd come to care for her in only a few days, to offer to keep in touch. "Goodbye," he said instead, dragging his suitcase toward the door. Chapter 18. 1,100 miles wasn't far enough away to get Aaliyah off his mind. River had never strolled with her at Times Square or Battery Park. He'd never met her alongside a hot dog stand or at the mouth of the subway, yet she somehow seemed to permeate the places he frequented. She was in the song played by the saxophonist on the street corner. She was in the rumble of the train tracks over his head and the smell of exhaust at the sidewalk's edge. She climbed up the high rises and into the clouds and back again every time he gazed that direction. He'd thought things would be easier this way. He would return to New York, return to his bustling life of demands, structure, and solidarity, of scheduled meetings and constant phone calls, of traffic and crowded streets. He thought the busyness of everything would help him carry on without her. River never expected her to go with him everywhere he went. He sat at his office desk, and while he should have been focusing on the 2 meetings Zayn had later that afternoon, his goodbye with Aaliyah shuffled in his mind. He'd been such an idiot. He could have handled things so much better than he had. Looking back, he realized how brusque he'd been. He'd basically brushed her off, but at the moment he hadn't been sure how to act. In all honesty, he hadn't wanted to overstep with Zayn. Dating Aaliyah right after she'd ended things with his boss would have been too strange. And while he'd resolved to let things with her be, an impulse had overtaken him. He'd intended to tell her how much she'd affected him. He'd been ready to mention a long-distance relationship, to keep in contact at the very least. But then she'd deflected. She'd been so reserved, so quick to cut him off instead of letting him share how he was actually feeling with her. He couldn't say he blamed her after the cold way he'd acted. River tried to tell himself it was for the best, but the argument didn't stick. He hadn't considered what it would mean to get involved with her. After their drive, after that kiss in her suite, his mindset had completely shifted from willing to wary. Logic began to settle in, pitching arguments he couldn't contest. Being with her wouldn't have worked. She lived wherever her father was. She traveled all over the world to oversee his hotels, and while there was an Aaliyah resort in upstate New York, the chance of her coming to New York City anytime soon seemed slim. River also couldn't stop thinking about her father. Aaliyah hadn't told him Ahmed had cancer. River had only discovered as much after Mr. Aaliyah was taken to the hospital. Was he all right? River supposed he'd find out in the papers if something did happen to him, though he would much rather hear it from Aaliyah. He peeked through the blinds of his office door. Across the reception desk, Zayn strode in from his own office beside River's. Aaliyah wasn't the only one who'd shut him out. Zayn had been closed off more than he'd ever been. Ever since he returned from the return trip to Fiji, he answered River's phone calls and reported his necessary appointments and requests. But their usual back-and-forth friendly banter was gone. Even questions about one another's well-being had stopped. River supposed he couldn't blame him. He had technically dated Zayn's fiancé behind his back, but this was more complicated than that. Zayn was dealing with so much more. River arranged appointments with his lawyers and overheard conversations between Zayn and Celia, but as for the threat of a lawsuit from Norris, he'd heard nothing. He didn't like the cold shoulder. Zayn had been his friend. He had to do something to make it up to him. River hadn't gone directly to Zayn's office without being summoned since they returned home, but he was tired of the distance. Absent-mindedly, his hand crept to his pocket only to find it empty. Aaliyah, just one more thing to remind him of her. She'd been so happy, so excited when he'd offered his lamp to her. That made this separation between them all the worse. River ran a hand over his face and leaned his weight against the closed office door. He was so confused by her sudden coldness. It went completely against the conversation they'd had the night he'd gone to her room. She'd been moonstruck, completely opened and vulnerable when she'd admitted how she was feeling for him, how she wanted to end her engagement with Zayn to be with River instead. At the moment, he'd been on a cloud. He'd gone right along with her fantasy, telling himself it could work. However, her behavior in the lobby had been so opposite. Had it been because she'd lost the lamp? Had she been worried about his reaction? River wasn't sure exactly how he'd responded when she told him. He couldn't believe she'd lost it, but he couldn't exactly blame her either. It was his own fault for letting it out of his sight. He tried making that clear, but maybe she thought he was upset. River returned to his desk and brought up the Aaliyah Resort's main website, hoping for a glimpse of her. The lamp wasn't a big deal, not really. Even though River had always claimed and believed the charm was lucky, he was starting to wonder whether or not it actually was. It'd been a coincidence to have Aaliyah's luck change so swiftly, and everything seemed to be falling apart for him since he'd given it to her. But was it really the lamp's doing? Or was it just the result of choice and consequence? Zayn had chosen to get involved with Celia instead of focusing on the task with Norris. River had chosen to be his assistant and was, therefore, helping him deal with the consequences. Zayn had chosen to disregard Aaliyah almost completely, as though she were a doormat he could step on whenever he liked. Consequently, River had chosen to spend more time than he should have with Aaliyah. It wasn't luck, he told himself, staring at rotating images of Aaliyah resorts across the world on his computer screen. Luck would have meant he'd gotten to stay with her. He supposed he could have if he'd chosen that too. Left Zayn's employee, stayed behind in Clearwater. Did luck exist anywhere? Luck wasn't keeping Zayn from confiding in him. It'd been his own choice in that regard too, and River determined to set things right. He pushed away from his desk and out into the reception area before making for Zayn's closed office. Zayn didn't answer, which happened often enough. In these cases, River usually pushed through anyway, and he did so. Zayn was sitting with his seat reclined and his earbuds in. River stood before his desk, waiting for Zayn to remove the earbuds and give him his attention as he had so often before. But Zayn's eyes shifted to him. A grimace cinched the corners of his eyes. "I'm busy," he said. "I'll let you know if I need anything." "Sure, you look busy." River hoped to win a smile from his friend, the way he once would have. Zayn sat up and frowned at him. Guess he wasn't in the mood. "Okay, I'm going out of town for a few days," River said with resolution. He wasn't sure where the notion came from, but in that moment, with Zayn's rejection and the coldness clinking between them in place of their friendship, River needed someone to talk to. "Heading home?" Zayn asked. River gave him a nod. "Yeah, I'm taking a few of my sick days. I'll be back Monday." "See you later, then." Using his feet, Zayn rotated his chair toward the window. River's mouth opened and then closed. That was that. "Okay, then," River said, turning on his heel. He took the subway home to his apartment and packed lightly. He didn't own a car he could actually drive. His Mustang sat in the garage waiting for its parts. River was accustomed to taking public transportation to get from place to place. He headed for the subway and then to Port Authority's bus terminal in Midtown. River's heart lightened as he stared out the Greyhound's wide windows and left New York behind. The nice thing about the eastern states was the swiftness of travel from state to state. Back in Arizona, during the summer he'd spent with his grandparents, it took a whole day to get from one end of the state to the other. But he arrived in Central Harbor, New Hampshire, the 5 hours flying by before he knew it. His childhood home didn't exactly have curb appeal, yet it summoned a rush of comfort to him. It was a trailer with a pallet serving as a gate to keep the dogs from running out. River smiled at the Australian shepherds and bent to scratch behind their ears. They made a racket at his approach, and he grinned at his younger brother and sister as they stepped out onto the rickety wooden porch. They were both dark-haired and bronze-skinned like he was, a trait they inherited from their mother's Spanish blood. He was surprised at how much taller they both seemed. It hadn't been that long since he'd seen them. "River?" His sister Sophia gave him a smile. "What are you doing here?" "Just thought I'd stop by for a visit." His sister hugged him around the waist before trudging back inside. River followed her in. The space was as crowded as always, hazards of a too small space with too many furnishings. Bookshelves, old TV stand, coffee table, and 2 couches. The TV blared a football game, and his brother plunked onto the sagging orange couch across from it, remote in hand. "Where's Mom?" River asked. "Went to the store," said Lucas without looking at him. "She'll be back any minute." River sat on the couch beside him, inundated by the latest cat who'd claimed the family. He stroked its fur and rubbed its head, earning an instant purr. "How's summer school going?" River asked. His brother shrugged. "It's going." "You catching up?" "What do you care?" River blinked. "What makes you think I don't care?" Lucas gestured with the remote. Come on, all your attention goes to that boss of yours. It's my job, River said. His mom was the only one who understood what he was trying to do. He didn't like how plastered to the TV his brother seemed to be. Was it like this all the time? River reached for the remote, but Lucas jerked it away. This visit wasn't going as he thought it would. He tried a different tack. You should come visit me in New York sometime. You'd really like it. There's some amazing sights and lots of national history. National history? Where do I sign up? Whoa. Had he ever been this moody as a teenager? He couldn't remember. He couldn't understand why his brother seemed so distant. River had come home to visit at Christmas, but that was 7 months ago. He supposed he could probably visit home more often if he prioritized it a little more. His siblings were growing up, and he was missing it. Still, 5 hours was 5 hours. The sound of a car's wheels crunching gravel brought him to his feet. He peered out the door as his mom cut the ignition on her brown Ford Thunderbird. It rattled a little too much for his liking. River pushed his way out through the screen and into the hot summer afternoon, which ironically was cooler than the stifling trailer. He took the shaky wooden steps, hurrying to help her move the pallet aside since her hands were full of pizza boxes. River? Hey, Mom. She burst with a grin. You didn't tell me you were coming home. I didn't know until a few hours ago. I hope it's okay. River nudged the barking dog aside long enough to shut the pallet gate. His mom was propping the screen door open with her foot. River rushed to hold the door for her. Are you kidding? Of course it is. I'm glad I got some extra pizza. I can buy you guys dinner tonight, Mom. You don't need to waste this on me. Nonsense, she said, placing the pizza boxes on the small square of counter space inside the trailer. Thanks for dinner, Mom, Sophia said as she lifted the lid. Lucas was right there beside her, retrieving several slices and returning to the couch to finish watching his game. The TV volume rattled him. Did Lucas have to turn it up so loud? He knew how hard his mom worked at her dead-end job just to keep this roof over their heads, pay for Lucas's sports fetish and Sophia's cheerleading. Were either of his siblings working at all to help pay for things? So, Lucas, you get a job yet? River asked. Not yet, Dad, he said derisively. Pickings are pretty slim around here. McDonald's not good enough for you? River said. It was half tease, half truth. Sometimes you have to take what you can get. What, like you did? Yeah, I didn't start working for a billionaire man. I started at Crawford's Repair. You gotta start somewhere and then work your way up while you finish school. Wow, Lucas said dryly with his mouth full of pizza. I'm so glad we had this little talk. He stood up and stalked down the hall. River took advantage of his absence to shut the TV off, leaving blessed silence behind. Don't mind him, River's mom said. He talks about as much to me. He's nearly 18, Mom. He should be helping pay the bills if he's living here. I know, she said, lowering her head and nodding. I know, but something tells me you didn't come here to rag on your brother. No, he didn't, but seeing things now, he wanted to. River glanced around the cramped living room. He'd grown up here, but it no longer felt like a place he belonged in. Settled as Lucas seemed to be, it didn't feel like his family belonged here either. All he wanted for so long was to help his mom rise above, to be in a place where she deserved. Your Ford isn't sounding too good. Let's go check it out and I'll tell you what's on my mind. River would save the lecture for later. He followed his mom outside, suddenly nervous about telling her what troubled him. He'd never really talked about a woman with his mother before. Then again, he'd never felt about a woman the way he felt for Aaliyah. Chapter 19. River's mom beamed at him. That's right, my mechanic. How's your Mustang coming? Slowly but surely. I've been saving every penny I have for you. Nonsense, his mom said, slipping back into her shoes and leading the way outside. The afternoon hadn't yet cooled. The bright sky was filled with cottony clouds hovering over a distant line of trees. She patted the dog on the head before heading through the pallet to where her car awaited. Something leaked into a black puddle beneath it. I'm doing just fine as I am, River. Tell me what's on your mind. River got into the front and popped open her hood. A swift glimpse at the corroded battery cables gave him concern, but that couldn't be the reason for the rattle. He wondered if some broken pieces weren't loose inside her catalytic converter. A battery or alternator he could replace no problem, but something like that would require a shop. Zayn was invited to meet with Aaliyah at his resort in Clearwater Beach, Florida last week, River said. Sounds fancy. It was. Mr. Aaliyah invited me along as well, and it turns out he was trying to arrange a marriage for his daughter Aaliyah. Oh? His mom had way too much intuition in her gaze. She leaned against her clunker and folded her arms. As the situation happened, Zayn agreed to the engagement, only to leave without telling Aaliyah a word. He had me step in and spend time with her in his place, and you fell in love with her. No skepticism accompanied the comment, no gushing romantic suspicion. This was a statement of acceptance. River twisted the cap on the oil and removed the stick to check its level. He should have brought a paper towel out with him. He lowered the wand into its place and peered at her. That's just it, Mom. I don't know. You don't know if you love her? He straightened, feeling his lower spine work out a kink. Is it possible to fall in love with someone you've only known for a few days? She smiled at him with a tender, understanding expression. I don't know about love, she said. Love takes time, River, but a possibility, attraction, definitely. There was definitely attraction, he said, raising his brows. So she seemed to reciprocate your feelings? His mom asked. Yeah, I thought she did. She told me she wanted to pursue a future with me to see if it would be possible. But her father is sick. He was in the hospital when I left. Things with Zayn got complicated when he found out she wanted me instead of him, and we just didn't end things on the best terms. I don't really know what to do now. His mom edged in closer. She placed a hand on his forearm. Love isn't like fixing an engine, sweetheart, she said. You pop this hood open and turn the ignition to listen for a few misplaced clunking sounds. After tweaking some knobs or replacing a part here and there, it's fixed. You can't talk to a car and know what it needs, but a woman? River gave his mom his full attention. You can talk to a woman, she said. Most women, anyway. If you tell her how you feel, you might be able to see what needs to be fixed. It might work and it might not, but you'll never know until you at least start that conversation. How do I start that conversation? His voice was timid, more so than he realized. How can anything even work out between us when we're so far from each other? Long-distance relationships very rarely have a good track record, and it's not how I want things to be. Are you thinking of quitting? Moving closer to her? He rested both hands on the inside of the engine and lowered his head. I don't know what I'm thinking. Now that she mentioned it, could that be a solution? Would Aaliyah even consider it? He supposed his mom was right. He needed to talk to her. It's too far, he said. From what, sweetie? From you, he said, stunned he even had to state as much. 5 hours wasn't bad. He could come home whenever he wanted or needed to. But days away? His mom smiled and took his face in her hands. I know you've had it in your head ever since your dad left that you need to take care of me, but you don't need to worry about me. I've got a good job, son. I work long hours. I'm making ends meet. This is your life. You need to follow through on your dreams. If I let you hold yourself back from finding love, from finding what you truly wanted, I'd never forgive myself. He blinked at her. You've never held me back from anything. Think hard. What do you want to do? The answer came to his mind instantly. When he'd gotten his job working for Zayn Hassan, it was never intended to be a life plan. Everything he'd done was a rung on a ladder. There'd always been an inner competition within himself to make sure he never turned out like his father, to be like his grandfather instead. Happy, at peace, and kind. To invest well was also part of the dream. To be financially secure enough to enjoy his life and make a difference in the lives of his mom, his children, and grandchildren. I want to be like Grandpa Alejos, River said. His mom's smile stretched. He had a great life, married his high school sweetheart. I know, River said. It sounds to me like you know what you need to do, his mom said. You just need to take the plunge and do it. If this girl is meant to be in your life for longer than a whirlwind handful of days, no one else is going to make that happen but you. Her words sent a rush of purpose through him. He slammed the hood of her car shut, wiped his hands on the cloth she handed to him, and pulled his mom into a hug, trying to pour as much of his gratitude into it as he could. Thanks, Mom. I really needed to hear this. She patted his back. I'll miss my favorite mechanic. He grinned. Resolution stormed beneath his sternum. His mind had been so clouded, so unsure, but for the first time since returning to New York, the way before him cleared. River arranged an appointment to have her car taken in and then passed the rest of the evening playing Mario Kart with his brother and sister. After long chats, heartfelt laughter, and an arm wrestle battle with Lucas, they each headed to bed. Lights dimmed, he settled onto the couch for the night and pulled open his laptop. He needed to check his accounts to see if this would even work. He'd been saving money for years and then turning around and reinvesting that money. He'd been experimenting with different companies, different strategies. The screen blared as he took in the numbers. His eyes were tired. He wasn't reading things correctly, was he? After returning to New York, he'd taken Aaliyah's advice and examined Aaliyah's stock. She'd been right, it had looked promising, so River had added it to his list of investments and put in a large amount of capital. It hadn't done a whole lot since, but now? The statistics on the graph had jumped overnight. The numbers from Aaliyah Resorts alone weren't enough, but combined with several other big-name stocks, he had to blink to make sure he was seeing things correctly. No way, he mumbled in the muted light seeping from the dimmed lamp in the corner. There couldn't possibly be that many zeros, that many commas. He'd read book after book about money, about investments. It had taken years of trial and error, some money lost, but now he couldn't believe what he saw. River plugged the percentages and statistics into his spreadsheet. The numbers added up once more, showing the same number he'd calculated. I'm rich, he said in shock. Then louder, I'm rich! Ill at ease, he knew his mom and siblings were sleeping, but he couldn't help it. The words ripped from him. His mom shuffled out from down the hall, tying her bathrobe around her waist. She squinted at the light and her voice was filled with sleep. River? It's so late, sweetie. What are you still doing up? He leaped from the couch and swept her into his arms. Mom, look at this. You won't believe it. What is it? Squinting, she peered at the blue light from his laptop screen. He directed her attention to his findings. Chances were she knew little about stocks, but he pointed her attention to his spreadsheet. Is this accurate? What am I seeing? She gaped at the screen. Honey, are you, are you a billionaire? I, yeah, I think so. Her grin widened, her eyes gleaming. She took his face in her hands. River, this is amazing news. What's going on? Sophie appeared at the end of the hall, scratching her stomach. River rushed over to her, pulling her into a hug and spinning on the living room floor. He was so glad he'd discovered this here with his family instead of alone in his apartment back in New York. Lucas stepped out next. Dude, seriously. Come here, man. River gripped him by the shoulders. See this? I started at my loser job and worked my way up. I learned and studied. Lucas examined the numbers. His mouth gaped. Seriously? River shook him. You can do this. You can do anything you put your mind to, man, if you're willing to put in the work. A smile spread over Lucas's face, too. He clutched River's arm. I'm so proud of you, man. I'm proud of you, too. Now get off your butt and help Mom out around here. Lucas laughed, and so did Sophia and their mother. I would, except I don't have a car. Lucas inclined his head in River's direction with hopeful expectancy. If you promise to get a job and start taking care of yourself, I think I can help you with that. Lucas and Sophia hugged one another and jumped in place. The dogs outside seemed to sense the excitement. Their barking was clattering through the night, undoubtedly waking the neighbors. River didn't care. This moment deserved some fanfare. That's some sound advice you gave him, his mom said, nudging him with her shoulder. Put your mind to it, and you can accomplish anything. River couldn't wipe the smile from his face. You know, I think I will. He hadn't had his lamp for this victory. This hadn't been any kind of luck. This had been 100% hard work and diligence. Something told him he didn't need his lamp for the next challenge he dared to face. The challenge of talking to the woman he was falling in love with. Chapter 20. River stared around his office, seeing it the way he once had. High-end leather swivel chair, love seat fully padded and situated across from a classy desk. The finest fixtures, even the expensive way it smelled. It had been in complete disbelief that he'd settled in here. Disbelief that he'd gotten the job in the first place. Disbelief that he'd been working with someone successful, someone he could emulate. Look at him now, he thought. He still couldn't believe it. He'd referred to his reports and his bank account multiple times just to remind himself it was real. He really was a billionaire. Now to tell Zayn. He still hadn't patched up the weirdness that had settled in between them since their trip to Florida. And if he was quitting, he didn't want to do so with a wedge between them. River took a deep breath and crossed the reception area to Zayn's office. He knocked. It's open, Zayn's muffled voice responded. He wasn't in his chair with earbuds blocking his attention. Today, he was staring out the window at the exterior of the steel building across from them with his hands clasped behind his back. No sky, just steel. River couldn't say how eager he was to never see that view again. Hey, River said. Mind if I come in? Zayn peered over his shoulder. Please. River took a tentative step. We haven't talked for a while. How's everything going? So this is a social visit? How about an I hate how things are between us visit? Zayn dipped his head and chuckled before turning. I know. Things have been a little weird, haven't they? I'm sorry, man. I was facing some pretty dark thoughts for a while there. I don't blame you. I'm sure you had a lot on your mind. I did. Zayn put a hand on his hip. I wanted to tell you sorry. I know I already said it, but before I go, I just wanted to make sure things were square between us. Before you go? River inclined his head. Yeah,
I've got something else to tell you, and I guess now is as good a time as any. This is my 2 weeks' notice. I think you should start accepting applications for a new assistant."
Zayn crossed his arms over his chest.
"Oh, yeah? Not cut out for the job anymore?" "I know you were tempted to fire me after what happened in Florida, and I wouldn't have blamed you. It meant a lot to have you keep me on your staff." "I needed you," Zayn shrugged. "So what's changed? You have another job lined up or something?" "Not exactly," River said. "Remember those investments I told you about?"
Zayn's face brightened.
"They panned out?"
That they did.
River decided not to tell him how much. Zayn's face spread into a grin. "That's incredible. I'm so happy for you."
His response surprised River.
"You are? I've gotten the feeling lately that I was an inconvenient reminder of a bad memory."
Zayn laughed. The more they spoke, the more the mood between them began to thaw. River was glad. They needed this. He needed it. To know in spite of everything, Zayn was still his friend.
"Yeah, sorry about that. I can't say I wasn't put out about Aaliyah withdrawing his offer as CEO and the way the whole Aaliyah situation played out. But you've done nothing but support me and schedule everything for me. Regardless of what happened, you were loyal to me. It's going to be hard to find someone to replace you."
River shook his head at the mention of loyalty. "No way, man, I wasn't."
"You were,"
Zayn said, cutting off his protest.
"No matter what I needed, you've been there to help me. You were more than just my assistant. You were my friend. Not many guys have a friendship like we do. It's probably why I was so bent out of shape over the whole Aaliyah thing. But you were right about everything. I should have left Celia alone. I should have kept my head in the game."
River stepped closer. It meant a lot to hear Zayn say how much he'd appreciated him. It was true. Their relationship had often felt more like a couple of guys hanging out rather than a business partnership.
"You'll find someone who'll do a great job," River said. "Maybe a pretty little charmer with an affinity for flower arranging and a desire to marry her boss."
Zayn laughed again. The sound crackled away the last remaining dregs of unease in River's chest. This was what he'd been hoping for.
"The last thing I need is a gold digger,"
Zayn said.
"That's what was so nice about Aaliyah. I knew she didn't want me for my money." "Well, her father kind of did. That's why he picked you, from what I understand."
Zayn slugged him in the shoulder. River smiled.
"She seems like a nice girl," Zayn said. "You got to know her better than I did."
"Yeah, I did. Not as much as he wanted to, though." Zayn's eyes thinned. The expression was too perceptive.
"You still have a thing for her, don't you? Is she why you're leaving?"
River's shrug said enough, but he decided to be honest. "I never meant for it to happen. It's just that you having me meet her for dinner, then her dad pairing the two of us up to plan your wedding, we just hit it off."
"I know. It's my own fault,"
Zayn said, sinking his hands into his pockets.
"It's mine too,"
River said.
"I should have been straight up with you."
"It's all right," Zayn said.
"Now I'll just make sure you find me another you."
They laughed and hugged, the one arm kind with a couple of hard pats across the other's shoulder blades. "What do you say?" River said. "Can I take you out to lunch?"
"You're on,"
Zayn said, heading to his desk chair and retrieving his jacket strung across the back. The two men walked out into the reception area and toward the elevator. River's steps were lighter. He was not only relieved not to leave Zayn's employment on bad terms, but he had his friend back. Through the years, they'd connected over more than just business. They'd become friends, and River was grateful for that. Through everything that had happened, they were able to stay that way. Now, if he could only patch things up with Aaliyah quite as easily. Chapter 21 Aaliyah sat in the driver's seat, staring at the Lamborghini's sleek dashboard. She couldn't sit in her car without thinking of River, of their drive and conversations, of the open admiration he'd shown. The appreciation of her car had been nothing to the gleam in his eyes when they'd met hers. She'd thought about it a lot since he and Zayn had left. If River really only wanted her for her money, he wouldn't have left without a word the way he had. She hadn't heard from him since. Their last moments together were fresh in her memory. He'd been trying to tell her something. She'd cut him off, but what if she'd listened? What had he been about to say? The same call to shift out of park and take to the road, to drive and never look back, sank into her bones. She thought she wanted CEO of her father's company more than she wanted anything else. But the blinders had been removed, revealing a panoramic view of reality. Sure, she'd studied business with an undergraduate degree, but recent choices proved she had so much to learn. She should never have gone behind her dad's back. She thought she could have a position with Aaliyah Resorts, but maybe this wasn't the place for her anymore. The same desire she'd had to branch out, live on her own, gain experience, and even go for her MBA chimed in her brain at every turn. Or maybe not her MBA. She'd been designing houses on AutoCAD for a while now. She wondered about studying architecture instead. Whatever the case, it would be what she wanted, what she was interested in, not anyone else's decision but hers. Aaliyah hadn't gotten a position in her father's company, and that was okay. More than okay, it felt right. Now she just needed to convince her father to let her leave. He'd been home from the hospital for a few weeks now, though he still returned every Friday for his weekly chemo treatment. It hadn't been his body's aversion to the treatments that made him pass out. Dehydration had caused him to faint that day, the day River had left. They'd had Papa hooked up to IVs to rehydrate his body, and he'd been able to return good as new. He'd been so busy with interviews for CEO replacements, she'd hardly seen much of him. Her meals were spent in her rooms or by the pool. Swimming, the motion and mindless relaxation of the water had helped keep her mind clear and relaxed when the rest of her felt like she would rupture. She was at a crossroads. Something in her life needed to change. She just wasn't sure what. So here she sat, being hugged by the Florida summer heat, her Lamborghini's leather and memories of River. Footsteps scraped along the cement in the garage. Her father appeared at the open door, rested a hand on the top of the car, and peered in at her.
I thought I might find you here since you weren't at the pool.
She gripped the steering wheel. Hi, Papa. He shuffled his way around to the passenger side and lowered himself into the seat. Aaliyah moved to face him, struck with delighted shock. I never thought I'd see you sit in this.
Just as long as we don't go anywhere,
he said, stroking the dash with a smile. How are the interviews going? She asked.
Busy. No one seems quite qualified enough to replace Robert.
His words smarted, though he didn't mean for them to hurt. It was just a reminder of her naivety. Why she ever thought she was ready to take it on, she'd never know. Her father seemed to sense it. He patted her hand.
I know you've set your heart on a future in my company, and so had I, but I've had a lot of time to myself to think it over, Aaliyah. You were right about your mother's support for you. I was being blind. I should never have put so much pressure on you to marry.
She dipped her chin to her chest. It's okay, Papa. I know you meant well. I'm only glad you didn't force me.
Me too. And this CEO matter, Aaliyah, it's too much to put on a beautiful woman with her whole life ahead of her. You've been tied down to this resort line your whole life, and CEO would ensure you would be even more.
I can see that now, she said softly.
You asked me why I restricted you so much. The truth is, I was scared. You were my precious baby girl. This is a hard world. I wanted to make sure I made it as comfortable for you as I possibly could. Too late, I realized a flower can never bloom if its buds are constantly being trimmed off.
What are you saying? She asked.
I've been so impressed with you, so proud of you with your designs and ideas. You are a strong, capable woman, not my little girl any longer, and I think it's time for you to go and find your life. I won't hold you back anymore. Go and finish your business degree, find that job you've been talking about, take your inheritance and invest it in a resort of your own with those incredible plans you presented to me.
Papa! The word was a whisper of disbelief, of being touched by his thoughtfulness. She'd always known her father cared for her. He'd given her everything a girl could ever want. But this gesture was more touching than any amount of money or any fancy car could ever have been. Thank you, she said, hugging him across the gear shift. Another thought struck her. She pulled back. I can't.
Why not?
I can't leave you now, Papa. His smile bent the crinkles around his eyes.
I'm fine. It was a little dehydration, my daughter. I hadn't drunk enough water, and being out in the sun with the two men vying for your attention pushed me over the edge. The treatments are working, Aaliyah. I'm not going anywhere.
What about CEO? She asked. Robert is gone now. You haven't had any luck? He pursed his lips and stared at the dash.
I still believe in Zayn Hassan. I wasn't kidding when I said I admired his work ethic and composure under duress. None of these other applicants are striking anything in me, not the way I saw it in Zayn. I've been on the phone with him and his lawyer. It turns out the negligence threats were just that, a threat. He is a good man, and I think he will do the job justice.
Aaliyah agreed with that. Part of her felt off for how things had gone with him. Her father hadn't been fair to throw her into the CEO deal like some kind of intimidation hanging over him. Zay needed to be able to choose who he wanted to be with as well, or if he even wanted to marry. You should invite him back, she said, without any marriage propositions in the mix. Her father chortled.
You can't blame me for trying, I guess.
Actually, he patted her hand again.
Don't finish that.
He deserves to be offered the position, Papa. I think you're making the right choice.
And I think there's someone you need to talk to as well.
He spoke with a sense of knowing. Please don't invite River back here, she said. I'd really like to handle that on my own. He gave a small shrug.
I wasn't planning on it. River Yevon is no longer Zayn Hassan's assistant.
This was a shock. She reached for her father across the console. What? Since when?
Since we last spoke.
Ants began crawling beneath her skin. Thoughts collided in her mind until resolve settled into her like a teasing thing. Papa, I need to go. If you're sure about this, I'm leaving. He beamed at her with intuition.
I know.
After a brief pause, he gripped her hand. Aaliyah? She wasn't sure about his hesitant tone. Yes? He squinted at the dash.
There was something else I should tell you. Investors caught wind of your renewal plans to improve our San Diego hotels.
The same shame the thought always brought settled in. Did he have to continue bringing it up? They did. How?
That is neither here nor there. The point is, your vision to revive an already successful chain has caused a substantial rise in our stock.
Her brows leapt. She adjusted to face her father, eager and disbelieving all at once. Her ideas, her massive, embarrassing mistake, had actually worked? You're serious? She asked. He inclined his head to one shoulder.
It was a good plan, daughter. Handled in a different way.
He inclined his head to one shoulder. Shame curled her stomach, but she ignored it.
Would have been even better.
Papa winked, reducing the would-be harsh reprimand to a gentle reproach instead. Aaliyah's mouth parted. She couldn't help but think of River. She'd encouraged him to invest in Aaliyah's stock. Had he done so? I'm so happy to hear that, she said. I know you were uncertain to tell me, but thank you. I'm so glad you did. Her father's expression took on a more serious effect. Should you gain more experience, I would consider such an eager application in my company at a future time, daughter. A grin blossomed to her cheeks. She lunged to hug him across the seats. Thank you for saying that, Papa. She exited the car, standing and feeling her pulse throb in her veins. Rays of sunlight seemed to shimmer through her. Not only did she actually do something right, but River wasn't working for Zayn. The barrier that had been between them when he'd left was no longer in place. She had to rein in her impatience. She wanted to bolt for the elevator, to pack this instant, but she needed a few vital details before she did anything. Papa trudged around the back of the car. She lowered the doors and locked the vehicle before turning to him. Can you get me River's information? Does Zayn know his number or any address where I can find him? Her father kissed her on the cheek. I'm sure he'd be happy to share the information. She hugged her father long and hard, all while excitement created a fireworks display within her chest. Go find your life, her father told her. I'm sorry for keeping you from it for so long. Papa, she said, I love you. I love you too. He accompanied her to the elevator and they parted on the 12th floor. She had her bag out of the closet and packed in minutes. She didn't have much, what with traveling as she had. Aaliyah also stashed in a few of her personal possessions, things she'd carried and loved her whole life. A doll from her childhood, letters from her mother, dried flowers from her father on her 16th birthday. She'd never had a home, not really. Jumping from hotel to hotel had ensured she'd packed lightly like this more often than she could count. Now, though, she was ready to settle somewhere. She was ready to accumulate furniture and more mementos than could fit in her suitcase. She was ready to find her life and settle into it as thoroughly as she could. Hopefully, River would be a part of that, and there was only one way for her to find out. Aaliyah bade her father goodbye a final time. She paused to say goodbye to some of the friends she'd made during her stay at the Clearwater Resort. Lily hugged her fiercely. The two women hadn't spoken since Lily confessed the reality of her situation in the hospital waiting room. Aaliyah took the chance to see how she was doing. Any improvements? She asked. Lily pulled back and gave a surrendering shrug. I don't know. Kick him to the curb, Aaliyah said. She lowered her chin and looked right into Lily's eyes so she would know how serious Aaliyah was. The directness made Lily laugh. I'm serious. Put that restraining order on him if you need to. There are plenty of better men out there, trust me. Lily averted her gaze and exhaled. I don't know. Now that I'm done with Damon, I'm not sure I'll ever date anyone else again after this. Aaliyah rested her hands on her friend's shoulders and waited until Lily met her gaze before speaking again. Don't give up on love just yet. I'm not. It's worth it. I'm happy for you, Lily said, but love doesn't have to happen for everyone. Aaliyah lowered her hands. Look, I know I don't know everything that happened with you and Damon, and I'm not saying you have to try dating again tomorrow or even a year from now. I'm just saying, give it time. There's still hope, if that's what you really want. Lily's lovely face spread into a smile. Her green eyes gleamed with something like sadness. I don't know what I want. It will definitely have to be years down the road before I ever consider getting into anything remotely close to this again. Aaliyah chuckled. Fair enough. You're sure you're okay? Of course. The restraining order is in process, and I've told him never to contact me in any way again. Her glance didn't shift, but remained pinned to Aaliyah's. Good, Aaliyah said. I'm proud of you, and it helps me to know you'll be here to look after my dad. Thanks for taking such good care of him. Of course. Good luck to you, Aaliyah. And you. Aaliyah said. She then made her way to the front desk. Tammy, the receptionist, had not only been an invaluable go-between for Aaliyah's meals and random requests like clearing the rooftop, but she'd become something of a friend for her as well. "Hi, Tammy." "Heading out?" Tammy asked, taking in Aaliyah's collection of suitcases on the resort's luggage trolley behind her. "How'd you guess?" Aaliyah joked. "How long will you be gone?" Tammy asked. "That remains to be seen. I just wanted to say goodbye." Tammy smiled and ducked below the desk, retrieving something and setting it on the counter. Aaliyah's heart gave a little flip. River's lamp. She'd asked the staff to keep an eye out for it. "You found it. Where?" "Tucked into one of the bushes on the rooftop," she said. "Must have fallen from your towel on your way back inside." Aaliyah clamped her hand over the lamp. Her heartbeat pulsed to her fingertips. The timing couldn't have been better. "Thank you, Tammy. You don't know what this means for me." Tammy's eyes twinkled. "Good luck to you, Aaliyah. You've been a delight to work with. I hope you find what you're looking for." Aaliyah held the lamp to her chest. "I think I'm about to." "Do you need me to send for a car?" Tammy asked. The slightest trace of mischief settled into Aaliyah's smile. "I'm good on that score. If I could just get some help with these bags." "You got it." A few of the bellhops she'd gotten to know approached. They guided the luggage trolley toward the main doors. "Not that way, boys," Aaliyah called. "I'm taking my own car." She led the way to the elevator, tripping inside with anticipation. Things had worked out all on their own. The lamp hadn't been lucky after all, but that didn't mean it wasn't special or important. Right now, she was more than eager to return it to its owner. Chapter 22. River bent beneath the open hood of his 1964 Mustang. Hands stained with grease, he twisted the wrench around the cylinder head. Cylinders for the new engine were the final parts he'd put off purchasing, but now, with time and money on his hands, he decided to finish what he'd started. Fewer cylinders would get him better fuel economy, he knew, but more would give the car more gusto. He decided to go with gusto. Since he'd quit his job working for Zayn and packed his office, he'd been living at a pre-furnished apartment in Central Harbor while the purchase of his first home went through. He was going furniture shopping with his mom later. She and his siblings were waiting to close on their new home as well, a long-awaited gift from River. He'd considered letting her choose the location, the design, whatever she wanted, but surprising her had been too much fun. He'd blindfolded all three of them, convinced them to take a drive, and his ears still hadn't recovered from their excited shrieks at the sight of the modern two-story brick house. His mom had taken his face in her hands, told him how naughty he was to keep this from her, kissed his cheeks, and then demanded the keys. River chuckled at the memory even now, days later. He'd been careful in his selection of it, something manageable but new, with the earth tones he knew his mom loved, granite countertops, plenty of closet space, all the things she'd mentioned in passing over the years. He'd added specifications of his own as well, not too close to his new house, but not too far either. His mom had been completely over the moon about its every aspect and hadn't stopped talking about it since. Lucas was inside River's apartment. He'd stopped by once school was out and smugly fanned a few applications in River's face. He was filling them out now while waiting for their mom to get off work. Not wanting to be a distraction, River decided to head outside to work on his car. The music throbbing from his phone fed his energy. Summer heat pounded against his back, and he sang along to an old song as the sound of wheels on the pavement gravitated his attention from the engine's coils to the lime green Lamborghini pulling up beside him. The wrench slipped from River's hand. The driver's side door of her car swooshed open, lifting toward the sky, and she placed a single red heel onto the gravel. Just the sight of that shoe and her amazing legs undid him. His heart rate ratcheted higher, more so when Aaliyah emerged, looking like a goddess in capri jeans and a loose cream blouse, with her black hair trailing down one shoulder, with her transcendent glittering eyes piercing him, and those lips of hers curving upward just enough. He melted on the spot. "You're here?" he asked. Why? How did she even know where to find him? The only person he told was, of course, her father would have asked, and Zayn would have answered. River attempted to wipe the grease from his hands, but his cloth wasn't quite cutting it. This was a soap and water kind of job. "Hi, River." She closed her car door and leaned against it. A woman in heels beside a sexy car was enough to tie him in knots, especially when that woman happened to be Aaliyah. He'd been thinking of her every single day since he left, trying to figure out how to make his way back into her life. It was another reason he was so eager to finish work on his Mustang. He'd been planning on driving it to Florida to see her. "What are you working on?" she asked, as though it'd only been hours since they'd seen each other instead of a few weeks. He bent for his dropped wrench and then gestured with it. "Remember I told you about my project? Here she is." The Mustang was as red as her heels, though still rusted in some places. He intended on getting a new paint job as soon as he finished fixing her up on the inside. She had updated upholstery, cream leather seats, and a low, smooth design, with a new dashboard and a wide steering wheel indicative of the original style. "A convertible?" she said, sounding impressed. "Yeah, I've just had the top canvas replaced, so it actually works to block out rain. Ask me how I know the other one didn't." She laughed. "It's great. You'll have to take me for a ride." He slammed down the hood and rested against it. "Sounds like you'll be in town for a while if you want a ride." She shrugged a single shoulder. "I might be." She licked her bottom lip and then offered him her hand. Beats wrapped between them, stuttering and insistent. "I came because I found something that belonged to you." He squinted at her slowly opening fingers. His lamp was in her palm. River placed the dirty rag on his car's red hood. "You found it." "Tammy did. Remember her from the front desk? I took it to the pool that day. I wanted as much luck as I could get for the conversation with Zayn," she added with a discomfited chuckle. He smiled too, lowering his head as though to hide it. "I don't think it's lucky." She stepped toward him, lowering her hand. "No? Do you?" "I don't know," she said. "I think it's like a motivational speaker. Sometimes we need reminders of what we already know. I think we need little boosts of encouragement to take that scary step toward the unknown, towards something we've always wanted but haven't had the courage to go for. That's what this lamp did for me. Maybe it's not luck, but it's bolstering just the same," she finished. "My lamp gave you courage?" There was that shrug again. "It got me to lay things out for my father," she said. "It helped me end things with Zayn. It brought me closer to you." She was right in front of him now. Her lashes flicked fully upward to meet his gaze. His fingers tingled to reach for her, to close the distance and offer reassurance in the best way he knew how. She'd driven all this way, and something told him she would have done it whether she found the lamp or not. But he was filthy. His hands were covered in grease, and a good amount of it had ended up on his shirt and jeans as well. She seemed to read his lack of response as him needing more convincing. "I'm sorry you got tangled up with my father's marriage schemes. I was so embarrassed to have you and Zayn think I wasn't woman enough, that I had to have my father pick a husband for me. Being around you helped me feel like it was my choice. Being around you helped me realize if I wanted something to happen, I had to make it happen instead of waiting for Papa to dictate that for me." "I'm glad," he said stupidly. He was still so shocked by the sight of her he didn't know what to say. "We only had days together, River, but it felt like so much more than that. I'm not going to be CEO of Aaliyah Resorts. I'm not even going to live at them anymore," she added with that little chuckle of hers. I'm going to find a job and start piecing together who I really am. And I wondered if you wanted to be part of that. What was she saying? Your father? She smiled. He's okay. He's going to be fine, and I told him I was leaving. He's the one who helped me find where you were. So his suspicion was correct. She paused, standing before him. She'd made her play, and now the ball was in his court. River wasn't sure how to go about this. He said the first thing on his mind. I haven't stopped thinking about you since I left. Her eyes gleamed. Really? Really. I'd hold you in my arms right now if I wasn't covered in grease. She took another step, filling the air with her scent of berries and rose water. She placed a hand on his chest. I don't mind, she said. After only a moment of uncertainty, he gave in and closed his hand around hers. His other arm swept behind, crushing her to his chest. A sense of completion filled every crevice inside of him. All of his jagged edges were being smoothed out, the cracks filling with her. What do you say? She asked. Are you willing to give this, you and me, a try? I'm so willing, just as long as you let me kiss you right now. Her lips became a grin. Your wish is my command. He lowered his mouth to hers, feeling the kiss enclose them as though they were the only two people in the entire world. The music from the phone in his pocket, the jangling laughter of children a few doors down, it all drowned out beneath the delirious movement of her mouth. He deepened the kiss, giving it a new perspective, cradling his hand against her neck, fisting the hem of her shirt, battling between disbelief and the utter rapture that she was here. She pulled away, smirking. I've been waiting too long for that. I'll be sure not to keep you waiting too long next time. A single finger stroked his collarbone. Care to prove your statement? He closed in, giving her another delicious kiss. A whooping sound came from the door, and Aaliyah pulled away to glance at Lucas, who was cupping his hands around his mouth from his position on the porch. That's my brother, River said apologetically, without glancing anywhere but at her. He's here waiting for my mom to drop by. Aaliyah's brows rose with interest. Your mom? I'd love to meet her. River stroked her cheek with his thumb. And she can't wait to meet you. I told her all about you. She's the reason I was fixing this baby up. I was planning on taking a road trip of my own. Right to you. You were coming to see me? I'll come anywhere you are, he said. That won't be a problem, she said, tilting into him. I'm staying right here. River's lips found hers again, caressing them, coaxing them, making up for lost time, for lost words, for everything he wished he could have said, and every kiss he wished he could have given her. He reveled in the moment. Everything was brighter, newer. Breath had a taste. The wind had fingers, and his blood spun in his veins. She was here. She'd come to see him, and she intended to keep it that way. What are your plans? He asked, breaking away just enough to rest his forehead against hers. Chagrined, he noticed a streak of grease on her neck, but decided not to bring it up. He didn't want to give her any reason to move away from him, not now that he was holding her again. She toyed with the hair at his nape and gnawed at her delectable lower lip. How had he not remembered how long her lashes were? I don't know what they have by the way of jobs around here, but I was thinking of something along the lines of architecture, she said. Oh, not business? I might start my own, who knows. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, trying to decide what I really want to do. The only reason I went to business school was to work in resort management, but I dabbled in creating designs for hotels and homes, and I really enjoyed that. You'd be great at that. He glided his hand along her side until it slid into hers. Come on, I'll wash up, you can meet my family, and then I'll show you what I've been working on lately. Sounds perfect, she said. While he was grateful to have nicer accommodations to invite her into, Something told him she wouldn't have minded the pallet door leading into the patchy grass and the tumble-down trailer that used to belong to his family. River knew Aaliyah would be as accepting, as warm and friendly as she'd been in luxury. He couldn't wait to tell her about his change of luck and how it'd been in part because of her suggestion to invest where he had. He felt like he owed everything to Aaliyah and couldn't wait to tell her about the house he'd just bought in the countryside. He'd take her furniture shopping with him. No doubt she had some great tastes, and he'd see what the future held for them both. Epilogue. Aaliyah lay on her stomach on the faux fur rug. Her bare feet were kicking in the air, and the fire in front of her flickered happily behind its glass pane. She flipped the page in the magazine, thrilling at the sight of beautiful women in stunning wedding gowns. One in particular stood out to her. It was form-fitting, dripping with lace, and set off with a sage-green sash. "This looks cozy," River said from behind her. Aaliyah shifted. River wore a striped gray and red sweater with jeans, his hair careless and easygoing, his face glorious and exactly what she wanted to see. He held 2 mugs in his hand. She sat up on the rug, took the steaming mug he offered her, and patted the white fabric beside her. "It is. You going to join me?" "Looking through bridal magazines? If I remember, it didn't turn out so well during our last experience." "Yeah, well, they're a lot more interesting to me now that I'm planning a wedding I actually want to have." The ring on her left hand's 4th finger twinkled. River had proposed to her a week ago, and she hadn't been able to stop staring at the diamond that symbolized so much for her. For them both. He released a small laugh and sank onto the rug beside her. She sipped the hot chocolate he'd brought. The liquid was infused with peppermint, her favorite kind. "Delicious," she said. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. With you here on a rug in front of this blazing fire, I don't know how much magazine inspecting we're going to get done." She punched him gently in the shoulder. "Keep your mind on the task at hand. We need to plan our wedding." "All right, then." He set down his mug and pulled the nearest magazine to him, feigning interest as he turned pages. "What do you think of these flowers?" she asked, edging in closer and offering the open page for his perusal. "Lilies?" he said without looking. His eyes smiled at her. "You haven't even seen them." "I don't have to. You told me lilies were your favorite." She was touched he'd remembered, but determined to continue pestering him. She nudged the magazine a little more in his direct line of sight. "I love the simplicity, the way they trumpet open all together like this." River looked then, blinking as though there was some kind of hidden message in the picture. "Perfect." "And what do you think of this dress? I want to try it on. I wonder if I could get in with this designer." She showed him the dress she'd been admiring in a different magazine. River perused the image. "Pretty," he said too quickly. She narrowed her eyes. "You're just going to agree with everything I show you, aren't you?" He laughed and pulled her to him as he propped himself against the couch. Aaliyah settled against his chest, loving the feel of this. Once they married, this was going to be their home. Her home. Not a resort where she'd be moving from place to place constantly, living out of a suitcase, but an actual house with a living room and a bedroom for them to share, with places for her to leave her mark, to decorate, to accumulate stuff they probably didn't need, to make memories and call their own. "You know what I think?" River said, stretching his legs in front of him. Aaliyah trailed a hand along his. "I think we should get married in that fancy car of yours." She sat up. "In Roxy? No way. How would that even work?" "Good point. How about my Mustang, then? We could have the pastor sit in the front seat with us in the back. We'd say our vows as we're flying down the freeway at top speed." "That's not romantic at all," she argued. "Isn't it? That's how my life has been since I met you. A rush of exhilaration that I never want to end." She knelt up, pressing herself against his chest. His arm wove around her, keeping her there. "I like your car," she said, "and while exploring the back seat with you any other time might definitely be worth looking into." He sniggered. "I don't want to get married in it." She flicked his nose with her own. "Where are we getting married then?" His gentle voice was filled with mischief. "What about an Aaliyah hotel? My father would love it. I would love it. That was such a big part of my life, and the Aaliyah Cancun resort happens to have the most decadent rooftop view. It would be the perfect spot." "Aaliyah resorts are the reason for all of this." He squeezed his arms tighter around her, but the gleam in his eyes gave away the full meaning of his words. River had explained how his investments had paid off, investments she'd offered suggestions for, yet she got the impression he wasn't referring to those investments at all. Aaliyah resorts were the reason they'd met in the first place. When he'd said all of this, it meant so much more. Aaliyah didn't reply. She wasn't sure there were words. River saved her the trouble. He tilted his head to the side, considering. "Cancun, huh? By the beach," she said, twirling her fingers in his hair. "Then we could pick any location we wanted for the honeymoon." A moan rumbled in his throat. "You've got a deal," he said, kissing her again. When she pulled away, Aaliyah glanced at the lamp. It took center stage on the coffee table beside them, set off by a spray of ochre flowers. She reached for it, holding it in her hand between them. "You know," she said, "I think this lamp might be lucky after all." "Why is that?" "It's been there for every good thing that has happened lately. It reminds me of you, and there can't be anything luckier than that." River gave her a heart-stopping grin and guided her back to him. He stroked her cheek. The softest touch had the sharpest charge right to her core. She was here with him, right where she always wanted to be, and they sat together before the fire, drinking hot cocoa and planning the rest of their lives. Thanks for listening. Next in the Once Upon a Billionaire series, listen to Lily's story in Lily and the Billionaire Prince. Enjoyed this sneak peek of Lily and the Billionaire Prince. Lily crept into Mr. Aaliyah's suite. The room lacked the usual sounds of the resort chain owner's phone conversations or the discussions with his daughter or members of the hotel staff, which told Lily one thing. Either he was out, unlikely, or he was sleeping. Mr. Aaliyah lay resting, his hands pressed to his chest, in the portion of the office suite that had been adjusted to a sort of bedroom. His breathing was labored, and his eyes remained closed. He showed no signs of hearing her approach, so Lily considered not waking him and letting him sleep. Still, he needed food. She placed the food tray on the table beside his bed as quietly as she could. He could eat when he awoke. Turning away, she accidentally bumped the table, causing the silverware to clink against the plate. Mr. Aaliyah cracked an eye open. "Lily?" His voice was weaker than it had been for some time. "Hi, Mr. Aaliyah. Sorry to wake you. I was just bringing you some dinner. If you're not hungry, I can send it back down with Stella." "It's fine, thank you." He attempted to sit up. His body was weary, and gray lined his hair more than usual. He'd been doing more radiation therapy, which had helped in the past, but his body could only take so much. Lily knew Aaliyah, his daughter, was worried, and for good reason. He eyed the clean room and the view of the Florida coast out his window before his gaze settled on the tray. The smell of chicken cordon bleu and steamed vegetables taunted Lily's stomach, and she hoped it did the same for him. Her boss had become so much thinner in the past few months. "Didn't you order a tray for yourself?" he asked. "No, sir. I was about to head home. My work for the day is done. If you'd like me to stay, though, I can arrange that." Lily's neighbor Snow was usually good to step in and check on Lily's pets if she needed her to. He gave her a feeble smile.
No, no, you do so much already. Go home and feed your furry friends. I'm sure they are eager for your company.
Lily smiled back. She told him several times about her various animals, some picked up at pet stores, others taken from friends, and still others picked up as strays. Lily's dog, cats, fish, bird, and turtle had all kept her better company than humans had lately, present company accepted. They'll be all right a little longer, sir, if you need anything from me. A knock sounded, and the door to his suite in the Aaliyah Clearwater Resort opened. Aaliyah and River entered, walking hand in hand, with Aaliyah leading the way. River was a handsome man with bronze skin and black hair, and Aaliyah beamed at him before he released her to sit on the chair in the suite's sitting room area. Lily noticed he often kept to himself unless he was specifically asked for, and she suspected it was his way of showing respect for his wife and father-in-law's business dealings. Though they shared greetings in passing, Lily hadn't spoken with Aaliyah since she dashed off in her fancy Lamborghini to throw herself at River's feet. And her efforts had paid off. The two had recently married in the Cancun Aaliyah resort. They'd been living in New York for a while, but recently Mr. Aaliyah's fading health had drawn Aaliyah to return to Clearwater. "Hey, Papa," Aaliyah said. She wore a yellow-striped sundress with a beige decorative belt that accentuated her small waist. Her dark hair hung in ribboned curls down her back. "How are you doing this afternoon? Did you get some rest?"
I did, Mr. Aaliyah said. Lily just brought me some dinner. You and River should order up and we can all eat together.
"Sounds good," River called before Aaliyah could answer. "I'm famished." Mr. Aaliyah and Aaliyah chuckled, and Lily suppressed a smile of her own.
Of course, I was hoping Lily would join us as well.
"Perfect," Aaliyah said. "There's something I need to talk to you about that involves her, too." Lily's desire to slip out and leave the family to themselves faded in place of renewed interest.
Oh?
From the messenger bag hanging over one shoulder, she pulled out her device where she kept tabs on Mr. Aaliyah's schedule and the various tasks he wanted her to handle. "Yes," Aaliyah said. "Do you want to tell them, or shall I?"
Go ahead, River said. You've already got a head start on me.
Aaliyah pushed her shoulders back as if readying herself for a presentation. "River overheard some news today, and I need Lily to verify if it's true or not." "What news?" Lily held her stylus, ready to take notes. Even though Aaliyah wasn't officially working for her father anymore, Lily had learned early on to write as the Aaliyahs spoke because when she'd first started as Mr. Aaliyah's executive assistant, she hadn't written things down as he'd spoken, and he would often leave the room before she got a chance to ask him to repeat things. He also didn't like repeating things, which he'd made clear to her in a kind but firm way. So she'd learned to keep her stylus ready.
And where did you overhear it?
Mr. Aaliyah added, adding a small cough to the question. He reached for his water glass. Aaliyah moved to slide it closer to him.
I was sitting in the lobby restaurant during lunch today, and in the booth behind me a couple was speaking in low tones, River said. Ah, so you were eavesdropping.
Mr. Aaliyah's eyes twinkled.
You could say that, River said. What did you hear? Now I'm extremely curious.
Lily was too, but she didn't say as much. Aaliyah smiled and River took over the conversation. He moved into the bedroom area now, standing beside his wife but directing his comments to Mr. Aaliyah.
The man and woman spoke in lowered tones with what sounded like European accents. I don't usually care about what others talk about, except that the man was getting extremely agitated at the woman. A couple squabble?
Mr. Aaliyah guessed. River made a motion with his hands.
They weren't exactly a couple. She's more like his babysitter from the sound of things, though he called her a childminder. But this was a grown man?
Yes, sir.
Don't do that.
Mr. Aaliyah waved him off with a frown.
You know not to call me sir. I'm papa to you now.
River stole a bashful glance at his wife, and the two shared a secret smile. Aaliyah's cheeks weren't the only ones to turn pink. Lily was touched by the exchange. Not that long ago, Aaliyah had been engaged to River's boss, so the idea that Mr. Aaliyah welcomed River like this undoubtedly meant a lot.
Why do you say babysitter then? That's what the man was getting so upset about, River said. That's what I couldn't help overhearing.
He's a prince, Papa, Aaliyah gushed as though she was tired of waiting for River to spill. He's here in secret, and the woman is some kind of aide sent by the king to keep him in line. Mr. Aaliyah's lips parted in an understanding kind of way.
Ah, yes, Prince Henrik of Envar, wasn't it?
You knew he was coming to stay? Aaliyah moved to the side table where the stack of magazines Lily had brought in earlier rested. On the front cover was a handsome blonde man with sultry gray eyes, chiseled jaw, and lips made for either pouting, smirking, or kissing, and the headline, "Marry or Lose, What Will Henrik Choose?" Lily had read the article after purchasing the magazines that morning. According to rumor, Prince Henrik had 30 days to choose a bride or his inheritance and position on the throne would pass to a distant cousin. Typical royal scandal, so of course Lily had eaten it up.
I simply honored his request to remain a secret, although I haven't been able to greet our royal guest as I normally would have.
I can help, sir, Lily offered, lowering her stylus. It shouldn't bother this prince if the resort owner's assistant reached out to him, should it? What is it you want me to do? Wonderful, Lily, Aaliyah said, smiling. Lily knew she didn't like to draw attention to her father's fading health, preferring to treat him as though he was still at his normal capacity. Since I don't work here anymore, you're more official than I am. Talk to him, Aaliyah said. We could use the publicity. See if he might agree to let the world know where he is. In exchange for what? Lily asked, scribbling the notes down on her tablet.
Free room and board?
Mr. Aaliyah suggested. He's royalty, Aaliyah argued. He won't care about that.
What will he care about then?
Maybe that's something else you can discover, Aaliyah suggested, peering at Lily. River wasn't able to tell from their conversation other than who he was and how he wasn't too happy about being chaperoned here. Oh, maybe he's here to find his bride. Lily wasn't sure about that. Based on the article's reference to the number of different women the prince had been seen with over the past several years, if he had to get married so soon, coming to the States may have been a final grab for freedom, especially since he was apparently trying to keep his presence here a secret. Better still, Lily suspected the prince had come for the Christmas holidays. If he wants to remain in hiding, why not let him? Lily asked. After the last interaction she'd had with a celebrity, or rather with his agent, she was becoming less and less keen on any of this. If she could find a way out of having to speak with this prince, she would.
Then at least we can help him with that,
Mr. Aaliyah concluded, as if in answer to her question.
Seek him out, Lily. Make sure he knows it's at my request. Find out what his plans are here and if we can be of any assistance. It's only the right thing to do to someone of his status.
Bees swarmed in Lily's stomach. Seek out a prince who didn't want his identity known? How was she supposed to do that? She cradled the tablet to her chest. I will see what I can do, sir, but I'd still like to be discreet about it. I don't want to spring from the bushes or... The three laughed and Lily was relieved. She joined in.
She is nervous,
Mr. Aaliyah said. I admit, you've asked me to do a lot of things I haven't been entirely comfortable doing at first, Lily said, affirming his teasing tone, like contacting other wealthy businessmen and women, or traveling to his native country to meet his relatives, or the time he wanted her to drive his crazy expensive car that she'd never hoped to be able to pay for if she crashed, from the dealership to the resort. But this is probably the weirdest one yet. More laughter ensued. Lily relaxed into the easy companionship among their small group. She loved that Mr. Aaliyah and Aaliyah had always made her feel like she belonged, something her own family had rarely done. "If you want me to do it," Aaliyah said, "I can. It's just that I'm a little more high profile than you are." Lily wasn't sure about that. With her cherry red hair and the way she often tailed Mr. Aaliyah through his day-to-day dealings throughout the resort, she'd become a bit of a high profile herself, one that her ex liked to bring up whenever he could. She gritted her teeth and pushed away the thought of him. "I don't mind," Lily said. "The least I can do is talk to him." Talk to a prince? Right. Like it would be that easy. "Exactly," River said with encouragement. "You don't even have to let him know how you're affiliated with the Aaliyah name at first if you don't want to. But if he seems personable, see if some additional help keeping his identity a secret is something he's interested in." Lily jotted down a few notes of River's phrasing so she could practice the words herself. "Got it. I can do that, no problem. And on that note, I'll see you all later." "You are sure you won't stay for dinner?" Mr. Aaliyah said. Lily glanced from River to Aaliyah and lastly to Mr. Aaliyah. She wasn't unused to being invited, but that typically happened for business reasons. She needed to track upcoming events or provide drinks to those in the room. Imposter syndrome reared its head. While she knew they wouldn't see it that way, the idea of a dinner for the four of them that had nothing to do with business only made her feel like a third wheel. "I need to get going if there isn't anything else you need me to do." "Have a good night, Lily," Mr. Aaliyah said, turning to his tray which Aaliyah placed on his lap. "You too, sir. River, Aaliyah." Lily made it to her apartment with fatigued feet that couldn't keep up with her racing thoughts. She hadn't been able to stop her musings about the prince through the entirety of her ride home. She waved to the driver, grateful that Mr. Aaliyah offered a chauffeur to take her to and from work, so she didn't have to pay the expense of automobile upkeep. She had enough financial worries to grapple with. Lily unlocked the door, stepped in, and kicked off her shoes. Immediately, she was greeted by a forest of fur. "Hi, guys," she said, hanging her purse on its hook, placing her device onto the charging dock, and then bending to stroke the tabby cat's soft fur. Artemis purred with rapture. Dr. Grumbles and Frou Frou came next, both gray cats, both fluffier than pom-poms, rubbing against each other and then at Lily's ankles. "It's good to see you, too," she said, stroking each cat as they came. She then checked the fish in their tank situated over the TV. Scuffling sounds came from within the kennel tucked in the corner across from her stacked washer and dryer. Lily hurried to it. "I'm coming, Pooski," she said. The husky doodle was a mix between a Siberian husky and a poodle, and his claws clacked against the kennel as she unlatched the hook. Soon the soft, curly-haired dog was in her arms, licking her cheeks. "Oh, is it your turn now?" Yes, it is." She kept the dog kennel during the day to keep him from chewing on her shoes while she was gone. He was full of energy and often also knocked over the garbage can and anything else that was left out. Lily found letting him burn his energy was easier when she was there to clean up the messes. Pets happily greeted, Lily walked in her nylon feet to the row of dishes in front of the dishwasher to check the food status. "Looking a little low there, Putty Tats," she said, scooping a cup of food for each of their dishes. The cats bulldozed in, meowing their food down. Dr. Grumbles let out a little growl of warning when Frou Frou stepped too close to his bowl. She plugged in the lights on her little Christmas tree situated on the table in front of the window, and then checked the litter box in the bathroom. A necessary thing to do several times a day if she could find the time, with this many animals in her apartment. Lastly, she popped into her bedroom to peek in on Norton the turtle. He blinked slowly, with his toggled shell cumbersome on his back. "They want me to meet the Prince of Envar," she told the turtle and the cats climbing their kitty posts across from her bed. Frou Frou padded forward across one of the post's higher branches until she was face to face with Lily, and Lily scratched the cat behind her ears. Frou Frou closed her eyes and nuzzled in. I know, right? Lily said as though she'd gotten a reply. A legit prince, like from a fairy tale. She meandered into her closet and changed from her pencil skirt and blouse to a comfortable kick-around pair of sweats and the biggest t-shirt she owned, something she'd gotten from Wonderland theme park when she'd visited her brother Ethan a year before, and the two of them had gotten lost down the park's rabbit hole. She meandered back into her kitchen for a microwave dinner. Lily loved that no matter where she was in her apartment, she was never alone. There was always a furry companion to keep her company, and she needed that company. Loneliness sometimes threatened to consume her. She felt it now as she glanced around the empty space. She considered calling Ethan just for someone to talk to when the microwave beeped. Retrieving her dinner, Lily sat down on one of her bar stools, ready to browse the magazine she'd taken from Mr. Lear's suite about Prince Henrik von Frosk. Not only was he easy on the eyes, but she wanted to glean whatever tidbits of gossip she could before attempting to contact him. Assuming he truly was staying at the Aaliyah Clearwater Resort, she needed to find that information out as well. Before she managed to do either, Lily's phone buzzed. Absent-mindedly, she peeled the plastic away from the corner of her microwave fettuccine and chicken with green beans when the fork slipped from her hand. Her heart climbed the mountain of her chest, agitated and angsty. Hey there, sweet thing. I need to talk to you. Call me. She knew Damon's number by heart. She'd memorized his information at first because she'd been swept away by his charm and flattered by his excessive compliments and interest in her. Now his number was a warning sign. How did he even get my number? She asked the parakeet flitting in its cage on the edge of the counter. The bird squawked and chirped at its reflection in the little mirror attached to the cage's side. She'd gotten a new phone and then blocked Damon. She was positive she had. How had he gotten through? Feeling frazzled, Lily tried to ignore the text, but several more came in from him before she'd made her way through her noodles. I know this is you. Stop ignoring me. You're going to have to talk to me one way or another. Lily trembled so hard, the last bit of noodles fell off her fork. What is he doing? She asked Frou Frou, who'd pawed forward to rub against Lily's feet resting on the bar stool. Dr. Grumbles wasn't far behind, and he let out a grousing cat response that sounded like a complaint. She abandoned her empty tray, hurrying to toss it into the garbage when Artemis hopped onto the counter to finish off the sauce. And then she scooped him up and held him close to her chest. She needed his warmth, needed his purr and reassurance. If I don't respond, maybe he'll stop, she said, grasping at hope. The cat peered at her with yellow eyes, and Lily's momentary resolve shrank, replaced with despairing, heartbreaking reality. I know, you're right, he won't. Nothing had stopped Damon, not a move across the country or her multiple pleas for him to leave her alone. Lily had mentioned his behavior to her brother Ethan, but Ethan had gotten so riled up he'd threatened to buy a plane ticket the next day and beat Damon to a pulp if he ever came near her again. Lily worried what repercussions that would have for Ethan with the law if police were notified, which knowing Damon they would be. Ethan was the head of security for Ever After Sweet Shop in Vermont, and Lily didn't want him jeopardizing his job for her. So the next time Ethan had asked how things were going with that weasel Damon Neely, Lily had lied. She told Ethan she hadn't heard from him since. But oh boy, she had heard from him. Though she was alone, the back of her ribs prickled, and a wedge of worry knotted inside her. Lily hurried to lock her front door and her bedroom door as well, and then she climbed into bed with her feline friends and the husky doodle curling around her. She flicked through channels on the TV mounted above the cat post on the wall opposite her bed, hoping to get lost in someone else's drama for a while.
Hey there, it's Catelyn Meadows here. I just wanted to jump on and say thank you so much for listening to Aaliyah and the Billionaire's Lamp. I hope you enjoyed this Aladdin retelling. Coming up next, as you heard, is Lily and the Billionaire Prince, which is a Frog Prince retelling. And I'm happy to say there are more fairy tales coming after that one. So if you're not subscribed to my channel, make sure you hit that subscribe. If you like this video, please hit the like button and please let me know in the comments what you thought about it and what you liked about it. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
This has been Aaliyah and the Billionaire's Lamp, a clean billionaire fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire, Book 6. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Copyright 2019 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright by Courtney Pearson.